Here we are, still in January 2016, and we are on episode 10 of Season 2 of Exalted Princes of the Universe. We'll start to my left with a new player from just around the city. To my left I have...
Ian.
And Ian is playing a character called...
Longhorned Seawolf.
Longhorned Seawolf is the replacement Eclipse for Jeremy's Eclipse, because Jeremy left the game, which means retroactively that Eclipse might be dead. Anyway, after Ian.
Kevin playing the Killer Queen.
And Nicole playing the Majestic.
Alright, so yeah, new player. We're going to do a mortal kind of ish introduction to his character to bring him up to speed. And that'll be probably, I think, like the first third of this session. And then we'll bring our way up to where the party left off. Anthony is unavailable because Anthony has sleep issues. Community shoutouts. I would like to give a community shoutout to Irked on the Exalted forum again, or for the first time, because he did the Lunar's 3rd edition conversion, and it's pretty neat looking. Check it out. There'll be a link in this web zone. Alrighty, music time. Ian, tell us a bit about your character. Maybe, what he looks like. Let's talk post-exaltation. Because that's what he's inevitably going to hit to. So what do you imagine Longhorn Seawolf looking like?
Scruffy.
As a character.
Not extremely tall, but not short. Average height. Medium thin build, because he's grown up in the north, and not a lot of food source.
Yeah.
Just scavenging
a lot of
off
deer.
Off the land. Definitely scruffy, a little bit of scrapes all over him, kind of dirty in some ways because he's, again, off the land, climbing things, sleeping wherever, that sort of, yeah.
And if I recall correctly, you actually have artifacts. So you have, I think it was an ancient, chain shirt and a goddamn grim scythe.
Yep.
Tell us about the surfing.
So... my character, being on the ice, thoroughly enjoys surfing. So, surfing down glaciers, over rivers, frozen waterland, anything he can slide down, surf down.
You're kind of an outdoor adventurer.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Alright, so I guess we will start with... For you, it must be an average morning, nighttime in the not the deeper north, but probably the Ice Walker Plains. You know a bit about Exalted, but you're fairly new to it, fairly fresh into the concepts. I think we've only gone over just the very basics with you over the last few days.
Yep.
But you live in the north, and the north is the closest to the elemental pool of air, and the elemental pool of air influences the land around creation quite heavily. As you get closer to it. So the ground, deep under the ice is earthen still, but it's permanently, it's full of permafrost. It hasn't thawed in probably decades or hundreds of years, depending on the climate or depending on who's lived where you are. Your tribe basically travels with herds of caribou and reindeer and mammoths sometimes. They're just up there, hunting large predator birds and scavengers that exist. Sometimes you can set up shop, set up houses and huts and stuff, and kind of live there if it gets mild enough, in the mild seasons. But during the winter seasons, during the season of air or whatever, it gets bad. Blizzards blow in. It gets cold enough to freeze blood in flesh before you even realize it's happening. The wind will just blow on in from the northern pole and just flash freeze people. It's lethal and it's brutal, and that's a life you've always lived. So let's talk about the time when you changed. Small village, maybe 30, 40 people in your tribe. Elderly, young, the elderly, middle-aged, strong men and women hunters and stuff. Children that are kept, cared for by some of the more infirm people. Your tribe is currently hunting landflows. Landflows are bits and pieces of land and ground and earth and fertile soil that blows in from the north and the south sometimes and just collects on top of the ice and roots into the ground, and you can actually grow stuff on it and stuff like it was actual land. and you have to basically build walls around it to keep the wind from blowing it out. You also have to protect it from land raiders who will come in and attack your village and try to rip that stuff up and haul it off in like a cart.
Okay.
So the last few nights you've been having weird dreams. Dreams that you're in the middle of a snowstorm. You're having this dream right now. You're in the middle of a blizzard. You're on icy, fresh, crisp snow. Full outdoors gears. And it's like a wall of gray all around you and that blowing, biting wind. You've had this dream before because there's a shape just beyond the periphery of your vision.
Try and move towards the shape.
The shape is kind of like a shadowy outline placed against the blizzard itself. It's like a hill or a mountain or like some sort of outcropping. Something that isn't ice. And it's near what looks like a broken crevice in the ground. As you get closer to it, the snow kind of starts to give way into like a fissure. But the fissure is... It kind of spirals out into like a circular pattern, kind of like a spider with broken legs coming out of it. And in the middle is that shape.
Do I recognize this location to any degree?
It's hard to tell when you're dreaming, and you've had this dream before, so this feels familiar. It feels like something you've seen a long time ago.
Okay. Keep moving towards the shape, I guess.
The shape is giving off light like a lighthouse, which you know about because you've been far enough south and west that you've seen actual lighthouses down in the periphery of
Land.
Yeah. It's giving off like this kind of intense, bright white light that kind of cuts through a bit of the snow and kind of makes the world around you look a little bit brighter.
I guess go for the light. Try and figure out what it is.
It gives off kind of like a flash, and you wake up to someone opening your sleeping bag, essentially.
Okay.
And you're like, hey! Tapping you on the head.
What do you want?
We're going hunting.
Breakfast first.
Breakfast after we catch it.
Fine.
This is one of the... You're a hunter. You can't really get out of it because, everyone has to eat. But this is one of your fellow hunters. He's called, Blue Shadow over Snow or something. Something, whatever. And Kevin or Nicole, who wants to play this guy?
Me, apparently.
Oh, wow, Nicole. Way to pass the buck like an asshole. Dude's a hunter. He's a dude. Nothing special about him.
Okay.
This guy's lazy and sleeps in all the time, when you live in the Arctic.
Generally avoids hunting. Like, you'll go off, catch something, I'll go off.
Because
take a
he's
nap.
the protagonist, you look like the villain, but he's the real asshole.
Okay.
His Bularian tactics are ruining your tribe.
I'll come back with a
Yeah.
pile of snow. It counts as food, right?
I have a water canteen full of cold water, and I kind of unscrew that threateningly.
I quickly get out of my sleeping bag,
Yeah, that's right.
realize it's cold, throw on some clothes, and start to follow you out into the snow out of the tent.
There are other hunters there, they're in furs and have spears and different tools for catching the caribou and the deer. Just equipment ready to go on a 3-4 hour jog.
Do I?
Do I have a side at this point?
No, you're just
Okay.
you're just some dude.
So I grab a spear and some rope,
Yeah.
good to have, and start following the rest of the hunters out into the snow.
All right. The blizzard is biting and the snow is driving. It's actually pushing up against your legs as you get knee-high drifts that you're having to walk through at this point. The season of air is past, but that doesn't mean you're into spring yet.
Okay.
It's not the best. But once spring does hit, you guys can head further north and grab the more exotic meats. Like mammoth. And then you can head south when the ocean starts to thaw out and fish, have seal.
Yeah. So continuing hunting.
Yeah, you guys basically go on just a straight line following tracks. There's some smaller dead foals you guys find that you have someone with you who is just like don't take them.
Hmm.
You don't want those.
They
You don't
look
know.
rotten, or they look...
We have no idea how long they've been dead, and there's been something going around.
Oh, they could be dead by disease, yeah.
This is something you guys have been noticing, and it's been a real problem this winter, is like half the herd you've been hunting has died in the night, and just the meat's been bad.
So people have tried this meat, and
Yeah, they died.
good to note. Do we see the living herd anywhere close by, or...
These bodies are basically evidence that's getting closer.
Okay, so I guess continue towards
Alright,
the
so
herd, slowly trying to find...
let's do a first introduction to the system. So in the system, you have D10s, and 7, 8, 9, or 10 is a success.
Okay.
So how about you roll... Where is your character sheet? A skill test, which would be survival plus wits. So you add those two numbers together, and that gives you your die pool.
So I'm going to get 10.
That's right. And if you go to the what's it called, the Mike Tilly
roll 10?
dice roller. Yep. I'll just open mine up too.
Okay.
So yeah, if you click on roll 10,
Roll
it'll
10.
tell you what your rolled successes are.
Oh, that was delightful.
That's right. So you got 9 successes. You only really needed
Successes.
2 or 3.
Okay.
So you start checking the tracks around the herd, and there are non-animal tracks in here.
Okay.
Something that walks up right looks like it could be people. Looks like
Okay.
there could be hunters out here. The tracks are frozen over and are fairly old and are starting to kind of fill with snow. But the people who are hunting these things aren't wearing boots
Interesting.
or like furs like on their feet.
Do we know of any other tribes in the area close to us, or
There
is our
are-
tribe?
You'll always run into other Ice Walker tribes. They're starting to disappear quite rapidly. Actually, you're finding your culture is starting to become endangered because one Ice Walker by the name of Jurgen Kaneko went on kind of an old man's walk, into the snow to stop being a burden to his people, and came back different and started conquering the other tribes with supernatural strength.
Interesting.
So he's basically been beating the culture out of his own people and turned them into a military force. There's an empire south full of people who live, in the sun and in the heat and whatnot. And they sent sorcerers and war machines up here and like boats that could fly, and he destroyed them and took
Wow.
most of them. Something that hasn't been done in a long time, apparently.
Interesting. Okay.
They're starting to call him the Bull of the North.
Okay. So we do see the herd though at this point.
Nope.
Or no, we don't. Okay.
But basically, yeah, there are other Ice Walkers here, but
But
the short answer is there really shouldn't be a lot of people around here anymore because
Okay.
most Ice Walkers are consolidating in the north in like military camps and like cities.
how are the other hunters looking? Are they starting to look afraid, or are
I
they?
don't know.
I'm looking fine.
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 You know what? I vote we push onward. I don't see an issue.
We haven't caught anything yet. We can't go back
Yeah,
empty-handed.
exactly.
So
Exactly. We might as well continue on till we catch at least one thing.
All right. Then you guys continue on for another hour before you come across a break in the ground that gives way to a frozen over pond.
Okay.
Looks like the ground has been dived out in kind of a straight line and has a wedge shape to it, and it's full of water and there's fish under the ice.
Okay. Do any of us have fishing?
Yeah.
I have a spear. So
Yeah, so do I. But
Alright.
go spearfishing, I guess.
So, you guys want to compete to see who can catch the most fish?
Sounds like a plan.
sure.
So, this is competition rolling. This is another little thing. So, it's an opposed roll. So, I think it's either you two roll and get the most successes, or I'm going to pause real briefly. Okay, so this is what's called an extended action, and you two are basically competing. So, normally you do a contested roll where you two both roll and higher successes wins.
Yeah.
But this is not the case because it's not a matter of who can catch the first fish or whatever. It's a matter of who can win by quality. This is a quality test essentially. So
Okay.
this test has 3 facets to it. A goal, which is how many.
Fish?
Hmm?
Catch fish?
No, the goal is how many successes you have to accrue in each roll,
Okay.
like all together. So for instance, the goal for this will be 10. If you can accrue 10 successes over the following rules, like all together, you will have done it first. Like whoever can do that first is the clear winner.
Okay.
Then there's the interval, which is how long between rolls. The interval is 20 minutes. Every one roll is 20 minutes worth of fishing.
Okay.
And there's the terminus, how many rolls you get before you're done.
Okay.
And the terminus is 5 rolls. So you got
5 rolls.
so like 20, 40, 60. It's like an hour and 40 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So, basically, you guys are both going to roll survival 5 times and try to get 10 successes first.
So just survival?
Well, survival and wits.
I would have survival.
You have a dice pool. You probably have a dice pool of, like, let's say 7.
Okay.
Okay. So roll 10 times 5, eh?
Well, okay, so let's roll 10 the first time for the both
Yeah.
of you and see what you get.
10 the first time? Or 10 the first time, you said?
Yeah. So I got 2 successes.
I got 6.
So Kevin, your hunter got 6 successes out of the what would I say, 10 you needed?
10. Correct.
All right, and what'd you get?
2.
All right, so in the first 20 minutes, that guy's way better at this than you. He's actually catching like
that
larger like
makes
lokes and stuff.
complete logical sense as my character's.
You notice
Way
though,
too.
like like you're catching fish too. Like you got
Yes.
2 successes, so you're starting to pull in like the guys on the top, like little like barnacles and stuff and mollusks, oysters. The fish you're catching, they're big and they're fat. They don't have eyes. They're like cave fish.
That's unusual.
that is unusual.
It's
All right, first 20 minutes.
All right.
okay. Next roll.
Yeah.
All right. Can I stunt for this?
I was going to get into
Introduce
stunting
that?
after this contest.
All right. All right, so just another 10.
Yep.
Let's see.
This way.
5
So
successes.
I have
Jesus H.
4.
Christ. All right, so you got 6 and Kevin got 11. So Kevin beat
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You're just much better at being a hunter. So yeah, he dives into the bottom with like his gear and stuff, and you find something big and meaty and start pulling it up, and it's like this eel that's probably, I don't know, as thick as your torso and probably like 2-3 feet long. No eyes. It looks like a big leech actually.
Yeah, I yank that out. It's like, well, we're eating well tonight.
And you also catch fish. Like you catch fish,
Yeah.
But just not prize fish.
Fair enough. No.
All right, look at that.
Okay. Well, I guess this is good enough. It looks like we got enough food for next day or so. Might as well go back before it gets dark and we get lost.
Was it really dark down there?
Yeah, but you could tell that the pond goes deeper.
Really? There must be a lot of fish here. We should map
Keep
this
going
down.
for a little bit.
No.
Or
Well, at the very least, we should map this down, because this could be a prime fishing spot.
okay. Do any of the hunters in our group have mapping skills, or do we have mapping skills?
You guys probably have mapping
I have
skills,
tracking.
Yeah, like tracking stuff.
Okay,
Survival is
so-
tracking as well. The survival skill covers all of this.
Fair enough. Okay. So then we map it down.
Okay, so let's talk. Okay, so for the mapping rule, let's talk about stunting. So stunting is the bread and butter of Exalted. Okay, there are 4 ways to describe an action. There's first just being like, I roll survival.
Okay.
That's just an action, whatever, don't matter, you get your dice. Flavoring up a bit, like say in a sword fight, being like, I flourish my blade and sweep under his feet or whatever. That's called a stunt.
Okay.
You get 2 free dice for that, 2 extra dice on top of your dice pool.
Oh, okay.
Every time. You do that all the time. You don't even need to question it.
Okay.
As long as you're describing it in like the almost bare minimum, like giving a bit of
Yeah.
flavor to it, you'll always get 2 extra dice.
Sounds good.
Then there's 2 more levels where you get more descriptive and more invested, and like you enrich. It has to enrich the scene. It has to kind of be like something that plays off of what's going on and be kind of nice and flow well and stuff. And the bonuses you get can basically go up from there.
Sounds good.
Like so 1 point is just 2 free dice, or you can raise your defense by 1
Okay.
by stunting your defense. By like if someone attacks you, describe how you defend yourself and stuff.
Okay.
A 2-point stunt gives you 2 extra dice and 1 automatic success on whatever roll you're making, including attack rolls and stuff, and can just raise your defense by 2.
Wow.
And 3-point stunts, which are fairly hard to come across because they're usually fairly fantastic, are 2 dice, 2 free successes, and you can raise your defense by 3, and you get 2 points of willpower back which is a stat we'll get into. Willpower is basically this ability you spend to get successes and to power certain charms. And it's a fairly hungry resource. Like, you only get it back by sleeping, usually.
Okay.
So if you spend willpower, it doesn't come back till, like, you start to sleep.
Yeah.
So stunting at level 3 just gives you back 2 points of willpower. Stunting at 2 stunts, like a level 2 stunt, the one where you get 2 dice and 1 success, gives you back 1 willpower. And willpower can go above your maximum rating.
Okay.
So, like, you can stunt willpower
you can
above...
accumulate more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for this mapping thing, describe how you would map this. How would you go about setting up this little fishing spot so you guys could find it later from where your fairly nomadic tribe is?
Well, I'd pull out some paper or parchment, some form of writing material, and I start looking...
Probably like charcoal and like hide.
Yeah, generally. So I take the charcoal and hide, and I start drawing a rough shape of at least the lake or pond. Then you said there was a fissure coming out of the pond, or
the pond is a fissure.
Is the fissure? Okay, so
it's like a wedge was taken out of the land, and it's full of like kind of iced over water that's breaking up, and it's full of fish, and it goes kind of deep.
Okay, so I draw that to start, and then I orientate myself as to where the sun is to determine where. Do we have a sun?
Yeah, there's a sun.
Okay, so I orientate myself as to which direction we've been walking, and mark that down on the map.
Okay.
And then I calculate we've been walking X amount of time per step, and draw roughly where our camp should be on said map.
Okay.
And a rough trail. And do I see any other landmarks, or did we on our way see any other?
There are a few landmarks on the horizon. It's fairly clear this morning, just due to the season starting to break, and there is a kind of dip on the horizon where it looks like there's like an ice floe or a glacier breaking up through the ground.
Okay, so I mark that
It looks like the one from your dream.
Okay, so I mark that on the map to begin with, and then I think to myself, I will probably tag back a little bit when everyone starts leaving and go investigate it on my own a little bit later, as everyone leaves back to camp.
All right. Is jet action to you then, or is your guy Kevin going to just let him do it?
He's wandering off on his own. I mean, he's kind of the slacker of the village, but he's still able hands.
He just walked off into the snow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go after him. It's like, what the hell
so
are you doing?
roll probably intelligence plus survival.
Okay, intelligence plus survival, so 9. So,
And add 2 dice, because that was a 2 dice hunt.
So 5 successes for that, and the plus 2 dice is 0 successes, so 5 in total.
Pretty good. You have a fairly accurate kind of direction that people could probably follow to get back here.
Perfect.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, people are starting to pack up and get ready to head back. It's
Okay,
it's
so
probably like a few hour walk back.
Can I retrace a second map?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So I retrace a second map, give 1 map to the other hunters, and keep 1 map for myself. And then as the other hunters start to leave, as I say, I'm kind of make sure I'm sitting at the back of the group, and I slowly start to wander off, trying to not be followed as I go towards this fissure I've seen in my dream.
All right. So, the group probably won't notice you, but roll. I'm going to say dexterity. I would usually add your stealth in, but you don't have stealth, so. Should have dexterity to try and surreptitiously remove yourself.
3 successes.
Perfect. You drop out without anyone noticing.
Okay.
Kevin, do you want to notice losing one of your goddamn people in a hunting expedition?
I have senses, 7 dice, so...
Roll those fucking dice.
5.
Alright, so you're not leading the pack, you're just, getting people to go and they're hanging out. And as you're kind of checking over, counting heads and whatever, you're missing Lazy Guy.
Not an uncommon thing.
He's probably drowning in the lake.
Not an uncommon thing.
I'm gonna rear around and try to find him.
Okay. Okay, so you begin walking towards the horizon, essentially. As you get closer, the wind's starting to pick up, starting to get a little more intense, and the There's kind of like a blizzard starting as you get closer to it. Like a wall of like wind whipping through.
Okay. Being the fact that I've lived here so long, I carefully plan my route tactfully to maneuver through the blizzard as to not...
This isn't a normal blizzard.
No?
It doesn't... Blizzards don't work like this. Because if you start walking away, it's gone.
What?
It's not like drifting through, and it's not drifting away, it's just there.
It's still a straight motion of wind, though, correct?
It's more like it's blowing against you in one direction, and it's not like kind of going back and forth. It's like you're in a corridor, and wind's just hitting you from the side.
Okay, so
But if you go back to near the pond, it stops.
Okay.
And
so
doesn't, yeah.
I can still tack my way up.
Yeah, you can go
But,
through the blizzard.
Not against wind, but tacking through the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, going kind of spiraling inward.
No.
Okay, now I don't know what you mean.
Sorry. Tacking is a term when you go, like if the wind's coming in this direction, you go like this, and then you go like that. You kind of zigzag up, because when you go directly against the wind, you'll go slower. So it's actually quicker to zigzag.
Okay, cool.
It's a sailing term.
Cool. All right, yeah, you do that.
So I tack my way through the blizzard, and try and get as close to... Do I see...
There's something on the ground near you as you're walking by.
Okay.
It's a tree branch sticking out.
Interesting. I pull on the tree branch.
It wasn't a tree branch, it was a hand.
Okay.
It's pretty stuck into the ground.
Okay, I dig around the snow a little bit to try and uncover what I see.
In the ground is what looks like one of those realm people, like one of those people from the Empire in the south. They're kind of they're in like a breastplate with like furs all around them, and like you can tell they have kind of like ointments and gels they put on their skin to keep them from getting this frostbite. And they're frozen solid on the ground with their hand up, like they were trying to grab onto a rope or something.
Interesting. Is there anything loose in the pockets or anything like?
There's
small?
paper with stuff on it.
Okay.
One of their pockets has like cases of like basically paperwork or like letters or something.
Okay. Well, I
all
take
wrapped, all rolled up.
I take that and stuff it into my pack, as well as a few of the furs and extra stuff that I can carry without overburdening myself to a degree.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say a few of his fingers. Like, you just break them off.
No.
You're like, I'm gonna
He does have
these.
jewelry on his fingers.
Yes, then I would take all
Can't
jewelry.
quite. You're just gonna have to kind of like
Yeah. I
just snap his fingers off to get to the
Snap his
jewelry.
fingers, take the jewelry, drop the fingers. I don't need those.
There's a few rings that are like coiling serpents that have like tiny little gold eyes, and the rings themselves are made of kind of like bronze and brass.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I put those in my pack as well. Being from the north, I know that wearing rings would freeze my hand quicker.
Froze his hand
So
quicker.
I don't put them on.
Smart.
I check his teeth if he has any gold teeth.
He does have fillings.
I take out his gold teeth.
Oh my god.
You're gonna fit in so well here.
And I carry on moving towards...
There is something in his mouth when you, other than the fillings, we start popping them
Okay.
out. Popping them out.
Yeah.
In the back of his throat, it looks like there is a tiny bit of parchment that's been carefully wrapped up and has like a seal, wax seal with a ribbon on it.
It's just like a gold.
Yeah, like a golem of Prague.
Yeah. So I take out the parchment if I can reach it.
Yeah, you can just kind of put your hand into his mouth and just pull it out from the back of his throat.
Can I not use my hand? Can I use
Like a stick or something?
stick or something?
Yeah, okay.
I'm a little bit smarter than putting my hand into the mouth of a guy who could wake up at any moment.
That does happen. Like, bodies will
Yeah.
sometimes just get up and be
Yeah.
furious.
Yeah.
Not alive, just
mad.
angry, frozen,
that's
cold
why
bodies.
I would not put my hand in his mouth. So yeah, using a stick or...
Yeah, you can
wrench
tease
or
it
something,
out.
I tease it out,
You do.
take it out, and do I recognize anything on it other than...
No.
attachment, nothing?
None of the
Didn't think
symbols
so.
on it or the seals.
Okay, toss it in my bag, figure I can trade for it later or someone will use it,
Alright.
and continue on my way.
We can continue further, probably for another hour. There are more tree branches in the snow.
I check another one.
It's a hand, it's a body.
again.
This is like actually it's not. This is like a foot. Like they kicked up like they were falling down or something.
Okay.
As you kind of keep moving between these guys, the wind wall, like the kind of blizzard, kind of evens out, and you're in a more calm area, maybe like quote unquote the eye of the blizzard.
Okay.
And you're looking around you, and there are like bumps and disturbances in the snow everywhere for like I don't know, 2, 3, maybe like 10, 20 yards around you. There are just bumps and disturbances and things sticking out. This looks like a field of bodies.
Interesting. Do I know roughly what time how late is it getting, or can I see the
You've been
sun?
out. Took a few hours to get to the place. Took a few hours to fish. Took a few hours to get further in.
I'm probably left at first light.
So we're in spring, which means you're not going to get like a bunch of like the sun not being.
Does that even happen?
I was
in
thinking,
creation?
yeah, because in creation, the sun starts at the east, I think, and then it powers its way over the Omphalos, which is like the dome of creation, and then it goes down into the west, and then it goes under creation, where there isn't anything else but the wild, and starts fighting fairies and blowing them up and shooting them, along with the moon, which is a giant spinning scythe. And by the time dawn happens, it's back from its endless fight,
Beautiful.
carving out a perfect path for it to travel the next day.
Nice.
The people on the Daystar must be so war weary every night, having to basically do the trench run for Star Wars.
Yeah. Okay, so
In this version of
do I
creation,
know-
the sun may be the Daystar, listeners.
Do I know what... So, it's roughly probably getting close to evening, but
I
not
will
quite
say the
dark.
elemental pull of air does kind of affect how the sunlight reaches this place. Like, it does cause a kind of dilation, so yeah. Now that you're into summer, the days are kind of equalizing out.
Yeah.
But you probably have maybe an hour or two of quote-unquote light, because it's just light reflecting off of snow everywhere, so it's brighter, and it'll stay bright during the night because of ambient light and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Okay, well, I decided not to loot this battlefield, but if it isn't too late when I come back, maybe I'll try. So I quickly hurry to get closer towards the thing that I saw.
all right, so now that you're kind of in the clear of the windstorm, and you can see, just like almost a couple football fields of bodies, a lot of them are a little more dead. Like, they have like weapons impaled in them. A lot of them have arrows sticking out. Like you thought they were reeds or maybe like broken twigs, but a lot of these have like arrows sticking out of their bodies, and they're just like face down in the snow and stuff, and like winds kind of icing them over, make them look like, like pussy willows, those little guys. That's kind of what the barbs of the feathers are looking like, covered in frost and like delicate bits of snow and
fresh
fluff on them.
Do they look?
The bodies are frozen solid. Survival. How would you determine how old these bodies are for a stunt? Like, to kind of give yourself more dice.
I'd look over the wound and see how much ice is in it, how warm it feels, and maybe slice one open and see if any steam rises to see if it's still warm.
2
from the
dice.
inside.
Perfect.
Okay.
So this will be
survival
probably
and-
survival and I'm going to say wits.
Wits plus 2 dice, so 12 dice, and I'm gonna get 3 successes.
Ooh, rough.
Very good. I did not do this one.
You're expected the math, and this is not real math, but the math kind of expects 1 success for every 2 dice. So that's like a perfect world. So 3 out of 12, it's not that bad considering that you're kind of expected almost to get in your 6.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
not bad.
All right, yeah. So you slice open a few of these soldiers and just check them out because maybe they died all at the same time. That seems likely.
Yeah.
Their armor and gear kind of looks like the same.
Theoretically.
Few of the soldiers you start going over have armor that's different from the rest of them. Same colors, same heraldry, but the style and shape of it is different.
So it looks almost
Some of
age-wise different, like
Yeah,
almost
actually.
the same race or
Nationality
army, but
you're looking
same.
for.
Thank you. Same nationality, but a different age of that nationality.
yeah.
Okay. So I sliced the other ones.
Some of
as
them are
well.
fairly fresh, maybe like a week.
Okay.
Some of them, one of them is almost mummified when you take a look at it, maybe a couple decades.
Interesting. I'll die in here.
The ground you're in where these bodies are, as you get closer to the older stuff, is like more kind of creeping inward, kind of like a dome. Like not a dome, but like a
Fisher.
like a depression in the ground.
Okay.
Like the ground's caving inward.
And I still see that fissure off in the distance?
As you get
that?
closer to the battlefield, there is actually that round kind of break in the ground with like spider-like leg fissures everywhere.
Yes.
And there's a bit of light coming from it.
Okay, well, I continue to hurriedly go towards it.
What, Nicole? Why do you look so scared?
I'm just hoping it's not something that it might be, but I hope it's not. Continue.
I continue running. I continue to go towards
All right.
it. He was like, what?
Point of note, these bodies haven't been picked over by scavengers.
That's...
Now they have.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah.
There are scavenger animals that thrive in the north. Thrive better than your people ever could.
Yeah.
And they haven't picked this field clean.
They are wearing armor, and there's a blizzard.
There are
It seems
types
a little
of
weird.
predators and animals and spirits that will burrow into a body and use the armor as a shell to grab other animals.
On the other hand, the deers from earlier, that were
They
died because they were
off,
sick or
yes.
whatever. Scavengers also didn't get to those guys, so that might be a connection.
True. Okay. Well, I don't really bother with it too much as far as that goes. I figure it just must be something to do with this blizzard, or it must be...
As you walk closer to the fissure in the ground, the sound that your boots make against the snow changes.
Okay, so...
Instead of it being a crunch and the soft give of yielding snow, it's a very definite kind of hollow thunk sound.
That was a really good sound effect.
It was. Okay, I bend down and I kind of check out the ground to see what it is, if it's changed.
At first you think it's like really clear snow or ice, but when you kind of like tap it with like, you know, pieces of metal on your hand or like rings or like a tool, you're walking on glass.
I'm walking on glass. Ooh. Okay, can I see the difference between the glass and the snow as I look around?
Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of shape does the glass roll out?
It is a ovoid shape, probably about as big as your head.
Well, that's not very big at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I see anything through the glass?
Darkness and what looks like a mummified skeleton. Like right up close. When you put your head in, you can see it right there staring back at you.
Interesting.
You can come on in whenever you want, Kevin. Feel free.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he kind of trumps in from the blizzard.
Japanese winter horror movie scene.
Are you kidding me? How selfish are you to have wandered off alone? Like, do you realize you live for the village? That they require, like...
Just screaming this in the middle of...
in the middle of all these bodies. He's blatantly freaking out, too. It's like, what?
If you know two things about white people, it's that they love Rachel Ray and they are terrified of curses.
Like, what were you thinking wandering off? What if you died? We'd never find your body here.
Yeah, but now when I come back, I have rings and extra furs and a few other extra parchment. Parchment's hard to find around here.
Cursed rings. Cursed. Have you seen these bodies? Have you seen what is around us? Everything here is obviously cursed.
Curses, smirches. It'll sell.
You're robbing
Or
corpses.
trade. It'll trade or sell, and then it's their curse.
Their ghost will follow us back to the village.
Yeah, and then we'll trade it, and it'll follow the caravan, and the village will prosper.
Are you insane?
It's gonna feed us. It's great. It's great.
Unbelievable.
There's soft light coming from that glass you were staring at, by the way, just
It's
deep inside of it.
Looking back. Okay, I go back.
It's kind of illuminating the skull a bit.
Well, help me figure out what this glowing light is.
If I do that, will you come back with me?
Yeah, and
leave
then
this
we can
cursed
bring
place?
light back to the village. We'll be like heroes or something.
Light back. We have torches.
Yeah, well,
We have torches all over the place.
Glowy light. It looks better. It'll. I don't know.
I go over to help him.
So, not flat into the ground, but kind of on an angle, is an ovoid pane of glass frozen into the ground, and there's a like mummified skull behind it, and there's like light coming from within wherever that skull is, like not from in the skull, from the area around it.
Is this I'm going to use my spear to kind of push snow away from more of the surrounding area.
Oh, so more around the ovoid is like bits of not metal but jade. It's a type of metal it's not rock and Exalted. It's metal. It's a magical material. Like it's It's one of the fundamental building blocks of like artifacts from the Golden Age, from the time before man, from the area when Titans walked the earth.
It or anything.
But as you start to push it away, it starts to get a curve and more of a curve, and that pane of glass, which isn't glass, you're tapping it. It's and you know this because you have a cult. Like your character studies this and probably talks to stuff. This is adamant. Crystals of the gods.
Okay.
And as you start to move more and more of it away, it looks more and more like a bell with a window in it. And if you go down a bit more and start like really hacking in, more green jade starts to give way with bits of red jade tempered into it,
Totally right. We need to
giving
bring
off
this
the
back.
appearance of sculpted abs made of metal and jade and steel.
See, we can bring this back to the village, and we will live like kings. It'll be great.
We will. Oh my. What is this?
We'll get the whole village here, and we'll just pick it up and walk away.
I tried to dig out more of it, like using the spear to
Continue
just...
to
Spend a
dig
few
it out.
hours on it by corpse light.
Yeah.
By the way, as the sun goes down, lights do appear above these corpses. Gaseous will-o-wisp or foo-follets go above like where the hearts would have been of each of these bodies and just kind of float there as like a kind of lazy miasma, giving off snow light.
So I do have my occult powers.
You don't have occult powers, but you have a cult. And a cult, skill occult is a power in Exalted.
Okay.
Having the skill occult means you know how to banish spirits, deal with gods.
Yes,
You know how to do... The Exorcist, from the movie The Exorcist, had a cult. He didn't have powers. He just had the occult skill, because it let him know everything about exorcising Pazuzu from the little girl.
Unfortunately, he didn't have his integrity very high.
No, he
So
did not.
I as we continue to dig this thing out, this bell of jade.
It is not a bell.
Well, you said a bell shape, kind of.
The bell shape was the head of this thing. As you start
okay.
carving out more, and see carved adds that lead off into arms and what looks like a lower torso. This is a man made of metal with a skeleton inside of it.
Okay.
Like a full body of armor.
If the armor was 4 meters tall.
Which was that? 12 feet? Yeah, 12 feet, yeah. How heavy is it?
Probably like 700 tons.
Okay. So we are not carrying this, the two of us.
Well, what do you?
No, we are definitely not.
You can't excavate all of it. Like you basically get like the helmety part and the torso kind of like free because it's on a slant that you stepped on. You remember you stepped on its viewing screen basically. Like it's porthole, and now you've basically carved down to even have like a pit going on. It right over its breast where its heart would be, there is a divot in the armor where there is what looks like fingers of gold mixed with brass, holding a shattered and broken remains of a crystal that's bleeding off that kind of white light and some sort of almost iridescent, rainbowish kind of liquid fire.
We should take that as a
Sounds
proof that
good.
we actually have something.
Yeah. Do we
You know
have
occult,
any
and I'm going to have you roll in plus occult.
intelligence plus occult? So we are going to go with 9.
Because it's not a fully shattered crystal, it's just cracked and a large chunk of it's broken open and it's just bleeding out something.
And we're going to get 2 success.
It's not that great.
No.
All right, you're looking at this, and the world is covered. The world that you live in is called Gaia. I'm almost certain. Like creation has a true name, and the true name of creation, your entire world is Gaia, and the creation is her body, and she has blood running through it, and the blood is dragons. These kinds of mythical elemental forces. And they power through her body and provide it with life and energy. That's what the elemental poles give out. The elemental pole of air, at its core, is this kind of ancient serpentine foci. And its blood pours through the north and makes it cold and keeps the air flowing and keeps all that stuff happening. When these things crisscross enough, you get what are called domains. They're kind of like... in classical terms, they're kind of like fairy rings, or like areas that are like Fiddler's Green, or kind of like Avalon, like the Legend of Avalon. This kind of magical place that's just enchanted, where like things grow better and whatnot, and things are different, and everything is more intense. And every once in a while, domains, when they're potent enough, grow a seed, and that seed's called a hearthstone. It's the focal of it, and you can take it with you. This is a fact of creation. You can pick up physical crystallized blood of the earth, and it'll give you power.
Okay.
This thing is using it as a power source.
And that's what's bleeding out, it looks like? Or?
Well, they're not supposed to be able to break.
Interesting.
And this thing uses a power source. And all the dominoes start falling into place for you. This thing's an artifact. Like a tool of the gods, or a tool of like the god kings.
Interesting.
These types of things were seen in the War with the Bull of the North, when he started his campaign like 10 years ago. Oh shit, you're in one of those battlefields. The Bull of the North is not known for taking prisoners. He's known for having the slaves kill the wounded. He's known for like desecrating bodies to demoralize the realm to make sure they don't come back.
Interesting.
And like, you know, as you're kind of looking at that and you're digging out more of the torso, a part of the torso made of that imperishable, impossible to break kind of folded material has been gouged open, and there's evidence of like some sort of like reaving kind of knife ripping through the stomach and bleeding out. Like there's gears and bits of pumps and valves and gaskets that have shredded out like a can opener, and you can see like the lower torso of that skeleton in there, and it's just been gutted from the inside.
Do we see anything other, like anything not broken on the inside or useful on the inside?
Well, there's parts of it. Like this thing is a 4-story suit of armor.
Are those
animated
gears
by those gears are made of the same material, that kind of brass gold that's imperishable. Some of them are twisted,
well,
which you could never do in your lifetime.
Are there any not twisted ones that are easily
Sure, they're frozen in the snow. You're just starting to pull them out.
Yeah,
You've seen old dark brown dullish red near this part where this guy bled out into the snow where he fell. They didn't even take the suit with them.
I vote we take as many of these gears as we can and run.
Yeah, let's take out this glowing thing. I'm gonna try to wedge that out of the.
Like put a knife in there and try to wedge out the hearthstone.
Yeah, like dig my
Good idea.
in and...
All right, try to kind of leverage it out. Do you like go for the cracked part basically?
Yeah, use that as a
pressure point?
Yeah.
All right, so you put your hand and knife in there and kind of just wedge into the hearthstone where it's cracked, and there is a kind of disquieting popping sound through the snowstorm, because snow deafens areas. And it comes out and tumbles down and starts to heat up. And the ground kind of makes a large kind of thrum, and some of the snow shakes.
Oh, sugar.
Did you try to handle that thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to grab it.
His hand explodes. The
Okay.
meat immediately evaporates off of it as if it was hit by lava, and the bone itself explodes into a grenade as if the marrow
I
is
hit the
superheated.
ground?
I start screaming because.
Are you-
Oh, you die of shock almost immediately.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's dead? Okay, I
went alone into the blizzard with you, and only you came back.
sorry.
Also, I probably alerted everyone that you wandered off.
Oops.
That thing hits the snow and starts burning through it. It starts to actually spin on its own, the faceted crystal with the crack in it.
Lying on my stomach, keeping my face kind of hidden from it, I poke it with the end of my spear.
Your spear catches fire. Not normal fire. Like a green and rainbow-colored fire that starts spreading up it at like geometric angles.
Okay, toss the spear away.
Okay.
We're gonna grab what I know is useful off him. So if any extra food
You hear the sound of a
supplies-
gong.
Oh.
It rings once from inside that armor.
Okay, we're gonna just book it.
All right, so you get up and you're starting to leave. As you're trying to get up and get away, the ground starts to shift a bit more, and you hear another gong. But it's like bong, 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 bong. Like it's picking up its pace.
Okay, yeah.
It's not it's a gong sound, but it sounds a lot more like a heartbeat. Like you hear something inside twisting over, like an engine turning over, basically.
Okay. Do I have a bow on me?
Sure.
Okay. I get to the edge where the blizzard, because you said I'm in the eye of the blizzard.
Yeah, but it's probably like an hour to get through it, and this battlefield is probably like 20 minutes to go across in the snow. It's a huge battlefield.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting to the edge of the eye, so not to the edge outside of the blizzard.
Yeah.
Just to the if I get
So
to
from the
edge,
center-ish where you are, it's gonna be like a 20-minute.
Okay, well I'm gonna
Infinite.
book it to the edge.
Okay.
Sorry for your death.
Some nameless NPC. He was there to die. He was born to die, dude.
I ate faster than last time, too.
It's not your fault. Your death will not be in vain. I will remember you for at least an hour.
What was his name?
Bob?
So yeah, you're gonna get back to the village, and this one guy who went out looking for you.
Like that village matters anymore.
Yeah, I have rings of gold. I'm good to go.
I have money.
You're gonna get back there, and all your guardians or all their guards are gonna be dead for some reason.
No, it was not Diamond Hearth they went to. Though that would have been, in retrospect, that would have been hilarious if I made it Diamond Hearth you lived in. Oh, that would have really tied. It would have tied the room together pretty well.
Too late.
All right, you start running, and as you do, a lot of those hands and feet kind of start twitching nearby you, and actually one of them actually runs out to grab at your boot.
I stab the hand with the butt of my bow
Okay.
and continue running.
All right, that does not deter it. It grabs your bow.
Delightful. I let go of the bow and continue running.
Okay.
Um,
As you start running to the edge, it's obvious that like some of these bodies are starting to get up at the periphery near the edge and start to like rise up as like moving frozen corpses with large chunks of ice still stuck to them that they couldn't quite wrench themselves free. So going to the edge doesn't seem like that's going to be a winning strategy here. There's a couple hundred bodies here.
I'm probably halfway between the edge and the...
Not even half.
Not even half. Okay, we're gonna go back to that. And we are gonna try and grab a sword or something on the ground.
Sure, yeah, there are swords on the ground.
Okay, I grab one, maybe two.
Sure.
And we're gonna run back toward the giant spear of glowy, fiery death, apparently.
Yeah, keep in mind that at the kind of the precipice, there's that crevice that goes down. Like that kind of cliff face, so if you want to use the swords as kind of climbing tools.
So it's going down?
Yeah, the crevice goes straight down. It's like a hole with like spider leg breaks in it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
at kind of the edge of this is where that armor was.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're gonna climb down the...
Alright, as you run past the armor, you can see snow that you haven't uncovered wrench as some of an arm that doesn't have a hand breaks out of the ground, connected to like the suit itself.
Okay. We are definitely gonna start climbing down.
Alright, so you flip over the edge of the cliff and use the swords to kind of like slow your
down.
fall.
Yep.
Ooh, that's athletics. That's strength and athletics.
So
I'm going to say that kind of method is a two-die stunt because that's cool.
So, okay, strength.
Remember, actions in Exalted aren't about being the most efficient, they're being about the coolest.
Okay. So I flip over, dig the swords into the snow, use my feet as well, and slide down to a ledge, hopefully. And athletics and strength is going to give me 7 plus 2 will give me 9. And 4. That's a little bit better than...
Alright, you're able to quickly, keep your descent good, keep the swords in, not like get kicked off of it by hitting like a ore vein or something. And you're on a ledge, and there's maybe another 40 feet down you have to go. There's that light till probably the bottom, it looks like.
Oh, the bottom, okay.
Where there's like this kind of weird frozen asymmetrical mushroom cap structure that's just covered in ice and broken parts of glacier from the sides of this hole that have fallen on it, and it's giving off like a white light from inside the ice.
Do I see any caves or anything around? Or
Yeah, remember it's
well, yeah.
So imagine flat ground, and it's like a round hole, and then like there's fissures and stuff going off. And those would basically be caves, and there might be like holes in the side and stuff.
How big is the ledge I'm sitting on?
Enough for 3 people to stay on, probably.
Okay. How stable does it feel? Like if I kind of jump a little bit on it, it's not going to give way too easily?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As you're kind of there, one of those bodies falls over the side of the cliff, like it looks like it was trailing after you, and just tumbles down and like crashes onto another smaller ledge and just falls.
Continues falling. Okay. I quickly tie some of the rope I have around me.
Okay.
And with the other end of the rope, I tie it to one of the sword hilts. And then still have the sword in my hand, though. And then I start climbing down the side of the mountain. So by jabbing the sword in, and then the next sword going down a little bit further, jabbing in, so that I always have at least one tether.
Awesome. All right, another strength and athletics with the 2 dice stunned.
Okay, so that'll be 9 again. And 6 this time. There we go.
1. Okay, so yeah, you're going down the rest of the way?
Yeah.
Okay, you go down the rest of the way and land on the ground. The ground here is broken up kind of like fish scales almost. Like it's like frozen over ice that looks like it's like heated and melted a bunch of times. So it's like maybe palm hand sized scales that have snapped and shifted up and down. It's very uneven, like like cracked skin basically almost.
Is it sharp ice or is it just dulled over kind of snow?
Kind of dulled over time. And yeah, that body that fell, its spinal column snapped directly in half, and the bottom half, which has like a knife frozen in one hand and has a half broken hand in the other, is like stabbing itself in the ground, the knife in the ground, and it's pulling the top half of the torso towards you. Its eyes giving off this kind of pale, misty light, and there's a hunger on its face.
Can I see the spirit inside of it with my occult?
You don't have magic yet. You're just a dude.
I can
Charms are your
see
solar
it, though,
stuff.
can't
Nope.
I? No? Oh.
Charms are your solar stuff. You don't have it yet.
Oh, interesting.
You just have literally that top half of the character sheet. That's all you got.
Yeah, but I thought with occult you said
Occult
I
is
still could,
knowledge.
You said I could still exercise though to a degree.
That's a knowledge.
Yeah, but that's knowing
Yes.
how. It's not seeing a spirit
Okay,
inside.
fair enough.
Seeing gods is supernatural in nature.
I wasn't quite sure how.
That's fine. No, it's good. This is a learning experience.
Okay. How quickly will it take me to exercise this thing?
You have no
knowledge?
material, no knowledge of why this hungry ghost is pissed off.
Yeah, that's what I expected.
It would be rough.
Yeah, okay. How close am I to the mushroom ice thing that I saw?
Maybe 2-3 minute run.
And how close is that thing?
Oh, this thing is slow. Slow as balls,
Well,
man.
yeah, but...
It's just, unlike you, it's never going to get tired.
Yes. Okay. We're going to move towards the glowing mushroom of ice. And try and figure out what's making it glow. If it's another one of those hearthstones or if it's another...
Alright, okay. As you're running towards it, are you doing like a full break run?
Not a full break run, a controlled run.
Alright.
I don't want to... Not a panicked...
Yeah, but you want to get there.
I want to get there, but I don't want to lose my footing in case any of these scales are still sharp or... Yeah.
By the time you reach this place, you hear a thunderous crash as that suit of armor has wrenched itself free and has thrown itself into the cliff after you. So you see it, not even in a controlled descent, just falling like chest first with like legs at odd angles, smashing into
delightful.
pillars one after another until it slams to the ground with like a bit of a mini avalanche covering it of just fresh snow and broken ice. And you can see it in its full glory now, I guess. It's very smoothed over and kind of like almost like the iPod design, like very smooth edges and like kind of clicking together segmented parts. Suit of battle armor with that kind of, not segmented, but samurai kind of lamellar design to it.
Yes.
It doesn't have its helmet. That dome part would actually have a helmet that goes over top that makes it look actually like a dome-eyed samurai. But instead, it's just a naked bell with like inscriptions and carvings on it to help channel it. And you can see the skeleton inside. Like your vision just locks in on the skeleton inside behind the glass, and you can see it's like twisting and moving, and it's moving its arms, and its arms are inside the armor around like pistons and gaskets that are like moving it, and the whole thing's moving along with it. Because this thing isn't like a mech where you have like pilot sticks. This thing is you put your arms into the arm sockets and your leg into the leg sockets. And like, if its arm is like this, your arm would be right here where you're like, what's this part of your body called?
Your forearm.
Bicep.
Yeah, your hand would be like in the bicep, and you have like things that you're pulling and stuff, and the whole thing moves with you.
Yeah.
So you'd actually get quite tired using this. But and yeah, it's just moving itself towards you. Yeah, it has a big stomach gash. One hand is missing and looks like it's been shattered, like it was disarmed. The other hand is around a twisted piece of ice and metal that isn't a weapon. It's just debris it's picked up.
Delightful.
It's not up yet. It's over there, 3-minute run away.
I'm going to assume I sense malice from it, or...
Oh, this thing looks... If this thing isn't malicious, your entire life, you have...
I'd assume so.
Yeah, there is
okay.
no words.
We're going to keep running...
Well, you're at it now. You're at the
I'm
mushroom
at it?
cap structure.
Okay. Do I see what's glowing? Is it another hearthstone, or is it a...
This structure is completely opaque, except it has like layered levels of ice on it. like blue, cloudy, frozen, refrozen ice, not pure ice.
Yeah.
And it is like a mushroom cap without a stem, and it is sideways smashed into the ground. So you can see it's kind of not as perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The underside of it looks like it's just all pure ice. It looks like steam has frozen around it, basically, into kind of like hollow ice shafts.
Okay.
Looks quite beautiful, actually. And some of that's broken, so you can like climb up under there and get under the mushroom cap, maybe out of sight. And the light is coming from basically its underside and that empty bits of ice. You can kind of see from the ice on top that the front of the mushroom cap actually has kind of almost like a ladybug eye windows to it, like bubble windows on the front of the mushroom cap.
Okay.
And there's almost this kind of gold and black metal design going across it under the ice.
Okay. I'm gonna crawl into it.
Okay.
Carefully, with both swords still in my hands, using the swords going first, so that...
This mushroom cap is, how big is this thing? It's probably the size of a large gazebo.
Okay. The ice, how easy is the ice chippable? Like, is it just still regular ice, or do I notice it's like a stronger material?
The ice looks like it's pretty thick. Like, it's ice, but it's very thick, very cold ice.
Okay.
It looks like it wasn't just water that froze in here. It looks like it was water from, like, a different type of steam.
Okay. So I continue crawling into it.
Okay. So yeah, you see that suit of armor starting to move around and look around. It looks like it hasn't... It locked eyes with you first, but now that you've crawled inside, it can't see you.
Okay.
And... what do we got here? You have reached that place you saw in your dreams.
Interesting. Inside, so I guess it opened up inside of the...
Yeah, as you go through that ice cave, you see more of that gold metal with like veins of black, a very silvery black. Like when you look into the metal, your eyes kind of get lost into it. Like it has depth to it, but it's all around. This thing's made of it, and like some of it's been punctured inward, basically. Like if you were to puncture a tin can and metal will be broken inside.
Okay.
So there's like sharp daggers of punctured metal going in, and you're able to climb inside and grab it and use that as leverage to get in.
Okay.
It's warm in here. Like almost like jungle humid warm.
Interesting.
Like you don't see your breath when you're breathing, and there's almost immediately the condensation starts to appear on like your skin and the swords you have. So you're in a room probably the size of this living room, 10 by 10?
Yeah.
And
like
there's light in here. The corners of the room, which it has corners, and the corners have beads of like welded metal almost, and they're giving off a soft white glow, and you can see the glows coming from symbols carved all into it. You have never seen this shit before in your life.
Yeah. Okay, I start to panic a little bit. Just a general panic, not a full panic, a little panic.
So yeah, it's a kind of like an octagonal, hexagonal type room. Maybe 10 square feet in it.
Do I notice the symbols are the same symbols for all the glowy symbols, or are they different symbols that are glowing?
They're different. It's the language, it looks like.
Okay.
But you can see you're starting to pick up patterns because you're smart that way, and like you study stuff.
Okay.
This room has a few doors, some of them man-sized, some of them look like you'd open them, you have to crawl on your hands and knees through them. Some of them are like just swinging open as if they go into the walls and are like open in like a V formation. Some of them have been like smashed open and like they've been twisted open by some unknown force. This place is full of cases, large like curio trunks made of like polished brass and steel that are locked, and some of them are some of them are smashed open, or you can like pick up like a rock and just start hammering into it.
Okay. Do I find anything in these?
Oh yeah, they're all full. These are all full of canisters made of jade and some sort of white ceramic material, and like this is enough jade that this would pay for an entire set of houses for your entire village. This one of these canisters, and there's like 5 in this case.
So it's a canister just filled with currency. Then.
No, it's a canister made of currency.
Okay. Okay.
And it's sealed and has like a locking seal on it. There's like the top of the canister has like a handle you put your hand in and twist to open. It's about the size of kind of like a larger bicep.
Okay. Covering my face with one of my skins.
You have no idea what could be in here.
Yeah, I carefully open one of the ever
You're
so
strong.
slightly.
You spend some time wrenching onto it, and you're able to. You eventually realize that your thumb and your pinky have to go into a slot in the side of the handle, and just there's a soft, gelatinous, almost skin feeling kind of like a rubber. It's rubber.
Yeah.
Nubs that you have to press in as you twist.
Okay.
As you do, you hear just the slightest telling of a song playing as you undo it. Like it's a music box as you untwist it. Like the threads in this canister are also music boxes, and it's singing a song in a language you've never heard before, but you've heard in your dreams.
Is it delightful or terrifying?
It's delightful and ominous.
Okay.
It fills you with awe and wonder.
Okay. I, again, still having my face covered, I slowly open it fully, keeping it upright so that nothing will spill out if it's liquid.
All right, you open the lid, and the lid actually doesn't separate from the canister. As you lift it up, the lid opens like a flower in your hand and slides down the side of the canister and becomes kind of part of it and shoots out stems so that you can stand upright without it tipping over. Like it basically just shifts in your hand.
Okay.
And this thing is full of 5 golden and brass discs with holes in them.
Do I know roughly what these are?
You have no fucking clue what any of this is.
5 golden and brass discs.
Yeah, they're about the size of, literally the size of throwing discs, like discuses.
Okay. Using a small knife, I pick up a disc.
It's heavy. It's probably like 15 pounds.
Okay.
You can, though. You can pick it up and just, it has weight to it.
Yeah, using
the underside of it is enameled with ruby in kind of like straight right-angled runs, and there are pictures and there are Aztec-style kind of hieroglyphics going on, showing large multi-headed predators with cages for hearts that hold the souls of the dead, and like a disc. These discs are kind of in the style of the sun, and them shining with light and then being destroyed and banished to hell.
Okay. Interesting. Are all the canisters the same size that I can see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Each one of these boxes has 5 of them.
I assume it's some kind of story. Am I able to seal the canister back up? Or...
Yep. And a separate song plays when you kind of reseal it. Like, you're trying to figure out how to reseal it, and you basically grab at what would have been the handle that kind of twists on the side, and it kind of instinctively folds back up around your hand, locking onto your hand, and you have to manually close it before it lets go of you.
Ooh,
Jesus.
Terrifying. Okay, so there's 5 15-pound discs in there, so that's over 60.
By the way, when you pick up the canister weighs less than the total mass of those discs.
Interesting. And what's the...
The canister itself weighs maybe 5 pounds.
And how big is the canister?
About the size of like a big guy's bicep.
Okay.
It doesn't fold space. It's just lighter.
Yeah.
It's like a bucket with a hole in it.
Okay. I put one of the canisters into my bag, the one that I opened, and I go towards one of the closed doors that's, full size, and I try and open it, but opening it so that I'm not directly in the opening.
These doors open into the wall. They're like Star Trek
so then
doors.
kind of, off to the side, trying to
All right,
avoid
this would
the
be strength and athletics. You're doing a feat of strength.
Okay. So strength and athletics is 7.
Yep.
And do I get +2 or?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you the +2 for kind of, having the presence of mind to not be directly in front of whatever's on the other side of this door.
Yeah. So 9, and I get a 4 successes.
Not enough.
Okay.
This door does not yield to your strength.
Darn. I do not want to be in one of those already open doors in case that robot thing comes by.
You can't get into here.
You don't know?
It's 40. What did I say? 4 meters tall.
Yeah, but if it starts smashing its way through here, I don't want to be in its smashing range. That's generally my thought process. Okay, we're gonna put... Is there anything heavy to tie rope to?
Yeah, there's debris of the interior of this building. Some of the wall has breached open. It looks like it buckled from pressure, and there are like pipes made of fine silver, but the silver kind of reflects your reflection and like other people's reflections you've known in your life, like brothers, sisters, mothers. You think young kids that might look like you and someone you once fancied. And like when you pick it up, it kind of almost like gives in your hand like it's made of water, but retains its shape.
Interesting.
There are pipes like that, just long enough, maybe as long as your arm.
Okay, can I pick up one of these pipes?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
It feels heavy, really heavy for its size.
Okay, dragging this pipe, I go back over to the door and wedge the pipe into the door crack.
Okay.
And then using the pipe as leverage, I try and open the door.
I'll give you 2 dice, and I will change the difficulty in my head for what it's like.
Okay. So, a 9 again, and 3 this time. Oof.
Okay, so if you want to use the pipe to get the door open, you'd have to do an extended action, where basically, every roll is a set amount of time, and you have to accrue successes. Do you want to spend time on that, or do you want to try another way? Because that's the thing, time sink. Because I don't know how concerned you are about letting time pass.
Yeah, I don't really want time to pass right now. Okay, I give up on that, but I do keep the pipe dragging with me, and I go for one of the larger, already open doors.
Okay, one of them, they fold into the wall, but the top part is closed, and the bottom parts are kind of splayed open, so you have to kind of crawl under it a bit.
Okay.
The doors themselves have those kind of hieroglyphs carved into it, showing pictures of a sphere that have the same type of pipes and like spinning windmills and stuff on them, and almost like fire coming out of holes in it.
Okay.
Anyway, you crawl under.
Yeah.
You're in a different room, smaller but more consistent. It is perfectly dome-sized, smaller, and has a round kind of pool on the floor, like it has like an upside-down dome, like recess in the floor, that has spikes coming out that have right-angle tips. So think like the like a needle on a record player.
Yeah.
So it's a straight spike, and then it angles at a right angle, and then it has like a conical tip made of, and the spikes are made of it looks like green jade, but the conical tips are made of that black metal that if you look too closely at it, you just keep going on forever.
Interesting. Do I see any other exits through this room?
No, it looks like it's the only interesting to hear. Now, above this thing is a large bulbous sphere of some sort that's covered in pipes and has slowly turning bands along it. That every once in a while, one of these arms will come up and tap one of the bands, and there'll be a spark of white light, and then it'll recess back down. And it is humid in this room. It is warm, and your hair's on end, and you can feel the neck hair stand up on the back of your neck.
Okay.
There's an energy in this room. The walls themselves look like shattered ice, like ice that's been broken and re-frozen a couple of times. And every once in a while, one of them will light up with that white light and show like the briefest hieroglyph of something that you can't discern.
Interesting. I'm probably sweating profusely at this point.
Yeah, you're wearing an awful lot of stuff.
Yeah, so I take off some layers and repack them. I do not want to lose them.
Fair enough.
And then watching this thing, go up and tap and go back down, I take the pipe, and as one of them goes up, I kind of try and knock it back down before it gets the chance to tap.
Okay, so you swing as hard as you can with the silver pipe and smash into one of those arms, and it snaps back, and you see like a piece of broken and twisted metal inside of it actually wrench itself free, and it moves a lot more fluidly now, and rapidly taps against the spherical device at the top, and starts making more and more of those sparks happen.
Interesting.
That piece of metal flies off into the corner of the room.
Yeah.
those bands start to spin just a little faster as it's tapping it more.
Do I recognize anything of the...
Not a goddamn
Well, no, you
thing.
said there were pictures of things and it was flashing pictures.
Every once in a while, one of the hieroglyphs will look like the symbols on the light strips in the room. Sometimes it looks like the symbols on the door. Sometimes you see a symbol of like a carved like stone pictogram of like a one-eyed statue without a hand.
I'm gonna try another room, I guess. I crawl out of this room.
Okay. This room's brighter now.
The new or the old room
Yeah.
I was in? Interesting.
It's part of the floor. The floor is made up of like tiles, and some of those tiles start shifting across, moving those cases across the floor. Like the cases that hold the cylinders in
So
them.
they're shifting?
Yeah, it looks like the floor is basically, think like conveyor belts,
Yeah.
like layered plates that
Yeah.
kind of can shift around, and they're moving those cases closer and closer to a square hole you'd have to get on your hands and knees to, and trying to like move it in, but the doors are blocked.
Okay. I go over and using the pole, I try and wrench open those doors.
No, strength.
Okay, strength plus just strength or
Mhm.
okay, so 4 dice. 0.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to pull that off.
Okay. I go back to the original door that I had tried to wrench open. And I decide I'm going to give it a little bit more time.
Do you want to take more time investigating the door?
Yeah, I'll investigate it this time.
All right, so it's also covered in hieroglyphs around the periphery, showing different, kind of like a story. It's trying to tell you a story, basically. It's a story about, like, it's like gates to a golden land that open and close, but there's like a hand symbol you have to make. And, like, it shows people praying with that hand symbol, and the hand symbol is a hand closed like a claw around a stick.
Kind of similar to the shape I had to make to open the jar? Or...
Yeah, actually.
Okay. Does it look like there's a place on the door that I can grab and
One of
turn?
those symbols is like the hand shape around a stick, and when you like brush your hand over it, it gives a bit.
I push on the symbol.
It goes inward and slides up, revealing one of those handles.
I grab and twist.
All right, it grabs your hand, and it doesn't dig into your skin. It's kind of like a cat testing you. And as you twist it, the door gives a bit and starts to open about halfway before it stops. So you can kind of sideways through. And then it lets
Okay.
go of your hand and goes back in.
Okay. So I sideways through the door.
Okay.
On the other side, I see if I can find that hand symbol again.
The hieroglyphs have all been like broken off by impact. It looks like a lot of the wall has buckled under its own weight. And that sigil has snapped off and fallen on the floor, and the handle's right there.
So I turn the handle to close the door.
Yeah, closes.
Okay. Is it still lit in this room?
Sporadically, it blinks on and off.
Okay, so I'm strobe lighting here.
Not strobe lighting, more like a bad fluorescent light.
Okay.
Or a candle that's sputtering.
Okay.
I should have led with the candle example. This room is a crescent. So where you are, crescent's around into another door, but there's a black curved wall on the right hand side. Like it's it looks like you'd be able to see out of a black. It looks like this would be a natural place for a window to be, but
Okay.
the entire wall is opaque. And just below you, if you walk down a few steps, is like almost like a river or like a pond that it looks like some of these cases would be gliding across, but they're just kind of fallen over and like spilled open.
Interesting. And there's more of those pots in those cases.
There's a case here that has been split open by a piece of metal ramming into it, and these little cases, the 5 that would be inside, are just all over the ground.
Okay. I continue down the corridor, then I guess.
All right, yeah, so you go to the other end of the crescent. Yeah, there's another door, and it's just straight up open.
Okay, I go through the door.
You're in what looks like the front of the mushroom. Here there are the inside of those 2 ladybug dome eyes.
So now I can see out. So
You can see the ice over top.
Okay. So I'm not going down in the mushroom, I'm going up. So I can theoretically see the...
You're basically
armor,
staring out where you were staring in.
Yes.
And so the eyes in front of them are large obelisks that are really fat. that have a smooth mirrored surface where the eyes are, like where it's facing the eyes, like it's a kind of mirror reflecting.
Yeah.
And the backs of them have various amounts of those hieroglyphs in like little square plates that you could just reach out and kind of shift down and move around. The center of this room, in between the two large eye parts, is a standing desk made out of the same kind of metal and whatnot. It has like poles that go up and flat parts. Like if someone would stand there and put their hands on the various symbols on it. And it looks like there's a sort of almost small temple built in the middle with like manuscripts and prayer offerings. Like you'd light a bowl and burn things in offering to it. Oh, and there's someone right there, slumped over. They're about, I don't know, 6.5 feet tall, and inside large ornate armor. So it's like gold and it's gold and light brown and black, segmented and made of that same kind of interlocking apple design kind of. It's hard to describe that kind of style.
Yes,
but it's the iPod style, where everything's made of segmented parts that kind of click together and look almost natural and smooth surfaced. But it's it also has like hard valves coming out of the back, and the shoulders are large spheres that have like vents that it looks like heat would come out of them. And they're wearing a helmet that is dome shaped and has a single eye made out of crystal.
Poke it lightly with my bowl and be like, "Hello, spirit, are you still alive?"
It makes an echoing sound, or like a dull twang, but there's no movement.
No movement.
You can see through the eyes though, and that suit of armor is moving towards this thing, and it is looking like it's getting ready to start kind of smash into here.
Okay, we're gonna go back down this thing. So I go back through the hallway, back to the door, open the door.
Yep.
Go back through the door, close the door behind me. So if I'm in this new room...
The original room?
The original room. The door is, let's say, here. Directly across, do I see a door, going towards the back of this ship, if that's the front?
If this was a ship, the back would be where that large heart is.
Okay.
You've basically gone the entire distance around it.
Okay.
So it's like the back is where that large spherical thing that gives off energy is. And you were in basically a side room, and then you took a curving corridor to go to the front, which means on the other side of this, there would be another room you've basically missed, and probably a center part.
Okay, well, I'm going to go into the room that I've missed.
So it's another one of those curved corridors, and where the wall was opaque on the other side, on this side, the wall is clear, and you just see ice.
Okay.
And you also see sticking out of this mushroom are what looks like large... cylinders, like smokestacks almost, made of that metal that they've been cracked, and they're just covered in ice. And they're pointing in the same direction as the eyes.
Interesting. So all I see, is there another room after this corridor? Okay, I go into that room.
So the room won't open, but the little tiny door you can crawl under will.
Okay, I'll crawl under and pull all my stuff through.
Okay. This room has different architecture than the rest of the place. It is covered in gold melted like candle wax, residue up on the walls. And in there looks to be some sort of swinging kind of bed on the side of the wall that you like a hammock almost, but made of kind of like a mesh-like material that that looks like it has like supports to it. So instead of being like a hammock that just kind of rolls up, it's more stronger.
Yeah.
There are symbols carved into the floor, and the floor itself looks to be made of that same kind of melty waxing gold, but also has like runnels of like steel and iron going through it to make like incantation circles. There's a heady smell of smoke and incense in here And you can see that some of the little pillars and also almost counters that are dotting this room give off kind of like a hot, embery glow, and have been burning for however long this thing's been here, and giving off that kind of incense.
Can I hear that giant machine banging on the glass, or do I?
Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Hasn't started yet. Okay.
There is a mirror in this room. It's made of that same kind of weird silver you saw.
Okay.
Like the frame of it, whereas the pane is made of that black metal. Like the actual mirror is made of that black metal that if you stare into it goes in deep.
Okay, I look into the mirror.
You don't even see a reflection. Like you see a vague outline of you.
Okay.
Being around this mirror makes you feel cold.
That's nice. So it's warm in this room, but being around the mirror makes me feel cold.
Like chill down your spine cold.
Interesting. Anything else in the room interesting other than
There are
mechanics
things
in the
like
mirror?
you can kind of open stuff and investigate.
Yeah, I investigate around the room a little bit more.
Okay. There is a sort of pouch made of like interlinked golden chainmail that if you kind of got to wrench open because you don't know how to open it.
Okay.
And it's full of small bits of polished glass with sunbursts on it.
Sunbursts?
Like a circle with 6.
Okay, yeah.
Like the Dawncast symbol I showed
Yeah.
you.
Yes. So it's a gold chainmail wallet, basically, like pouch.
Something like that, yeah.
With a bunch of sunburst glass.
Now, the sunbursts on the back have small lines of that rainbow metal and little spikes on them, kind of. Little fine, tiny, like almost like shirt pin spikes.
So it looks almost like a little ball with a...
Like a little, like those little, like, kind of fish tank beads with, like, little beetle legs on the back, but little stubby
okay.
ones.
Okay.
You know Kabuto has those little stubby legs?
Yes.
Kind of like that.
Okay. I tie that back up and put it in my pouch.
Okay.
And I keep investigating, looking around for other things. Does it look like those go anywhere in the room? Specifically, like, does it look like those spheres fit into something, or...
You kind of have the impulse to kind of grab one of those spikes, like pull on them.
Okay, I'll pull back out and I pull one of the spikes.
It removes itself from the stone and is connected by the thinnest bit of silk possible.
Interesting. Can I see how long it pulls out?
Probably about a hand's length.
Okay, does it retract if I let go? Or...
Yeah. It slowly wheels itself back in.
Interesting. And there's 2 on each of the spheres,
Yeah.
correct? And they go about a hand's length?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The more you look at the bead, the more it looks like it has like a slight outdented curve to it. Roll, I'm going to say occult.
Cult, so 5?
Mm-hmm.
1.
I'll give it to you. The bead itself would fit just perfectly on most people's indent in the bridge of their nose, and those little spikes are just long enough to go onto the inside of your eye tear duct.
No, I don't like
I don't want that.
Right?
Who would?
No, we're going to go with nope. I don't have a body with me. I can't test this with a body.
I don't have a body on me.
It's the worst. You always got to carry a body. I should have brought your body with me.
Yeah, instead of leaving me to die in the snow.
Oh, you were dead. You were long dead.
Yeah, I was just
You didn't even have a name.
You're
Sure I
Bobby
did.
dead.
It was blue something.
I
Yeah, I'm
apologize.
sure.
I apologize, but you were long dead. It ain't gonna happen.
That's what you said about your little brother when he fell.
Yep.
He was deadish.
Do I see anything else in this room that looks like it could fit this shape?
Nope.
That's how I die.
You don't have to put it in there.
No, I don't want to. It's gonna kill me.
You haven't fully explored the room.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep exploring the room.
There's like 3 of these in that bag, by the way.
Okay, I put that bag, like, I just,
Yeah.
tied it. And I keep exploring the room, seeing what else I can.
There's what looks like some sort of closet. It's a very narrow door that has that sunburst on it, and the seam goes around the curve of the sun. So like if it opens, it looks like the sun, and then the part of the door that didn't have the sphere in it looks like it'd be the moon.
I try and open the door.
You can't figure out. There's no obvious way to open it.
Interesting. I'm gonna try wrenching this door open using my pipe wedge.
Do you want to take time with it?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
All these doors look supernaturally resilient.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little time with this one.
Okay.
This looks a little bit.
Roll for me 3 rolls and tell me how many successes you get.
3 rolls of
Strength
Sorry.
plus athletics.
strength plus athletics. So that's
Just tell me each
7.
success you get. So 7.
So 3 rolls of 7.
Yeah. So tell me how many successes you get on each roll.
2 for the first.
Okay.
6 for the second.
Okay.
7 for the third.
Okay. So
2, 6, 7 makes. 15.
Oh no! There's a threshold you have to go over before
fair.
before it even counts,
Fair.
because it's fairly difficult. But that's 5 successes, so that is not bad. The first roll didn't even count. You're able to start to wrench at it, and when you start using that silver pipe, kind of near the moon part of it, it kind of gives a bit better for some reason. And with one quick motion, you snap it back, and the pipe snaps, and the closet just kind of wrenches open, and its doors slide into the side of the room.
Hope you just found the bathroom.
I hope so. I could use one right now. I'm scared.
You probably want to quickly duck out of the way.
Yeah.
Because as you do, a wicked-looking scythe immediately falls forward and slams into the floor and goes into the floor.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
It is, golly, it would be like 6 feet long at the pole, and the blade itself would be just large and ornate, and it's made of that weird watery silver metal.
I tossed aside the broken end of my pole, and I immediately try and grab the scythe to pick it up.
It's heavy. It's exceptionally heavy. It's ornate, and it doesn't like it. It looks like nothing you've seen before.
So this is now out. So I'm assuming the pole end is through the doors and out. So it's going in. Okay, I can't pick it up.
Oh no, you can pick it up.
I can
I'm
pick it up.
explaining what it feels like to kind of
okay.
heft it.
Okay, I try and pick it up and just hold it.
Yeah, it's heavy and awkward, but there's something familiar about it.
Interesting. Okay, well I'm gonna drag that with me because I don't really want to hold it. It's gonna slow me down. So I drag it with me.
If you let the blade touch the floor, it'll like scour the metal and stuff and like leave like carving marks into it.
Can I tilt the blade up so it doesn't scour?
Yeah, there's
it's
like handles in it, like a reaping scythe basically.
Yeah.
So you can like use the handle
And just tilt it up.
and just kind of
Still drag it, but not have the blade
Mhm.
destroying the place. Not that I care fully.
This thing weighs like 60, 70 pounds.
Okay, so just grabbing one
Is that
end
a lot?
isn't too. That's
No
not,
way.
That's not much. I can lift 60, 70 pounds.
But it's also long and consistent.
Yeah, but still, even at that
Yeah.
weight, it's not too bad.
It's pretty light.
Yeah, it's fairly light.
Really?
By
70 pounds?
No, it would be.
So double that would be like 140 pounds.
Yeah.
Kevin, how much do you weigh? Probably about half of Kevin.
All right, we'll try to pick up half
That'd
of
be
Kevin
60
right
pounds.
now.
What?
That'd be 60 pounds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
could pick up
but
Kevin
whatever.
right now.
Still.
Pick him up and use him like a weapon. Kevin,
Kevin's like, no.
Kevin, don't fight it.
Kevin would make a great weapon. No offense, Kevin.
Kevin just like plagues.
Laser gun sounds.
Homestuck. This is stupid.
Okay, so I drag it without the blade touching, and I check out, and I try and see what's inside that closet a little bit.
This was on like a kind of a weapon rack, and just the way you wrenched open the door kind of knocked it loose.
Okay.
There's clothes in here, like folded clothes made of kind of like the finest silk you've ever seen.
Oh, delightful.
There's like full-sized gowns, and there's dresses, like backless dresses made of like black silk that when you pick it up, you cut yourself on the silk because it's so fine.
Wow.
There is a circlet, like a very delicate green metal circlet with a hole in it for about the size of one of those crystals. That crystal that was broken was about egg sized, like chicken egg sized.
Yeah.
And it looks like it would just sock it right into there.
I'm gonna take out.
Similar holes are in this scythe.
Interesting. Okay. How many holes are in the scythe?
Oh, fuck. You have to ask the specific questions, don't you?
That's where my mind works.
Can I get back to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to put one... I pull out those... You said I had 3 of them? These spheres?
Different spheres.
Those are different. I meant the thing inside the armor.
The thing that
Like
melted
that-
his hand off.
Oh, it looks like... It
Yeah,
can
these
fit
are
those.
much smaller.
Yes,
yeah,
but
that
the
guy
scythe,
would fit.
The scythe can fit...
The core that was inside that armor that broke.
Looks like it can fit inside the
Yeah, it
scythe.
would sock into that and into the tiara.
Wasn't that fairly large, though?
No, it was only egg-shaped.
Oh, it was
It
only
seemed
an
bigger
egg
because it was
shape.
scary.
Oh, okay. That's fair. It makes sense.
It was also swollen because it was broken.
Okay.
You should wear that silk dress. It clearly has a really high defense rating.
Is that the one that can cut me?
Yes.
No. We're gonna grab something that's not cutting me, but still looks like the nicest thing in the room.
It's kind of like an evening wear gown, like something you wear in the house. This is clearly made for a woman, but it's made of like gold thread with like silver filigree and has a fairly curve accentuating design to it.
Would it look like it fits me at least mildly okay?
When you try to put it, if you try to put the dress on, it fits you perfectly, snugger than any clothing you've ever worn before.
Okay, I'm gonna take off my clothes, put that on, and then put some clothes on top of that, because I'm gonna wear this out of here.
Do you put on the circlet?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not putting that on yet. And actually, before I put this on, let's think about this. How
The room shakes.
maneuverable? Oh crap! He's hitting that.
Wear the dress.
Oh. Well, I want to know how maneuverable because I don't want to roll it into my bag.
Rip up the sides.
Yeah. See, that's.
It's maneuverable. It's perfectly maneuverable. It doesn't
Perfectly
impede you at all.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned it like fit him perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're definitely wearing that because it's gonna do better on.
It's almost
me
like an
than in a
evening
bag.
night coat for women.
Yeah.
Like
Then it's gonna
a
do better.
yukata? Is that the term for it?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, it's basically a yukata. I should Google what a yukata looks like to make sure I'm not talking wrong.
That's what I just tried.
Everybody Google a yukata. Yeah, it just doesn't have the belt, like the sash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll put that on.
So yeah, that's you. Without the belt part.
Okay, that's fine.
And without
And then-
floral designs. It's
Yes.
solid colored with like vague hints of other colors in it.
Fair enough. I'll put that on. I'll put one of my skins on top of it as well.
Okay.
And then I'll pack the rest of my clothes into my bag because I figure it's better to keep this safer on me than it's probably the most valuable thing. So that way, if I lose my bag, I still have some money. So the circlet looks like it can fit the hearthstone.
The circlet has a hole in the center right over your forehead where you could put that egg in. Okay, it's a thick band
That
of...
hearthstone egg or whatever it was.
That was broken back there.
Yeah.
That, killed a guy.
Okay. I put the circlet in my bag,
Sure.
and I'm assuming I'm feeling another dong or ringing or shaking.
Oh, no, it's like, it's shaking like this thing is being crushed by like a glacier or something, like something slamming into it outside.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm assuming this robot's trying to get the heck in here. I'm going... Do I see anything else useful in this room, in this closet?
That'd be about it, basically.
Okay. I grab one of the other dresses that I can touch and roll it up and put it into my bag.
Sure.
Always good to have extra stuff. And I drag my scythe out of there. And I continue looking around the room, seeing if I can find anything useful.
There's one more, there's a central room behind that console where the dead person in armor slumped over. And it is a circular door that opens and closes like an iris. Like, you ever seen Stargate?
Yeah.
Like that. That also exists in real life. Like, it has, like, basically leaves that, like, kind of just, as it rotates open like an iris.
Okay. I guess if I'm in that room, I can see the guy banging on the thing, eh?
Oh, yeah, now that you're in the front of this structure,
Yeah.
yeah, it's there, and it's slamming into the front of it with that twisted piece of ice and metal.
The front's cracking.
The ice is certainly cracking and starting to break
The
off.
rest of it, though?
You'll have to wait and see, it looks like.
how good am I at swinging this scythe? Like, if
You're
the
fairly good at
100
using weapons. Like you have melee 5. Like you're
Yeah.
probably the best in your village. Probably the best in every village at
Yeah.
using weapons. You're just a prodigy. So, you
Yeah,
could give it a
so-
try.
That makes your
Well,
laziness even more inexcusable.
Inexcusable.
That's
So
the best
great.
part of it. Okay.
Have you seen the video game villains rants? Where they gather their people, and it cycles through all the Super Nintendo villains, like the Genesis villains, like Bowser, King Dedede, Dr. Wily, they're giving one speech, but it cuts between all of them as they're giving different parts of the speech, and they're like, now you know why I've called this meeting together, and it's because you've of course heard rumors of the intruder embarrassing a lot of you, and then it cuts to Wily. It's like, now that's what I said. I'm Intruder. That really blows my mind. One guy, cuts to Dracula from Castlevania. One guy is cutting through my army like it was tissue paper, and they're just going over how this is inexcusable. And they're like, Shredder, with the Foot Clan, it's like,
Yeah.
I am aware that he's often not alone. I am aware that sometimes there's another guy. Mother Braid's like, but come on, 1 or 2 guys?
That's awesome. Okay, so I can swing this scythe pretty decent. And I know it can cut through stuff that I definitely can't cut through.
Oh, it's sharp as shit. Don't
Yeah.
put your hand on that.
Yeah, no. I'm wondering, well, if this ice cracks, first I'm going to cut that guy in half who's sitting in the console.
You're going to try and cut him in half?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So you pick up your scythe and you're taking a swing into them.
Yeah.
The tip of the scythe slams into the armor and goes in a bit, but this armor is fairly resilient.
Trick.
Some of the shoulder parts, they have an opening, kind of like a seed pod, and there's crystal coming out of it, and they give off a red green kind of pulse.
Ah, frick. Can't go
Why
through
don't
this
you-
armor. It's not going to go through the giant titan thing. That's what I was hoping, is if he breaks it, I'll just flail wildly.
Is there one of those eggs attached to the armor?
You want to take a look?
Yeah, I'll take a look.
In the center, right below the throat, there's a collar, and there's a chicken egg sized gem that has straight facets, and the cut are in the shape of a hexagon, going all around it.
Does it look like it would fit inside of the
Yeah,
circlet?
definitely.
Okay, I ain't touching that thing. Using two little knives, I hold the circlet and try and push it towards the...
That does not work.
You have to take it out
I
of the
don't
thing
wanna
and put
touch
it into the
I don't
thing.
want to touch it. Last guy who touched it died.
That one was broken.
Bob!
That one was split open and bleeding.
I still don't like this. Okay, we're gonna touch the
Swarm to the touch.
Okay, we're gonna pull it out and put it in the circlet and throw the circlet gently off to the side and move away a little bit.
All right, the circlet's on the ground with the thing inside of it.
Nothing's happening?
Nope.
I'm gonna poke the circlet.
Looks fine.
I'm gonna pick up the circlet.
It doesn't feel it doesn't feel different. It seems to be a thing.
And you said it can also fit into the side?
Yeah, there's a nebula. There's more than one hole in the scythe for these things. Going some of it's at the very top of the scythe where it meets the
Okay,
blade,
yeah.
and there's one more in the blade itself. There's an actual hole in the blade where one of these will just pop right in.
Oh man. We're gonna do it. I put on the circlet.
It's heavy on your brow, but fits your head. And the metal, it doesn't feel offensively cold. It just feels cool.
Nothing happens?
No.
Okay. We're gonna take out the egg and put it into the scythe blade.
Okay.
Nothing happens?
I'm afraid not.
Okay. We're gonna try the combinations of where the egg fits.
As you're doing this, another one of those twisted pieces of metal is swung at this building you're in, and the ice shatters off the top, letting the light in here go out, and it illuminates the armor with the gash in it, and it sees you and you see it, and there's an exchange of views going on, and it is just swinging at the glass now.
Is the glass cracking?
Not yet.
I don't like this guy. Don't seem friendly. We're gonna go with It didn't do anything in any of the
I'm afraid
sockets.
not.
Is there anything else on the dead body that looks useful or powerful?
No.
Well, the armor.
Can I get the armor off?
You can't find a way to remove it. There doesn't seem to be a seam or anything. Like, not even the helmet has like a breach in it.
Okay, I'm gonna take the egg inside of the circlet. I'm gonna put it back.
One of those holes is on the. There's one of those holes on the console.
Okay, I'll try the console hole.
As soon as you bring it near, it almost magnetizes in and clicks, and that kind of red-green light you saw on the armor starts coursing through the console.
Okay.
The armored body falls over onto the floor as the console itself retracts into the floor, and unseen seams seal over the hole, leaving you with just a bare room now, and just a body on the ground.
I drag my scythe up and sit back down in the chair that the dead body was in.
There is no chair. That went into the ground.
That went into the ground too?
The whole console
that
that was
die
there.
in a cool way, at least. The whole console's gone. And the chair's gone. Is there anything else in the room?
Well, those things in front of the mirrors. Those mirrors in front of the windows are still there. And their light is starting to pick up and like put out more light through the window and like illuminating the armor.
Okay.
You hear a rumbling sound from somewhere inside this place as you can see from those windows, one of those tubes that was covered in ice starts to twist, kind of almost like in a drilling motion, picking up speed and torque, shattering the ice off of it, and retracts inside, and then comes out again and straightens out, and all the twisted parts of it are repaired, and it like opens up kind of like a flower.
Interesting.
It looks like a cannon.
Ooh, I like cannons. Cannons are useful.
The armor kind of looks at it, and it's like going over to investigate it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna investigate.
And that's on the right side, where you came in.
Okay, I go over to the right side and see if I can find any sort of ruin markings or something where it looks like I can...
That belt that moves those cases is starting to move, and the empty case that was like flipped over is like hitting the open door.
I push that out of the way, so the other ones are left.
Well, the other one can't get in because of the broken door, but you have one here that you just have to fill with the canisters, and it looks like it would go across the kind of flowing river of metal into the slot.
I take some of the canisters out of my bag, or the canister out of my bag, and I put that into one of the cases and get the case on.
And like the other ones that are spilled around?
Yeah.
Okay, you fill it back up and like lock the kind of traveling case, and it glides across into the hole that's exactly snug enough for it, and it goes in. And then the door seals behind it, and the entire room glows red.
Oh, man.
And there's a very specific metallic locking sound in play.
Well...
Another crashing sound. It looks like the armor's starting to kind of like smash at the stack that's come out of the side. It's like kicking at it with its like kind of loose
canister
legs.
things looking like they're working? Or like the doors have opened for them to try and work?
Well, it's gone. Where that conveyor belt would have gone, if you visualize it, it would have gone under the front part of the structure where those eyes are.
Okay.
If this was a submarine, you've just loaded the torpedo launcher with torpedoes.
Yeah, no, I figured. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if I can load more, and where a console would be for it. Can I get underneath to where the console looked like it went?
If you go into the front of if you go back to the front where the body is, under the eye, it looks like there's kind of like a half stair you can kind of crawl under, and there is some sort of throne made out of like cracked black jade that has mirrors on it that reflect back up to what the eye sees, and tracing patterns of light from like candles are burning onto it, kind of tracing over the outline of the armor.
Okay.
In the reflection, like an eclipse box. You know the boxes you used to see in Eclipse? What's that called?
I don't know.
Box to see an eclipse.
Oh, yes.
A pinhole projector.
Yeah.
Like a shadow box.
Yes.
So the eye, the window, which is like the ladybug eye, has a mirror. The mirror is giving off light, and it's pushing the reflection down below it on another mirror to give you a shadow box outline of what the eye sees.
Okay.
And there is other lights of different colors shaping around where the armor is.
Okay, I sit in the chair.
As you sit in the chair, a band of twisting, kind of like almost metal, watery vines snaps around your ankle and inner thigh. The other one looks like it tries to, but does nothing.
I try and pull it around me.
Oh, then it
Figure if
snaps.
this thing-
Then it snaps
it's
in, and the
not-
thing moves closer to your face, like the whole console thing.
Okay.
Oh man, this is so scary.
I start pressing buttons on the console.
There are no buttons. There's
Okay.
only the tracing outline. If you move your hand, little lights kind of circle around like a storm globe, like a plasma globe. How it
Okay.
kind of traces the outside of your fingers. You can kind of like trace like watercolor on this thing where the
Okay.
lights will follow you. And if you move your hand to the very edge, you can kind of move this pattern of a sunburst that's just on the very edge of
Okay.
the shadow box.
I start moving that and drag it all the way to the center.
Where the armor is?
Yeah.
Or wherever the armor is shown
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
shadow box?
yeah.
Okay, it's there, and it starts to glow kind of like a crystalline gold color.
Okay, I hold it there or try and at least push or
Like
something.
you just kind of slap at it.
Yeah.
Basically, once you kind of like slap your hand onto it, and there's a very loud like crunching sound inside all around you, and you hear an explosion above you. The shadow box shows that the armor is still there, but over its shoulder, it kind of gives you more detail, more kind of like dark, almost like ink color outline of the cliff. And the cliff now has a hole in it, and it's starting to avalanche down and melt.
Okay.
At the very bottom of the shadow box, there is a picture of a canister with 4 of those chakras spinning, and one of them blips out.
So you
more
have
shots.
3 shots.
4 more shots.
Oh, 4
Sorry.
more shots.
Oh, 4 more. Okay.
Yeah.
I do it again. Try and aim for torso this time.
And just
rather
kind of
than
slap it.
Yep, and just
The same explosion and crunch happens, and you can feel the structure actually move and shift under the blowback of that. And there's another hole slightly lower to where that hole in the cliff face is. Can you figure out what's going on?
Oh, I know what's going on.
is the armor damaged yet, or
No, it hasn't even been hit.
Oh, I'm missing
Yeah, but why are you missing if you're hitting it? If you're targeting it,
because the thing can't rotate.
maybe.
Think about actual guns.
What happens when the sights are? What happens when you take like a really accuracy gun, like hit it against a wall, and then try to use the sight?
Yeah, no, it's wrong. Okay.
The sights are crooked.
Yeah. Okay, I was.
What
just,
is your
You
soul?
have pretty good int or wisdom and stuff though.
Oh yeah. You're picking this up, and you're like this.
Yeah.
Oh, this is. I don't like this.
Yeah. Okay, so I see one hole in the top of the mountain, one hole in the center of the mountain.
Yeah, when you try to hit the center of the
Yeah.
armor.
Okay, and what's the distance to the armor from these holes?
An amount.
An amount?
You know, X or X, Y.
Left to right?
Yeah. You're going to try
they-
and crunch the math and see if
Yeah.
you can blind fire.
Yeah.
All right. This will be, I want to say lore. This would be lore, unfortunately. This is like, so it's just going to be straight int.
So we have an int of 4.
Can you describe this in a way for me to give you a
Well-
2 dice stunt?
Yeah, because if I see a screen,
Mm-hmm.
and then I have 2 holes here in the mountain, and I have armor here,
Yeah.
I can calculate by dragging and holding it over the armor. I can see first hole was here, so I can go in. This distance on the screen is going to be this distance here, and then this distance on the screen will be this distance here. And so I will use that, using 2 hands, I will visualize
You try to figure out basically Pythagorean theorem.
Pythagorean theorem, which I'm decent at actually. And using Pythagorean theorem, I try and triangulate, because I do now have 3 points of perception for
Yeah.
Pythagoras. I try and triangulate a rough estimate of slightly more left than a general calculation, because I'd rather err on that side to give me a 3rd point on the far side.
Okay, that's good. 2 dice.
So we're going to do 6 then.
So you've already wasted 2 shots, and you have 3 left. So you have
here we
6 dice.
5 success.
Oh my god. So you pray that this pulls off, and you just move your palm on not the armor, but somewhere else, and one of your precious shots goes off, and you hear this entire structure pushes back as the explosion happens right in front of it. and under you starts to heat up and starts to force upward. You're gonna have to quickly climb out of here.
Yeah, I can get
because the explosion's happening right in front of you.
I get the heck out. I grab my scythe on the way out, and
Well, you crawl out of this little tiny crawl space and like clamber as that thing heats up and blows in, and you see the console where you were sitting would have gone in and basically crushed your head open into the ground.
Yeah, no,
Just like a kickback on a tank, because it was right there in front of the gun at that point.
Yeah.
You clamber up, and like some of your clothes are smoking, and there's like an acrid smell of twisted, burning metal.
Yeah.
And you look out the eye, which like the bottom part is actually cracked and broken open. You can see the armor is reeling back on the ground and like screeching. You didn't think it could screech, but the helmet, that dome gel helmet, has been where if you imagine having a throat that's been shrapneled open by the explosion, and it like actually tears upward into a broken jaw. And inside the jaw, you can see the skull of whatever poor fucking pilot died inside of it. And it's like, its mummified face has been like scorched, but there's a huge hole in the armor going straight through the chest piece.
Okay.
And there's like an acrid black kind of miasma coming out of it.
Would I be able to climb out of said eye hole in...
That's why it's there.
Can I drag the scythe?
Yep.
With me?
No,
we're dragging everything.
It's
with
a weapon you can use. You just have... It doesn't work quite as well because you don't have mastery of it.
We're going to drag everything out of there with me. And we're going to go over and we're going to give this machine thing a bit of a wide berth.
The suit of armor?
Suit of armor. And we're going to go around to the head side of it, but again, we're giving it a bit of a wide berth.
All right, before we get into this.
Okay.
Your character, he's not a coward, but this is ballsy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be safer just to kind of run away?
No, I need this thing put down. I'm not
Why
running
do you need it put down?
Because I don't want it chasing me, and this is a good opportunity. I'm not ballsy, but I'm not going to waste an opportunity where it's on the ground. I'm going to stab it in the head with my scythe and then run the fuck away.
You're going to try and like stab it in the head?
Yeah, and then run the fuck away.
Okay.
It's not that I'm ballsy, it's just this is a good chance. I don't waste a good chance.
Alright, so you've never seen stuff like this before in your life. All of this is new. You were used to like huts made of like caribou bone and canvas and stuff traded, and you've seen metal and materials, like even chunks of this thing you could bring back to the south.
Oh yeah, that's
and just be rich.
Hence why my pack is still full. Yeah.
So,
but if this thing chases me forever, like it seems to be doing, that's the problem.
Do you care about your village at all? I'm just trying to kind of suss out what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking is if this thing follows me back to my village, then yes, my village will die. I do have some feelings towards the village. I mean, they raised me, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not know your family either? God damn, no one knows their fucking family.
So, you know, I mean, I feel for the village, and I want them to prosper, which is why I'm bringing back...
I'm not trying to goad you to saying, I must protect the innocent or anything like that. That's
no,
bullshit. I'm just trying to kind of... You know, we're trying to find an emotion here.
Yeah.
Some feeling, some drive that is being galvanized.
I'm scared, but I want this thing dead, so that when I go back to the village, I can be like, here's all this stuff, we're gonna live like kings and be great, and we can do whatever we want, we can get out of this fucking ice tundra.
What about the thing itself? You know, you're an occultist. I guess you learned from all the people in your village, the kind of older people who know a bit about what the North is like. Do you have any sort of feeling towards this spirit, this twisted, angry ghost trapped inside the armor?
A little bit.
Do you actually feel bad for it? Does your character actually feel some sort of empathy with this horrible thing?
It's a little bit. Like, you know, it's stuck there, but it attacked me. I would have tried to talk nice to it.
Your first instinct was to try and exorcise that other undead.
Yes, that one was attacking me, though.
Yeah, but that was your first instinct, was not to destroy, but to exorcise. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yes.
That was the first thing you asked to do.
Yes. Because if it had worked, that would have been a good strategy. Because I knew I couldn't kill it. And I knew it wouldn't talk to me. If it had have been showing, like, you know...
Oh, you can get them to talk. They're just, when they're angry enough, you kind of got to tease it out of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, with this thing, it's like, okay, so its throat is ripped open. There's a
It's
giant
not
hole in it, and
talking
it's
much,
not no, and it's not going down. So it doesn't look like destroying the actual body of it is going to help. Just saying.
Well, it's turned its throat into like a big, spiky, angry jack-o'-lantern maw.
Yeah, and there's a hole right through it, and it's still not dead. It should be dead if it was working on, it actually being
A magic suit of
physical
armor.
yeah, if it was actually like a physical thing.
That miasma looks like the kind of stuff you've seen in the weirder parts of the south of the ice plains. There's a field that no one can live in because at nighttime the dead roam it. And if you stay in there past nighttime, you end up not being in the north, you end up being in the land of the dead. It's a hole straight to the place of regret and ash.
Stay here then.
Well, this thing is giving off that kind of miasma. that they describe.
And then I don't want to be here at night then if this is...
I'm not saying it would turn this place into a place of that. I'm saying it is powered by that. It's powered by that kind of angry remorse.
That's why I would worry that this is going to turn into that. Can I talk to it, I guess? Or can I exercise it? Am I able to... Do I have... I mean,
exercising an angry ghost usually revolves around putting down its physical body, destroying things that tie to life, or resolving its rage.
Okay, well...
And when we first described how the Bull of the North operates with how he leaves bodies behind, is he usually desecrates them to spite the family.
So it's
and deny final rest to their ancestors.
Yeah, it's very rageful.
What the fuck, Bull of the North?
Why not?
Yeah.
Do you know how much damage that causes to like a culture in the realm?
True.
Yeah.
They outlaw the Immaculate Order outlaws ancestor cults. So their ancestors are the people who die on the field are wrecked and will never get support from their families. So they inevitably turn rageful towards their family for betraying them. Sometimes they turn awfully rageful to Bull of the North, but sometimes they go back to the Blessed Isle and try to cause trouble for dragon-blooded families.
It also just makes it so that it'll make people less wanting to go fight him.
Yeah. Do you know how debilitating it is to be attacked by the ghost of your pissed-off dead son because you didn't honor him in the underworld?
Are you going to go volunteer for this army? No, you're not. And they're like, volunteer. You're adorable.
Yeah, it's our volunteer army.
Really?
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay.
In the sense that
do much,
Ned Stark volunteered to be Hand of the King. Courage, duty, honor.
Okay, killing this thing ain't looking like an option.
You could try. No, definitely try. I'm just saying... because then we could get into a simulation of the combat system.
Yeah, I don't want it combating me, though. I want to put it down, or I want to run in fear. Because it's not... Exercising has already been out of the question.
It's not out of the question. You just kind of find something to hitch onto with it.
Okay, then we're going to try and exercise it.
All right, so you'll have to find something basically to leverage against this thing, and maybe interacting with it will reveal that.
Okay, well, I have...
And by interact, I mean, stabbing it, or talking to it, or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically, getting up close to take a look at the armor, maybe. It might tell you something about its family or something.
Yeah.
Because these things are works of, art. They're basically tapestries
so
of war machines.
Again, giving it a wide berth, moving around to the head end of it.
Okay. The head turns around kind of all the way, and you can see the neck inside on the skeleton kind of snap with it as it starts to kind of follow you, and that jack-o'-lantern maw twists.
I pull out one of the gears that I have from it, because I've put a few of the gears in my pouch.
Yeah, you did.
There. Oh yeah, they would sell.
There you go.
So I pull out one.
You can turn those gears into throwing stars.
Yes,
people do that.
I take one of the gears, and I kind of hold it towards the skeleton, and I'm like, "This is part of you, right?"
All right, the skeleton's watching you. It looks at the gear and it looks at you. It looks like the body inside is trying to it understands you.
Yeah. Okay. What are you attacking me for these, or why do you want to kill me?
It is now time to roll join battle. No, it's good though. It's just this is the natural order of things.
Okay.
So on your character sheet, you have the join battle area, and it says 8 + 3s. So how this works is, you roll 8 dice.
Okay.
And however many successes you get on those 8 dice, you add 3 to, and that becomes your initiative.
Okay. So 8 dice. Come on, dice. 4 + 3 is 7.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it goes on 4. So you have initiative now, and you are in a fight because it looks like it's getting ready to kind of like move its arm and try to swipe at you. And you are moving faster. So as the fight starts, you're at 7, and so but when it tries to swipe you, you still go for it.
Okay.
So with initiative, how it works is you can do what are called withering attacks. Withering attacks are where you attack your opponent's initiative and steal it from them to add to your own.
Okay.
So if you were to take a swing at this guy with the scythe, with a withering attack, you could take away his 4 initiative and do what's called a crash. When an opponent's initiative reaches 0, they go into what's called the crash state. You get their initiative that you reaped from them, plus 5 for crashing an opponent as a bonus.
Oh, wow.
When they're in a crash state, certain magical powers they have don't work, and they're not allowed to try to decisive attack you. A decisive attack is where they try to hit your health levels instead of your initiative. And that's where you die.
Okay.
So, you can also spend your 7 initiative on what's called a decisive attack.
Okay.
Where you try to roll to hit it, and then you roll those 7 initiative dice as damage dice, and each success hurts it and bleeds into it.
Okay. We're going to do a wither.
Okay. So, you're going first, and this is your first attack of the combat of the game.
Delightful.
So, you use your melee plus your dexterity to get your base pool.
Dexterity is going to give me 10.
And you have a specialty in attacking with scythes, so that gives you 1 more, making it 11.
So 11?
Now, your sword, unfortunately, you're not connected to it spiritually. So you get a -5 penalty. Wait. Roll
For the
the
sword
scythe.
or for the scythe?
So it's -5 to its accuracy, and its accuracy is +1, so you get a -4 penalty to your dice
So
pool.
I'm down at 7?
Yep. So you have 7 dice, and you have to roll and beat its parry or its dodge. It has penalties to both right now because it's on its back. It's technically prone.
Okay. So rolling 7?
Yes.
6.
Okay, so it had a defense of 3 at the moment. So with a withering attack, because you've hit 3 and then 3 over, that extra 3 rolls over into the damage of your withering attack.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So in withering attacks, not on decisives though, because decisives doesn't matter how well you hit, it's all based on your initiative at the time.
Okay.
But withering attacks, the more successful you are at hitting someone, the more that bleeds over into damage.
Okay.
So you have 3 over, like 3-0 basically at this point.
Okay.
Oh, hey, perfect. Okay, so this weapon lowers your defense and your accuracy, and you have to spend 2 of your initiative to attack with it or defend with
the
it.
scythe?
Yeah. It's just that unwieldy. It steals away your
no,
initiative,
that's fair.
essentially. So, your initiative goes down to 5, and you hit with 3 over, and this weapon does plus 14 damage. So that 3 over makes it 17 damage.
Okay.
And then you add your strength,
Strength is 4?
so 21
21
damage dice.
Okay.
Now you have to minus the soak from this thing. This thing has soak, which prevents it from taking withering damage.
Okay.
So its soak right now, I think it's arbitrarily just 10.
Okay.
So 17 damage becomes 7 damage.
Yeah.
You just roll that, and that's how much damage you do to it.
I thought it was 17 plus an additional 4 for my strength.
Oh yeah, 9,
So
20,
21, so 11.
11 dice, yeah.
Okay.
And 10s do count as 2s on the damage roll.
Yes.
The only time 10s do not count as 2 is on decisive damage rolls.
Okay.
But some charms override that.
Okay. So we're going to roll 11?
Yep.
11.
So you've done 11 damage to this thing. So how that works is you gain that 11, and then you gain +1 for just successfully hitting. So that puts you up to 17 initiative.
Oh,
And it goes down to negative 10, 9, 8, 7. Negative 7.
Oh.
Because it goes down to negative 7, you have crashed it, and you get 5 more initiative,
So I was
putting you up to 22.
22. Okay.
So now you have 22 initiative, which you could cash in for a decisive attack, and this guy can't do a murder strike against you.
Okay.
He'll have to try and wither you.
Okay.
So that was your turn.
Okay.
It gets a turn. I should look up a rule real quick. So minus 5 from attack and defense. It is not that hard to use unattuned weapons. It just, it sucks because your defense is at -5, which means your static parry is 1 instead of 6. It only needs to get 1 success to get ya.
Delightful.
Oh man, you really don't want to be hit by this thing.
Ooh. I feel like I've got it at least on the ropes.
Well, you hit it with that torpedo, essentially.
Yeah. Hit it with a torpedo. And
I was
then-
picturing Rose's cannons, like the light cannons.
Kind of, actually. Those tubes, they fire out the little discs. The discs are the actual torpedoes. So each canister is like a clip or a
Wait,
magazine.
so is this disc he's holding out to this guy? Is it like a
No, that's a
bullet?
cog.
Oh, okay. I thought he's just like, I have more bullets. I was like, oh my god.
No.
The ghost wouldn't know that. All the ghost saw was a discus of burning sunlight slam into it and blow it up. Like some sort of horrifying weapon of the sun. It did aggravated damage to it because it does that to creatures of darkness, which it is.
Yeah.
It's a twisted, pissed off mech. Are you sleepy, Kevin?
Yeah.
Do you want an energy drink?
You might need one, actually.
Go energy drink.
I don't mind if I do, actually.
I'm just going to pause for a sec. Alright, on the creature's turn, it will flurry. So rising from... You have two actions around. A movement and a combat action.
Okay.
Alright? Rising from prone, which it is a combat action. But it also wants to attack you. So it's going to flurry together. You can't do two of the same combat actions in a flurry, but you can do two different ones.
Okay.
So it'll do rise from prone, and then it will attack. What this means for it is that it gets -3 to both actions, because since you're there, it has to roll Dex plus Dodge to get 2 successes, with a -3 penalty, or else it can't get up because you're there.
Yeah. I was going to say, can it even get up? Because it has now a hole through it, and it has
Oh, yeah.
a gash, and it...
Oh, it can get up.
Okay.
It has what are called wound penalties that are affecting its total dice pools.
Okay.
So, let's go for it standing up. So let's say it has 9, that's 6, and that's 4. 4 dice, it needs 2 successes. Oh my god, I got 2 successes. Hurrah! So the suit of armor slams its stub hand and the hand that's no longer holding the club into the ice and just hurls itself forward to get up with like unnatural, like off-kilter grace. And then it swings its leg around so it twists kind of on a dime, so it's looming over you now instead of having its back to you. Its head, by the way, never stops staring at you the whole time. Like the whole body twisted around it, basically.
Oh, it's a light.
And with its other action, it's going to bring its stump hand down onto you and try to withering attack you.
Can I roll out of the way?
You can describe it to give yourself a boost to defense.
As it...
Roll out of the way.
Nice. As it's coming down, I grab the scythe and kind of toss the scythe, but roll with the momentum as I throw it, going over my shoulder as to not, snap my neck on the weird jagged ground that you described earlier, and rolling over my shoulder and around back so that if it does hit, it would clip my feet, and then roll back and then kind of crouch position with the scythe pointed towards it.
All right, I'll give you 2 dice for that.
Okay.
Which means your defense was up by 1, which means it's down 2. Because your
Okay.
size give you such huge penalties,
Okay.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So
That thing's
it has a
massive.
pool of like probably 9 minus 5, so 4 dice to hit, and it has to hit 2. It
Wait,
fails.
he gets penalties to defending against the big
Minus
guy?
5 because the size on a
The
tune.
scythe's huge.
Oh, yeah.
So his parry of 6 right now is 1.
Yeah.
That's fair. I thought you meant because he was smaller than that
No,
guy.
no,
And
that
that doesn't make any
exist.
sense. It would make more sense for him
That
to have
arm
penalties.
comes down, and you actually, you're able to duck out of the way, and it just slams down clumsily and cracks the ice under you. Behind it, over its shoulder, you can see that structure, and the light coming from the eyes is starting to like glow brighter and like dim and like in a pulse almost,
Okay.
giving off a kind of like low, like kind of like slow strobe effect in this whole cave.
Do I...
As more of those skeletons start pouring over the ridge and falling down.
Wait. What? Are there a bunch of skeletons coming to kill him?
Yes.
Those dead bodies up
shit.
top.
Yes.
I didn't catch that part.
Yeah.
This whole place is full of dead bodies.
I didn't
Yeah,
have full
I
dead
don't like
bodies. I
that.
didn't know they were all attacking him. I thought it was just this guy.
How close are those dead bodies to me?
3-minute runaway.
And they're going slow, though, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're also breaking their bodies as they fall
yes,
down.
Yes, but they don't really care about that. 'cause
Yeah,
they're
but
already
it
dead.
still slows them down.
Yeah. Do I feel like I can kill this thing, or do I feel like...
Do you feel like you can kill this thing?
Well, I didn't really think I can kill it earlier. Like, I could just destroy it a little bit, which I was just hoping would slow it down enough to not chase me. But I don't know if I can actually, like, lethal kill it. Or
I don't know. Can you? Before today, could you have done anything? Any of the things you did today?
Was that
all you?
That's true.
Was
Maybe
that
I'm
always
awesome.
you?
I am pretty awesome. Well,
Is the
Okay.
scythe doing the work, or are you doing the work?
I feel like the scythe is. I'm gonna put my faith in the scythe and let this go. Okay, we're gonna roll for because it's down on its
It's in crash.
Yeah, it's in crash. So I'm gonna cash out and decisive attack this.
All right. So first you have to roll to hit, which
Okay.
is you don't use your weapon's accuracy for this, so the -5 probably doesn't apply. Paradoxically, because you
Okay.
don't use weapon accuracy for decisive attacks, so
Okay.
it's giving you a -5 to weapon accuracy. So
Paradox.
for some reason, decisive attacks, you're just more proficient with murdering with the weapon than you are with like slowing them down and tricking them,
That
or
makes
like
sense.
putting them at
that
disadvantage.
actually makes a lot of sense though. 'Cause
just
you're
like-
just like
You tend to murder people fairly easily. And
Yeah.
So you just have to roll 11 dice to hit.
11 dice.
Yeah.
6.
You totally hit it. Now you roll 22 dice for damage, but check off the 10s count twice effect.
Okay, 22. 10s count twice. 12.
All right. So it has hardness. Now, what hardness is, it's not a damage reducer. It's a
Yeah, it
threshold. So let's say it had hardness 8.
Okay.
That means if you didn't have 8 or more dice,
Mhm.
it would no-sell the entire decisive attack.
Okay.
Now, you had hardness, what? You had how many dice?
22.
22 dice, so this was not a problem. But just that's another
Yeah.
aspect of combat. You will
Okay.
also have hardness once you get your magic armor.
Yes. Okay.
Anyway, so
12
you do
successes.
12 levels of lethal damage. Yeah, you bring that sigh down, and I'll describe how you can open this thing.
Okay, so its arm is still stuck into the snow.
Mm-hmm.
I turning the scythe around behind me. I grab it and just fling it over my head, using the bar of the scythe to put my full weight down as I come down just on top of this thing,
And try
going
to
right
unzip
through the
it?
skull, going like dead center through the
You're
skull.
basically trying to use the sigh to ride through the armor and
Yeah.
unzip it.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, so you're able to use the weight of this thing to power through and cut through it like it was made of snow or ice instead of metal.
Light.
And just the entire chest cavity pulls forward with you like a hangnail, and as you hit the ground, it just rips down and falls, laying out oil and a shining amount of blood from an elevator from the chest
Oh
cavity,
man,
as
that's gonna
the,
ruin this new dress.
as the
You're wearing a dress?
wrecked body
Yes.
of the mummified soldier bisects and tumbles out like so much mummified meat. The entire suit of armor falls backward and is just steaming from the wreckage.
Wow.
Okay. Alright. And now, because you did a decisive attack, your initiative resets from 22 to the base number of 3.
Yeah.
Which means you have to build it up again. So you're standing there facing the broken skeletons that are starting to crawl towards you, scythe in hand. What's your next move?
Scythe weighs a ton, doesn't it? It weighs like 140, you said?
It's like 100 pounds.
100 pounds? I'm taking you with me, Scythe. But you're going to be a pain in the ass to take home.
You also have to climb up to get home.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's going to be a pain in the ass. I take another strand of rope, tie another strand of rope around me. So I still have the one strand of rope tied to the sword that's just in my pack.
Yeah.
And then using another strand of rope, I tie it around me and then tie it around the scythe. I'll let that thing go. And then I start climbing the side of the mountain.
You're in the middle of the
okay.
hole in the ground.
In the middle of the hole.
It's a 3-minute run at a steady pace we described before
Yeah.
to get to the side of the wall.
But it's not, well, it's, 3 minutes, but that's going to take a lot out of me because I'm dragging the scythe. I'm going to have to fight these bloody dead guys. I could probably kill them pretty easily. I still haven't had breakfast. Does there look like I can bottleneck these dead bodies anywhere?
No, it looks like they can come at you from all sides. The question is, what are you good at? What are your strengths here?
climbing and fleeing.
Your character knows a lot about the supernatural.
Yeah, the supernatural too. Yes.
So try to leverage that maybe.
Okay.
These are hungry ghosts. These are obviously like pissed off spirits of dead soldiers.
Okay. I try and yell at the spirits to ask them what they're angry at. Like if they're angry at the machine that I just destroyed, or if they're angry at me, or what are they angry at?
All right, let's take a moment to ask some questions here. No. Dead. Because there were people screaming when that horn went off. You didn't hear the people yelling?
No, but it was just a truck.
Okay, because I heard people yelling beforehand and then the horn.
I didn't. Devin, are you sure those screams were real? Are you sure they're not just in your mindscape? In that second universe you live in where you sometimes have conversations that we're not aware of?
Well, if we hear an ambulance...
A wambulance. I'm so sorry to the families of the deceased.
No one's dead. Like, people are dead, that's a fact of humanity, but, like, no one outside our house is dead right now.
You would have heard screeching tires.
If they stop at all.
Most trucks tend to stop when they hit people. Truckers get in a lot of trouble for hitting people.
Okay.
Too much pasta.
Oh, too much pasta? Alright. You have a cult. You are a master of how to deal with spirits, which are, ghosts, gods, elementals, demons. You understand these things. You're an expert in them, it looks like. So, how would you deal with an angry spirit that doesn't want to talk to you? In any medium you've seen that deals with hauntings and possessions and exorcisms and ghosts, how do they usually deal with this shit?
You try and get it to talk to you first. It's the best way.
All right, and that's certainly probably a possibility. You can give it a try. But what if that fails? What do other people usually do?
Exercise it.
All right.
If it's not...
What's the first step in exercising something usually?
Finding something to bind to it and then destroy to exercise it.
Or, say, finding something to ward it off?
Yeah, that too. Okay.
And I just keep thinking, like, the power of Christ compels you, and I'm like, that doesn't work here!
Damn you, Christ!
The power of me!
Damn you, Christ.
There are a lot of gods.
Yeah. The power of the ice god compels you. No,
Oh God, another horn honking.
That was more of a polite toot.
Are any of those little stones that I had doing anything?
Nope.
No?
If you want more help, because you're not expected to know everything about the setting, you can roll into the cult.
Okay.
Kind of divine the answer.
Okay, I'll roll into the
Go it.
cult. So I roll 5 for cult.
And also your int.
4 for int.
Yeah, so 9 dice.
Okay.
God damn, you're almost as good as I am.
4 success is really good. Okay. Usually in cases of hauntings or unwanted spectral visitors, most people usually ward the place they're in. Keeps out ghosts. Circles of salt.
That's true.
You know what you have in your pack? Salted food.
Probably, yeah.
Just like lay beef jerky around you in a circle.
Literally salted snacks.
Yeah, okay.
It's like, do you want breakfast or do you want protection?
Yeah, sure. How much? Do I have enough to lay a circle around me?
Around you? Yes.
Okay. How much left over do I have?
None. You will have to use the side to cut like a divot in the ice around you and
Fair enough.
line it with you'll tenderize the jerky salt and stuff, and you'll have a line around you where the ghost won't be able to cross.
Okay.
We'll say we'll give you like a little 5-foot circle.
Okay. I will create a 5-foot circle around it. And then
Okay, so this takes time.
Yeah.
And after about 5-10 minutes, you have a couple dozen zombies just meandering around you.
Okay. Now,
Not able to cross the line of salt.
the line of jerky.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, exorcism would probably be the quickest if I could do some kind of a mass exorcism, but that's probably going to be a little tricky. Unless I can talk to them.
All right.
What are they doing towards this giant mecha, like, armor?
The suit of armor?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are going over it and, like, pulling parts out. Some of them are curling up inside of it. They're just kind of, going around it, poking at it.
And it's dead.
It's not moving.
Okay.
It's out.
Good. So there's no malice towards this suit of armor.
Nope.
Okay, that means
It has the
probably
same
on
styling
their side.
and
Yeah.
it's flying the same colors the dead soldiers are.
Great. Do I see any soldiers with heads still?
Oh yeah, a lot of them.
Okay.
Like some of them have like arrows through their eye or like through their throat and stuff. But
I yell out like, "Spirits, what do you want?"
all right. Roll. I'm gonna say shit. Charisma is charisma a stat?
Yep, charisma.
Yeah.
Charisma plus occult.
6. Okay.
And I'll give you 2 dice just for kind of following the breadcrumbs.
5.
Nice.
One of their numbers, they kind of like part around it, approaches the circle. It's a woman, and she has like 8 arrows going up the breastplate she's wearing. And it looks like she's been partially scalped.
Jesus.
Ooh.
And where her skin isn't like frozen or like mummified, you can see like lines of green naturally grown into her skin that go around her body. These are dragon marks. These are signs of one of the terrestrial Exalted, the so-called self-styled princes of the earth, the inheritors of the world.
Okay.
They say that in the realm of heaven, they're the rightful rulers of creation by the law of the gods.
Okay.
So one of these guys are pretty hard to kill.
Okay.
And it kind of just walks up to you and kind of just like, much like Frank and Donnie Darko, puts its hand against that invisible barrier and just slams it up like real close to where your face is against that barrier.
I take
You
my
have
hand.
their attention.
I take my hand and I slowly put it just, about yay far away from her hand. I'm like, "Hi. How you doing?"
Like a starving pit bull straining against its ever-weakening leash, it stresses itself closer, trying to get closer to you.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how mad are you at me personally, or just mad in general, Mrs. Spirit?
There's like
now you're taunting it.
Yeah, there's like a whispering kind of cacophony around you from all the bodies. Like they're not making noise, but noises are happening around them, and you can hear like almost a low rumbling growl, kind of like that Grudge chick when she makes that sound. If it was like put through the rebuff a few times, so it's like a yawn, like some sort of echoing yawn from something large.
I move
waking
my
up.
hand down, and I kind of hold the scythe, but not up because obviously it'll stick out of the circle. So
And plus, also, that seems fairly aggressive.
Yeah. No, I'm just kind of holding it off to the side, trying to not make any.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you want?
So I hit pause for a second.
Hit pause? Sure.
For a second.
All right, we're back. It was not a spider.
So yeah, just kind of holding it, moving it off to the side. So a non-aggressive motion, moving the side of the way, trying to show that I'm being peaceful here. And I kind of say, if you're angry, maybe I can help you. Do you want help?
They all kind of back off a bit from the circle, except for that one who like lowers her hand down. Her ring finger's been cut off, not by you,
Okay.
but it looks like.
You're like,
Otherwise,
oh,
I would have
shit.
had to be like, do. You don't see anything.
And some of them kind of back off, and she's kind of just still staring at you. One of her eyes has long since like fallen out or just rotted out or been pulled out by an arrow, and there's like a baleful kind of misty fire inside of it.
Okay. Can I roll a cult to see if I can tell what type of spirit or what?
What
if
type of
it's
spirit
possessed,
these
or
are?
if it's...
These are ghosts. These are restless dead.
Okay.
Because spirits is a broad category, and this kind of category is restless ghosts, the undead.
Okay. So I assume it's the undead ghost of the
kindred of the underworld.
Yeah. Okay.
This actually might be This might be either the restless ghost of this army, like the whole army conglomerated together, or it might be the restless ghost of a few of these soldiers that have kind of just
controlling everything.
That have kind of just spread through the small kind of flickering doubts, regrets, and rage of everyone else.
Okay.
So you might be getting a situation where it's we are legion for we are many.
Yeah. Do you want, like, who are you after? Can I help you kill them? Maybe.
They start getting aggressive when you say that. They start kind of shifting around. A lot of them are like banging their weapons against them. They're getting a little worked up now.
Is it the Bull of the North you don't like?
You hear that kind of crackling, croaking kind of starting to just reverberate through the crowd.
I don't like him either. We're wandering. My people are a wandering tribe. We've been attacked by the Bull of the North. We don't like him either. It's I came here to try and hunt and fend for my village, and I mean you no harm. I haven't stolen anything. Whoa. I'll just be on my way peacefully.
You aren't really getting anywhere with that. You kind of had their attention.
Darn. Do you want... I know a little bit about the occult. Maybe I can help you, guide you to the afterlife. Do you want to pass on smoothly and not be tied to this world?
Oh, that's like the opposite reason ghosts happen. They usually happen because they have grudges.
I know, but sometimes they just want to go.
You're starting to lose them. You had them for a moment. You're going strong.
Okay, you want the Bull of the North, don't you? That's what I'm gathering here. You want to kill somebody. You want some blood. What if I find you someone to kill other than me? What's that sound?
You're so close.
You want to kill me, don't you?
Come on, think. You had it. You were there. I wonder who they want to kill. Who in the world would they be pissed off about to stick around after being killed?
Well, the Bull of the North tormented them.
He killed them and then desecrated their bodies.
Yeah, so it would be...
basically out of spite.
Yeah, so him.
Basically for fun.
They want him dead.
Okay, alright.
So, okay.
And he has attacked your tribe. You're right.
Yeah.
He's trying to assimilate all the Ice Walkers and literally culturally genocide them.
I don't like them. So,
The Bull of the North is coming to scalp you guys if you don't fall in line.
Do you want me to show you where the Bull of the North is?
They're all staring and kind of wavering at you, but it looks like you're trying to deal with them, right? So you have to give them something or offer them something, or
I can offer you the Bull of the North,
like you'd help them kill it.
Yes.
Are you going to say it? Is this what's happening?
Yes, I will help you kill the Bull of the North.
Oh man.
One moment.
Like, he's definitely not probably going to end up helping them much, but getting the heck out of here is a good strategy. Just inner monologuing here. Myself.
That woman puts her hand through the barrier and basically grabs onto your shirt and pulls herself through.
Okay.
The other ghosts kind of back off, and she gets real close to your face.
Okie dokie.
Will you give us our vengeance?
I can sure as hell try.
She puts her hand right on your face. It's like, no. Will you lead us to vengeance?
Fuck it, why not? It'll be fun.
She's going to try and open mouth kiss you.
back up a little bit.
No. She's going to seal the deal.
I was having a good day, too.
Oh, come on.
You're
Okay.
wearing a dress and you're about to make up with a corpse. This is not
Fine.
your
Listen, it's not that bad, guys. It's not like she summoned up a ghostly pinball machine to pin him onto.
Oh my god, Devin.
Fine. I sealed the deal.
Okay. Things immediately change.
So, are you not a solar?
Things immediately change.
Oh.
For the better.
Too. I mean, I missed breakfast, which is a shitty day. But other than that, it was going pretty good. I got some rings, I got some new clothes.
You get hit in the chest, like right in the heart.
Ooh.
And you step back. There is a man, an androgynous man or woman that you just finished sealing a deal with a kiss with. He has like antlers and 7 arms and has hair like water and lava.
Ooh.
And afterwards, he like makes a bow to you and gives you his sword, and you take it from him, and it looks like it's made of like living beetles held together that are made of metal. And you point it across a mountain ridge as an army of fairies and twisted things from the edge of the world charge under your liege. At a large bull ripping through the sky, tearing open the heavens and making it rain lava.
Beautiful.
You're in a huge domed city, and you just finished giving a speech on, you don't know what it is, but everyone else who are your peers get up, their brows glowing with the light of the sun, and they all put their hands down as a sign of deferring to you on some sort of order. At this point, you're an older man. When you were making out with that fairy guy, you were a younger man. Not different though. Different person.
Okay.
You're standing on top of a mountain, bristling with metal and heat and exhaust. Except this mountain is floating in the sky over rivers that are like tridents. And as you raise your hand down, some sort of dragon made out of spinning crow wings that has like a face made out of beaks and talons bows to you and also raises its claw down as the side of the mountain opens up, revealing a large series of spikes that bring down a solid beam of molten magma onto a city below.
Nice.
But things... At this point, you're like a younger woman.
Okay.
And then you see a city. A city unlike any other on the face of creation, because it's not in creation. It's heaven. You know this. You know this is where the gods live. And you're standing in an ornate domed palace. And it has stadiums everywhere. And there are gods and mortals and champions and even some princes of hell. And they're watching a man. A perfect man. Dusky charcoal skin. 4 arms in glorious kind of metal armor. And he is doing something. And you can't discern what it is because it's too abstract. But you know instinctively he's playing the games that the kings of heaven play. The games that the titans themselves covet. And he makes a move, and there are globes that show him, his face, for people who can't quite see the unconquered sun, the king of heaven, making his move. But he defers the move he's making to you.
Shit.
Wow.
And then, you're a man. You're young, maybe 16. And you're standing over a fleet of soldiers. Half of them men, half of them some sort of fish and crab mix hybrid. And they've all been gutted. And you instinctively know these were your people.
Oh.
And you turn around, and that fairy from the first one, that Ishvara, that king of the Rakshasa, is there with princes of the earth, those dragon chosen, and he is leading the charge to betray you and kill you in your own home.
Yeah.
And then you're a man, kind of softly built, kind of laid back, very lazy. You instinctively know that you have your best friend is a giant reptile that carries your stuff for you. And you have a long fang sword, a long katana, about twice as long as your length. And you had met up with your brothers again. Your brothers who had just continued flicking through life. And you're fighting this dragon made of smoke and ash and fire and lava. And it slashes you with its claw and cuts open your guts and kicks you back. And when you look up, they're all still fighting the dragon, and a copy of you is, but that copy is made out of light and imagination, just like the dragon is. And you instinctively realize that you and your friends were trapped in an illusion. And you're holding your stomach, and you're walking away, trying to find a way to get them out of it. And you see that there's a recess in the floor that you start to go down. You start to understand what this place is. It's some sort of trap or illusion, or you know the term. Even though you yourself now never knew it, yourself then did. It was some sort of lotus-eating machine. And you walk to the bottom of it to try and turn it off. And you hear a sound behind you. And when you look behind you, you only catch a glimpse of something covered in silver scars. Scars that where its flesh open up are pure molten silver. As it grabs the back of your head and slams it against the wall and cuts you at the base of your tailbone and starts to crawl itself into the hole up into your spinal column and wear you like a suit. And the last thing you feel is its hand gripping your heart and its mouth going up under your skull because it's like almost like a jellyfish and whispering into the inside of your eardrum, "Better luck next time." Before it puts its mouth around the inside of your skull, inside your skin, and swallows you, and wears you like a suit. Yeah, that's right, Nicole. He's been dead the whole time. That's how the traveler died.
So 2 corpses in 3 lives.
And then you startle back from the embrace of that dead dragon-blooded woman, and you are glowing with sunlight, and she recoils back, but you know instinctively that you just made a deal with her, that somewhere in heaven there is a stone tablet, a commandment, cast down from the mountains of heaven that says, "This deal stands. They serve you, you bring them the head of the Bull of the North." And every one of these skeleton soldiers and parts of that suit of armor start to rise up and repair itself, and they all yield to you.
You have command. You need to buy command. You have command.
Yeah, you just picked up a legion of hungry ghost soldiers.
Shit, man.
You also could probably pick up that dragon-blooded woman as an ally. That vengeful ghost woman.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
And that, listeners and players present, is how Longhorned Seawolf exalted as an eclipse cast into the unconquered sun. Also, Jeremy, that's how your character died. Suck it! We'll now pause for a break, and when we're back, we will continue. And we're back! So, where we last left off, what was your Exalt's name again?
Longhorned Seawolf?
Longhorned Seawolf had just exalted under the might of the unconquered, and made a binding compact with a fallen dragon-blooded legion and their leader. So let's scoot back a bit, because I had forgotten that you have occult 5 charms. The one lets you transmogrify a spirit into your own familiar and give it powers and half your XP total. So let's just go back a little bit to after you had your vision, to immediately after that. So that vision in your head, the last thing you've seen, all this crazy stuff, these glimpses of your past life, flicks back, and you're all like, you break away from the dragon-blooded ghost possessing her frozen body, as her frozen body basically slumps and rolls out of view, leaving behind her materialized ghost. After you guys basically sealed the Eclipse compact, the essence of her body, the materialized form of her corpus, shifts and molds and twists as you induct her under your banner of essence. So, Tepid Ejava, the Rose Black, who fell in a campaign against the Bull of the North, mutates from some sort of quasi-ghost, hungry spirit into a spirit familiar under your control, gaining half your XP total and many benefits. So she goes from being a corporeal woman to looking more like an idealized version of herself, coursing with solar essence, feeding her and making her stronger than she would have been without you around.
Awesome.
So yeah, that is how you. What is that charm called? That beautiful charm. ephemeral induction technique. Occult 5, Essence 5. You now have the ghost of a dragon-blooded general, who's now your spirit familiar, and subject to all your survival charms. Which I think means that she gets 10% larger and has more health levels.
Yes.
A giant woman.
Not giant, just 10% larger. So just
Every time you take that charm, she gets 10% larger.
So she's probably, 5'8".
Yeah, she's like, I don't know, average size. She was fairly young for a dragon blood at 140.
Average size for females, though. How tall is that? Like 5'7"?
In creation, it's crazy. It goes all over the place, depending on where you are. Like, are you talking about a woman from the Blessed Isle, or a Dajala woman? A little panda woman.
She's not a panda woman, though.
No. So she's probably at 10%.
It's not important.
She's a dragon.
10% larger. So, what do you do from here on out? Like, what is the kind of montage now that you're in this pit with your army?
Well, I've just exalted, so I've gained this, kind of knowledge and power, I assume.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of just standing there like, well...
That scythe is so much lighter in your hands.
Oh, beautiful. Yay.
As you
Do a little
attune to
twirl
it.
for fun.
Its evocation's waiting to be unlocked.
Yeah. Well, I guess I kind of look around at this army that now is serving me so long as I'm going after the Bull of the North. Thank you. And I go, well, I guess we gotta find the Bull of the North now, eh?
I mean, what's the... Time's gonna pass.
Yeah.
So what is kind of your plan now that you're at the bottom of this pit? Like kind of in the long term?
Long term?
Yeah, like stuff you're gonna be doing. Like, if a montage were to happen. Of
Okay.
time passing.
Well, then you'd see me quickly go back to the village where I grew up. Kind of tell the army to hold off and stand back a little bit as to not scare them. I'd drop off a number of the valuable things that I've pawned from the army into the village. It'd be like, here you guys go, have fun, enjoy your lives.
That guy's dead, by the way.
Yeah, mistakes were made, things happened, we apologize.
Oh, do you completely avoid introducing them to your new status? You're just like, I'm leaving.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I'm leaving, have some money.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. They don't need to know that I exalted. They weren't huge fans of me to begin with. They liked me, but...
Your companion, the Rose Black, informs you that if knowledge of this spreads too far, you're going to get a wild hunt on you.
Exactly.
Yeah,
she used to run those.
Hence why I don't tell them...
Damn it! Almost every fucking ally you people have picked up used to be part of the wild hunt. God damn it.
Yeah. Hence why I told the army to hold back and...
Yeah, they hung out at the pit.
Yeah.
Where they died.
Why are you so opposed to letting me have that scenario woman then? God. She'd be a perfect addition.
God damn it.
And then I guess the next thing you would see is me, again, getting rid of a bunch of the stuff that I picked up there, keeping some useful things if I thought it was useful, but mostly just...
What are you doing about that base?
The base? I guess, rummaging through it, getting everything I can.
Are you gonna go back for that armor?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like when you go into that room...
everything useful out of it.
That golden room full of incense, it seems to be quarters for a solar exalt, like for a lawgiver.
Yeah.
And yeah, you actually find that there is a suit of chainmail, or Chalcom chainmail in there, that in a wall you were able to access with your essence. You can actually put your hand in there and just put the energy that flows through you into it, and the stuff will activate for you.
Oh, nice. Can I repair that shit?
You have no goddamn idea because you're not an engineer.
That's fair. Can I...
With the Ghost Army and with your help, because you're also pretty amazing, you guys are able to pull most of that stuff out of the ice.
Okay.
It's a sky ship.
Can I drag that sky ship out of the ice and get my army to carry it along kind of behind us?
No, they can't get it up without a lot of effort. No? But the Rose Black is basically we can get components for this, and we can find people that can fix this. I know exactly where to go from where we are.
Okay.
We need to go to Diamond Heart.
So then, montage...
That!
No, they're not talking about you.
Oh, okay!
So montage to us... Yeah. We cover it up so that, people don't find it so
Place
easily.
a mark on your map that you had.
Yeah, mark on my map because I have map.
All of your ghost army can instinctively find this place.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
Because it's where they died.
Okay, that makes sense. And I don't mark my map because if I mark my map, it might fall out of my pocket and someone might steal it and go there. So
Some of the zombies that are kind of mindless but still loyal to you are left behind to kill anyone who comes
that's a good
across you.
strategy.
Kill them and eat their hearts.
Yep.
Did you bring his body back to your village?
No.
Oh no, that
That's part
body
of the
can't go
army.
back to the village.
That's part of the army,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay.
He's
Some of these ghosts are actually cognizant and have the capacity to raise others as hungry ghosts. So his post soul is bloated and inside his body and running around rampant.
Okay, just making sure, because I just don't want his villagers to come looking for that guy
No,
and
they
then getting
don't.
killed.
No,
Who
they
cares
don't.
what you want?
And if they die, I told them not to go. I told them to
Yeah,
take
yeah.
the money and run.
It
If
is
they die,
done. It
it's
is
their
done.
fault. It's their fault.
But yeah, the Rose Black is like, we need to go to Diamond Hearth.
Okay, so montage.
Yeah,
Us
you and
epic
like
journey.
the Rose Black, and a legion of shambling, the Vermilion Legion, which is what these people were called when they were alive, start their forced march north, way more north than where you are. You have to go across the frozen sea
Now,
to a land where there is no earth under the ice, only ice, and then eventually blizzards, and then eventually nothing.
these
The
are
pure north.
zombie formed of this.
They're not
army.
really zombies. They're more
Well-
like spirits possessing frozen bodies, but a lot of them are
Can-
actually bodies created whole, out of
Can-
their own essence.
Yes. Can they go if they're essence? Can they just go invisible and then visible?
The Rose Black
Like-
can, and a few of these guys can.
Oh, a few of them can? Okay, because I'm just wondering how... Because it'd be a lot more useful as an army if they could
Creation's huge. No one's going to see these guys
Fair enough.
Ooh.
until you get to Diamond Hearth. But yeah,
Yeah,
you force
but
march
it's a-
across
Okay.
the frozen northern river that separates the ice plains from the actual elemental pool of air north, where it's made of pure ice.
Sounds
I have
good.
a question.
And no more questions. I'm narrating the montage. And yeah, this will take probably you're good at survival, and only you need to eat. No one else does.
I
So
don't even need
they can
to eat
basically
that much. Either,
yeah, but they can
because I
basically carry you and stuff, and they never have to stop or sleep.
Yeah,
Because the
that's
further
beautiful.
north you go, the less sunlight you get because of the constant storms. So it takes you maybe
Yeah.
a week to force march your way north across the frozen plains and glaciers and icebergs
Mhm.
to Diamond Hearth. Which is, I'm not going to say burning, but there are a lot of knocked out bodies and prisoners chained up.
Okay. I
Uh,
keep my army close to me.
oh yeah, no, like you're a
Yeah.
force of pause. We're back. So yes, size 3 means 100 battle ghosts essentially, plus that War Strider ghost, which isn't a War Strider. It's just a large ghost that takes the form of a wrecked War Strider as its corporeal form, plus the Rose Black. So let's shift perspectives away from this newly christened God King, this new diplomat, to a familiar circle. Okay, where are we?
Oh my god.
What?
It is really red.
Yeah. Red velvet is basically just cake with red dye in it. So
Oh yeah,
Shit
so-
tons of red.
it's fancy because it has the word velvet on it. So
there we go. Oh, go away, calculator. So you guys have just finished destroying that kind of army of soldiers and mercenaries and slave owners and hired goons and warriors of Diamond Hearth. When on the visible horizon, Slummonger's like, guys. Like he runs over and he's like guys, like tapping at you, like hitting you guys, like guys.
what?
He just moves his hand and the camera follows as he points to the legion of dead, realm dead soldiers, along with a large, 4 meter tall Colossus broken War Strider that's clearly necromantic, marching on to Diamond Hearth.
Wow, apparently they really took offense to us taking this city.
Oh my god.
Well,
They all have banners on them. Like the Morgos are carrying like broken, shredded banners that used to have realm symbols and symbols of like House Tepet on them that have been carved over and changed to show the symbol of the eclipse sunburst of the sun.
The eclipse is the target?
Yeah, but it's like in gold and stuff.
Yeah, so it's obviously the eclipse symbol. It's like...
or they're asking us to hit them.
them.
No,
Load the cannon.
don't be a jackass.
Do we know anything more about the Bull of the North?
He's a Dawn. He has a circle of solars. He has sorcerers. He has Exalts with him and ghosts and gods on his side.
And he has fought the realm before, so he would have access
He
to...
crushed House Tepet here.
That's what I'm saying. He would have access to the bodies to create this army. Let's be wary, but not assume the worst.
Flaring my anima.
I'm going to be on the cloud over here.
He crushed House Tepet so bad that House Tepet's internal military structure collapsed, and they lost a huge amount of influence in the realm. Also, the realm lost, I think it was like 30 to 40% of their war striders fighting him.
Fuck that guy. By that guy, I mean the realm.
Yeah. So, you guys go to meet the army?
They can meet us.
They can meet us.
Okay, well, the army comes into town and people are freaked out. And by people, I mean, the slaves.
Well, that's good. They needed the fear driven into them. Alright, gonna jump off the building we're on to meet these guys.
I'm staying on the cloud. Over here.
And the Wanderer isn't here, because Anthe has sleep problems. Asterix.
So I guess... What, did the Wanderer go back to the spaceship for some reason?
I don't know. Don't fucking ask those questions. I can't figure it out. Jesus H. Christ. The army and you guys meet. Heading the army is a dude, like that guy. We described him earlier. Maybe you two should describe your characters again for the listeners and for Ian. Ian? Your name's Ian? Ian. I was just making sure.
Alright, my character is a somewhat short. She's a bit taller now. She's like 5.5 feet. Ashen skin, red hair, very tightly wound and like braided around her head. She's fairly masculine looking. Yellow eyes.
You have yellow eyes?
Yep.
Neat.
And she has a monkey tail. That's
Oh,
kind
I
of
forgot you had a monkey tail!
Yeah, she's got a tail that's kind of wrapped around her waist.
Can you really see that, though, under all the winter clothes?
Probably. Well, it's fur.
It's just
so
a
probably
generic
still-
description. It's like a standard description, so he knows in general after like all the fur comes off and stuff, and like just it's a description.
And she constantly has the sign of her cast on her marked on her forehead. So yeah,
My character...
Which is?
Oh,
which is the zenith, which is just a circle.
Like an actual like gold disc,
Yeah.
whereas the dawn is like the sunburst.
Yeah, the sunburst.
The zenith is the gold disc.
Yeah.
And that's not like a tattoo. That's like an actual gold
Just
disc that
glowing,
shines.
yeah.
That isn't. It's not glowing. It's not like magical. It's just there. It's a symbol.
Yeah.
When you spend essence, it does hologram in front, but theirs is like just there permanently. It's like a design choice.
Yeah.
my character is average height. He is very beautiful. You probably wouldn't really be able to tell it's a dude. He has long red hair, very luxurious. He has darker skin, like light brownish. I believe he has...
Like Arabian?
Yeah, like Arabian skin tone. I believe he has blue eyes. And right now he is on a floating golden cloud. And of course also wearing a lot of winter clothes, so you can't tell most of the other description. He also has his caste symbol on his forehead, which is the disc with the bottom disc empty. The smiley face. Yeah. That's what the one it is. Usually he would be wearing a crown, but he's wearing winter parka right now. And yeah.
Okay. My character, I guess a little bit more descriptive because I didn't go full descriptive at the beginning. He's definitely albino, being in the north. As white as it gets. He not heavy set, very skinny because, eating off the land, you don't eat very much. Very bushy looking. So, big beard, longer hair.
Not going to misunderestimate you.
Looks like...
very bushy looking.
Yeah. Definitely almost Yeti-like facial features. White hair, like bleached white hair. And red eyes of albino. Yeah.
Like, you're legit an albino?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, you're not just Nordic, you're albino.
Yeah, as albino as it gets.
They're even led by a ghost.
Some sort of ginger monster. You all have red hair.
No, he's white
I
hair.
said white hair.
Oh, sorry. I
Bleach
just
white
assumed
hair.
because you have like a red beard.
No.
You'll
I have red beard in real life. White. It's all white in the
Like
game.
their characters are ginger or red. You always used red hair. That's close enough.
Yeah. My character and his character both have red hair. Anthony's character is bald.
Anthony's character is built like Nappa
Yes.
in giant golden armor.
Nice. Okay. So I see you guys. You see me. I'm floating on what looks like a golden surfboard. Can I change the color of it? The Nimbus?
What do you want it to? Yeah, sure. I don't,
Like a
yeah, whatever.
turquoise green.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's magic. You can do
yes.
whatever you want. I'm not gonna say
Yes.
no to that.
It's like a turquoise green surfboard.
Made of energy. It's clearly sorceress.
It's clearly
much
the
like
same
your
thing
guys's.
as your guys's. Or very similar as.
Oh my god, you're all sorcerers again.
So the queen takes a long draw from this wrapped up bunch of herbs, tosses it out. So, you an emissary of the Bull of the North?
Nope.
Question. Pause that. What language are you speaking?
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I'm speaking Dragon Tongue.
That's a
Actually.
valid argument.
Fire tongue?
Dragon Tongue.
Oh yeah, you learned Dragon Tongue.
Yes.
Do you know Dragon Tongue?
No.
Okay.
The Rose Black starts translating between
Oh,
the two.
okay.
she would know that language. She would.
Yeah.
Ah, excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, she's fucking cultured, you goddamn
Also,
sausages.
she's from the realm. And
She's
all
a
that stuff.
dynasty,
Probably,
yeah.
Yeah.
So she'll translate between you two.
Okay. So she translates for me, and I go, "No, we are here to kill the Bull of the North."
Question. What language are you speaking?
He's speaking.
I'm speaking Sky Tongue currently because that's
Okay.
my native tongue.
Okay.
And she's translating it to you.
Yeah, I just want to know because I actually understand all the languages everyone's speaking, so I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Don't let him and me be alone, because otherwise it'll be impossible for us to talk.
Now,
Just
it bears pointing out, sidebar, that as soon as you see these people, you immediately recognize them from that vision you had when you exalted like a week or like 3 weeks ago.
okay.
You immediately recognize the people. You knew these people in a past life. And that past life can't have been that long ago. Holy shit.
Okay.
These are your brothers. You've known these people your entire lives. Like, all your lives. You have an instinctive, intimate connection as soon as you see these guys.
Awesome.
They've been your enemies. You've hated these people. They've been your lovers, your brother, your sister, your daughters. They've been everything multiple times forever. And when you see him, you guys get that connection. And he has an eclipse symbol everywhere.
Oh.
The queen kind of fumbles for her like little pouch of goodies, and she's like, "Did he die on us?"
He must have. Was there an attack on One May? We're talking Fire Tongue, I guess. Me and him were talking Fire
She's
Tongue.
translating.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rose
yeah.
Black
She was
is
yeah.
translating.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable. We left him alone for a
It's
month.
not even been a month.
Dude, it's been like 4 days.
Who? What? Where?
Sorry, your previous. I'm speaking Sky Tongue.
Yeah.
Your previous incarnation, must have died in the month we've been gone.
The 4 days.
The 4 days we've been gone.
Useless bastard.
For
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I've been. Wait a minute. I've been exalted for like almost a month now. Yep. I was like, boom! I'm here, bitches. And then I walked
The
all the
Rose
way up
Black
here.
is translating for people.
She's like,
She's not making these motions. She was like, I was like, boom, blah, 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 all over this place.
wait.
Oh, yeah, he has some sort of weird, almost elemental, spiritual, tainted ghost. Like, it's a ghost that's been almost infected / empowered with solar energy. Like, he's obviously done something to it, but it's clearly the spirit or ghost or Hun's soul formatted of a dragon-blooded dynast. Like, she looks just like a House Tepet dynast.
Are you a necromancer?
She rolls her eyes as she translates that.
Not quite. No, I think that's the poorer term. I'm an occultist.
He's a thaumaturge. She's like, he's a lawgiver.
Fair enough.
And she makes his face like, duh.
Why is everyone so snarky all the
I don't
time?
know.
She died, and now she's working with Anathema.
So you exalted.
I
A
enjoy
month
her
ago.
personal health.
Yeah.
This is
In the worst
quite
way
a personal
possible.
hell for her.
Do you remember anything about your past lives? Past lives. Specifically, if you recognize either of us.
Yes.
What happened?
Some
Usually
kind of,
we'll remember our deaths.
some kind of thing ate me and wore my skin?
Oh, shit. Or the equivalent. Just, oh, man. When? Can he, like,
There's
describe
some kind
the...
of-
Yeah, well,
Some kind of dream world thing?
Are you kidding me? Are you...
What?
The Mushroom Kingdom! Noki!
that was like
That was...
3/4 of a year ago.
That was, like, almost a year ago.
That was like a month, like 3 weeks after you met him.
So what the hell did I draw blood for the...
You didn't draw blood from him, though, right? Didn't you?
No, that was blood. That was blood I took from him.
Yeah, you took it from his skin.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
you didn't draw blood. You
No, it's hilarious.
he
Just
got
to
a
make
shave
sure.
and stuff. Remember?
Just to be clear here, whatever killed Jeremy's character shortly after you guys even met him, and retroactively he's been dead that whole time. You took it from his body, so that was actually Jeremy's like the Eclipse Cast's corpse. So that baby you guys made is still 100% the circle.
Still largely a failure, but I guess it's... that stupid baby.
I wonder if that's why he never moved into town.
Wait, what?
He didn't
baby?
want to get too close to us, so that we wouldn't know.
Who?
It's
Your
not
past
important.
incarnation. If he had been being puppeted for the large portion of when we knew him.
Bloody useless.
Yes.
Oh.
Let's not be shitty to Jeremy's character, guys.
We're being shitty to the dude that possessed him.
Oh, yes, okay.
We need to get back there.
We have...
We have business to attend to.
Can you send a... Who do we have in the village?
On a
that we can...
side note, do either of you know the Bull of the North?
Not yet. We're up here to envoy with him.
I'm here to kill him.
That's gonna be a problem.
Why do you want to kill him?
Uh,
I mean, I get why
Um,
they would
I
want to kill him.
you speak
Like a lot of the
Sky tongue, correct?
Yeah, I'm speaking Sky Tongue. I'm
Okay.
speaking...
Rose Black is always translating what you guys are saying so that 100%
Yeah, no,
of
I
people
know.
can understand. But as she's talking about, translating your stuff with the Bill of the North, her, and a lot of those ghosts make a finger across the throat
Yeah.
means death emotion.
I tell Roseblood and the rest of the army to go
Metaphors.
back a little bit so I can talk to you guys a bit more in private.
She's like, no, that's not how this works.
You made a
Fine.
deal with...
So, yeah, I might have made a deal to kill the Bull of the North to gain an army of the awesome undead. So... Also, I have a broken skyship if you guys know anyone who can repair it.
Oh,
It's pretty badass.
excellent. We're expanding our fleet. But the Bull of the North has powerful allies.
So, we make them our allies instead?
That's a different plan than what we had intended. I guess it's not...
We're going to need
Impossible.
to consider everything. I don't think it would be anywhere near impossible. You are very good at convincing people.
Slummongrel's like leaning against the
Oh
buildings.
shit, Slummongrel was here.
Yeah, he's always been here.
I forgot. I thought he stayed with the ship.
No.
But no, that would make no sense. So yeah, he would make sense. He's here. I just forgot.
He like kind of puts out his opium pipe with his thumb, like it's like, what's a better ruler than a bull than a swan?
Was I supposed to?
That
Three
means you'd make a
swans.
better ruler than he would.
Well, yes.
I mean, technically, we've already made moves to, Wow, this place is a shithole.
Exactly.
I mean, sorry, don't mean to cut on in this
No,
lawgiver.
no,
There's
no.
a dude there. Imagine Mel Gibson's Mad Max, but in like more kind of more like kind of sorceress gear. But that same kind of like the road leathers and the
Yeah.
armor, but it's all made of that silver, that kind of shifting watery silver, like the shoulder pauldrons, the leg brace. He has like brass knuckles on that have like spikes coming off of the side of his hand.
Yes.
He looks like he's the kind of guy that would break necks and stuff. And he's just like, but like the Bull of the North runs this place, right? I mean, what an empire. He just kind of gestures to the Arctic wasteland. He's like,
Hey, This was a delight to grow up in.
you should just burn this to the ground and like put a hot spring in. Like a hot spring on all of it. Like one big hot spring. Like you take the elemental pool of air and you put a hot spring over top of just this entire direction.
Can we put a ski resort instead?
I like this idea. It's really cold here.
Hot springs and ski resort?
That
Not
would
hot
mess up-
springs, just one big one.
That would... No. I like ice. Not this much ice all the time, but... But I'm just
ice
saying...
resort.
I'm just saying, it
This
would be
is
that
hell.
bad of an idea to kill this guy.
What do we know about him? He's like a bull, gone through the north, destroying everything in its path, collecting followers. You basically right now, the Majestic is retroactively thinking of reasons he should hate this guy to justify why they should take over from him.
Oh, damn it.
Yep. No, he terrorized my people as I grew up. My whole tribe. I'm like half fake crying.
The Rose Black, rolls her eyes like, not only did he kill us in dirty warfare, guerrilla warfare, he defiled our bodies in such a way that we would never find peace.
Which is very illogical. Like, apart from it being just horrifying, why would he turn the corpses of his enemies into more enemies?
He's leaving the land just littered with dead spots.
Yeah, we can
Out
raise
of
more
character,
armies.
he's doing this so that, I think I said this before, so that
It
because
terrifies the...
the realm suppresses ancestor cults. So a lot of these ghosts are end up in the underworld with because their bodies have been defiled and like their graves have been destroyed and their stuff's been looted and it's been like a mockery. In such a way, they've been killed in such a way that they will definitely show up in the underworld. A lot of them. And then because the realm suppresses ancestor cults, they have no back support. So if a son or daughter or like a brother or like a father or uncle gets murdered up here while fighting for the realm, and then their fucking family can't even get the stones up to support them in the afterlife, that means a good chunk of them won't just be pissed off at the bull and go and try to ruin the bull's day. No, they're going to go back to the Blessed Isle and make their own families miserable. Now you have people sitting in the realm who never have to go to war, having their own goddamn sons and fathers and daughters and mothers coming back to fucking haunt them. That is demoralizing as shit. There's nothing illogical about this.
That seems exceedingly cruel.
Yes, that's what it is, but it's goddamn not illogical.
He's like, that's a good idea, but no.
Yeah, this sounds...
Solar
Fair
Exalts
enough.
tend to have a certain panache with dealing with the dead. They tend to be really good at it. So it's not like he's going to be worried about hungry ghosts and zombies ravaging the frozen waste sides. All it's going to do is, muck up somebody's day that's trying to invade this place. Because Ice Walkers and the people native to the north are doing just fine.
So I think the main issue here, if we do go along with this course of action, is garnering support in the north, leeching allies away from the bull, establishing a power, like a hold in the north. I mean, we have this place, but this is dumb.
Very much so.
It's probably one of the nicest places I've ever seen.
Diamond Hearth. To recap, Diamond Hearth is a mining town. It was built around a diamond mine and a bit of an ore mine. So it has stone and structures built around the mine to support the administrative part of
it's already
the diamond
one of the
mine.
nicest places I've ever seen.
On top of that, there are stone and straw hovels for the slaves. Diamond Hearth has a population of 40,000, and half of that are slaves. And not the, we're servants that are paid for and we get food and stuff. It's you're worked to death, and if you get frostbite or leprosy, and you're still kind of alive, they dump you in a trench outside of town to let the ice take you. And they just cover it with snow later and turn it into a road.
Yeah, still probably nicest place I've ever
This
seen.
place is, the mine itself is very close to becoming a small shadowland.
Wow.
Based on the fact that I've only ever seen like the 3 tents in my village or 4 tents.
Your village, your quality of life in your village was much higher than the people in Diamond Hearth.
Yeah, it was.
This place
it was
is bigger. It has
it was
more
a-
buildings.
yes, that's
Doesn't
what
mean-
I mean.
doesn't
Yeah,
mean
yeah.
it's nicer.
It's a
though.
You've been to buildings.
It's-
You've been to places
yeah.
like this before.
Yeah.
Because you're from the south north, if
Yeah.
that makes sense. And there's more civilization there that you've traveled through.
Yeah.
This is so far north, most things can't live up here.
Mm.
But yeah, the picture. Notice how the gem and the blue on his thing here are specifically blue because they match his eyes and it brings out the color in his eyes. He's a fashion designer.
So, welcome to the circle, I suppose.
Good to be here.
Oh,
What did you guys leave behind in one day? Gave voting rights to.
We don't have anyone else in Wanmei right now.
No one.
Void Within Without is gone. The Countess is gone.
We have our contacts in the underworld right now. We have an assassin we know in the underworld right now. We know that whatever is in our...
Send him a dream.
Yes.
I will do so.
Have her kill him.
Yes. And also I'll warn them. Describe the scene to me of your previous death.
I was in some kind of illusion room, and a cold hand kind of ripped through my back and started forcing its way into my body. And it just ate through my body and came out and wore my skin as its skin.
Can I make a roll to figure out what that could possibly be?
Lore!
Lore, okay, I have specialties, teaching, so no. First Age, Autochthonian, Geomancy, Artifacts, the Wild, and Dragon Kings.
I will give you the wild.
Okay.
Do you want to spend an excellency on it?
Yes.
Let's
so
look at specific charms you have for lore, by the way, while we're just, here. You have First Knowledge is Grace. You ignore penalties to teach someone. And... with this charm, you add your essence and non-charm automatic successes to any lore roll that involves one of your specialties.
Holy shit!
Oh, by the way, you also got another specialty because last session was the end of the Trip to the North story.
Oh, right.
So, another one. So roll your dice with your excellency with 2 automatic successes, and I'm going to give you 2 dice worth of stunt from having him kind of break it down for you ahead of time.
Okay, now I have a question.
Plus the one from the specialty.
When I'm spending excellencies, I get an extra... When I'm
You just
rolling,
double the natural dice pool to 20 dice.
Does the natural dice pool include my specialty?
No.
Okay, so it's just...
so it's
10
base
times
20.
2.
So base 20, 1 more plus your specialty, and 2 more because of the stunt, so that's 23 dice plus 2 automatic successes.
You all successes on this?
10s count twice. Yes.
Yeah,
Target
of
is
course.
7. Okay, just making sure I didn't unclick. 16 successes. So actually.
Plus 2?
19 success. 2?
Yeah.
I said 3.
No, your essence is 2.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So.
18 successes is what we're talking about. You quickly catalog through the immense amount of knowledge you've been gathering from just all your time in Wanmei.
Do I start glowing then? 'Cause I'm
Oh yeah.
The thinker pose.
Yeah, like literally just hand to your forehead as you touch the chakra of knowledge at your at the source of your mind, and just boom. Fey folk shapeshifter. Alternatively, some sort of chosen of the wild that's able to adapt itself and like take over someone's narrative strain.
By chosen of the wild, I mean like a wild exalt?
Something like that.
Jesus Christ!
Because he described cracked silver scars that he saw, which is indicative of a type of exalt you've heard of that has like silver tattooing all over it. Oh shit! You've met a Lunar before.
I haven't. He has.
Yeah, you've
Oh, a
met
Lunar. A Lunar.
Yeah, god damn it. You've met a Lunar before. P-Pants' wife.
Right.
Anna, the what's her name? God damn it, I didn't write her name down. It's probably another podcast, but she had those moon silver tattoos, which she told you about just off camera about how they protect her from the wild taint. And all Lunars have them, and they're shapeshifters, and they're wild exalts, essentially, because in classical lore, Luna, the moon, was birthed by one of the titans that had control over parts of the wild as his portfolio, and parts of the exalt that originally started the whole process of shaping the wild. So Luna herself was a god based off of the wild, and her exalts carry that strain. This might have been a Lunar. It could have also been some sort of cataphractoid, like Fairfolk Prince exalt.
Okay.
A cataphractoid body snatcher.
What do we know of weaknesses for those types of...
Killing them until they die.
Yes, but cold iron, does that work against...
But yeah.
I was thinking of any information we could help to send in the dream.
She's an assassin. She would probably know.
True.
Tell her what it is, and then she'll figure it out. Also, she's in the labyrinth, and if there's one thing the labyrinth knows, it's how to kill wild things.
Okay. I will... What should we do? There's just like an army setting here. Are we just going to stand here while I do this?
Just going to take out my compact from the internet.
It's very disturbing.
Just, you start sorcerously casting into the mirror and send a dream through. Who are you targeting?
The assassin, I guess.
Knight of Curses?
Knight of Curses.
You tell her a
Do
dream.
we trust her a lot?
I trust her.
Okay. If you trust her, good enough.
You're like, take care of this.
We're like...
What do you want her to do? Like, specifically, what are your demands?
Alert the others and try to deal with this, because...
Yeah, we are... I guess we actually could get there pretty fast. It's only like 4 days. But, I mean... We'd have to go get the ship again and stuff, actually.
Which is crashed and damaged.
Oh, right. So I'd have to fix it first and everything. Which, actually, I could probably do in like 2 seconds. But whatever. So, yes. I'm going to send her a message letting her know what this is. Like, exactly what happened, basically. And we need this dealt with. We need him taken care of and killed.
Teachers, gather your spell wands. We will find this fucking troll, and we will kill its fucking ass.
Yes. Now, the problem is, if they just show up and start trying to kill him, the city might think that they're the bad guys.
Yeah, you want her to... Don't fucking tell her how to do her job. She's an assassin.
She's an assassin. She's not a warrior. So that makes sense. She'll know what to do. So yeah, I'll just send her that message, let her know what's going on. Hopefully they can deal with it, or at least, like, get him out of the city.
This is going to be so great when you get back to 1 May.
I'm so worried.
Fucking bloodbath.
I'm so worried. I don't want anyone to die.
Keep his skull.
I'm not going to send that message. That's stupid. I'm not sending that as part of the message. If the body is there, we'll take the skull. If not, I'm sure we can find this guy from a previous life and take his skull.
Wait, what? Taking your skull.
I really need it.
Why?
She kind of brings out the other skull she has. It's like, I need the complete set.
It has like the nightcat, the symbol of the Unconquered Sun, the nightcast, which is like a golden ring, carved into the forehead and dipped in like full of molten gold.
Beautiful.
That she's drinking out of as a cup.
Interesting.
Alright, we've got like slaves around here. They're probably terrified. We should
Oh yes, I'll go among the people. What they speak Sky?
Remember what happened the last time you went among the people and you talked to them?
They attacked us. What? I'm going to go among the people. Calm them down.
What's your one charisma?
Make them warm.
Make them warm.
Burn for it!
No.
We have an elemental, so...
Yeah, so we'll
I can tell the army to stay on the outskirts of town.
That would be for the best.
Okay, army, outskirts of town.
I think that... Oh! My name is Ceaseless. I'm not Ceaseless Falk Devastation. What the hell was that?
Nightmares! Josh is reaching through time and space to pilot your character.
Oh my god, that was so weird!
He really wants to come back.
That was really dumb. I don't even know.
Nightmares!
I am Skyward Effulgent Majesty.
Nice to meet you. I am
Eclipse?
Longhorned Seawolf.
Queen of 1,000 Conquests.
Nice to meet you.
Killer Queen, please.
I gesture towards his companion.
I'm the Rose Black.
Do I know her?
Lore, what kind of lore do you got? Specialties?
I don't have any specialties for...
Do you... okay, she's 140 years old. Do you think your master, before you guys killed him, would have taught you about realm politics? Because he probably worked for the realm. He wasn't like a renegade or anything.
Yeah, he probably would have taught me stuff. And...
Lore.
Okay, so...
Just, you don't get automatic successes or anything. Just a straight up, roll like 10 dice. 3 successes? The Rose Black is the nickname to a prominent member of House Tepet that was basically considered to be, when the Empress disappeared ways back, to be probably one of the people in line that could have taken the throne.
Oh, wow. That must have been a bitch for her to have died out here.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, this is what people were talking about at the Threshold who were in the know about it, like who gossiped. And she commanded the Vermilion Legion, blah, blah, blah. You get kind of the backstory on that. And, with your lore and occult and his occult, you can clearly identify that she is not just a ghost. Something's weird about her.
Yeah, obviously.
So some sort of solar manipulation has changed the nature of the core nature of her being.
Wow. Hello. I suppose that's the Vermilion Legion.
All the banners show it. All the Tempest armor shows it.
Like, the whole piece between there is like, wow.
That War Strider body corpus that the ghost is forming together, that's a House Tepet War Strider.
That means that the I'll explain that this is like a really prominent realm legion, and then I'll be like, so that probably means that the airship that was that he mentioned is much like ours, which is great because if we can't fix both of them, we can at least salvage one or the other for parts.
That makes sense.
One that was used in the north would be more.
It might actually be more resilient to cold. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
They're translating this to you.
Yeah, I know, I figured it.
I'm speaking Sky Tongue the entire time, but yes.
He doesn't understand.
You don't understand Sky
So
Tongue.
you're not.
So, no, I'm not.
Yeah, no,
Teach
but
me a
I figured the
language.
Roseblood was definitely...
Rose Black.
Rose Black, sorry.
Rose red.
I'm going to forget her name a lot. She's going to get pissed at me.
Rose Black. She's not even making you use her name. It's just Rose Black.
Yeah, the Rose Black. That's her name.
She's still going to get pissed at me for forgetting it.
Oh my god, you fucking lawgivers.
Wow.
Okay.
So
You exalted with a bang.
Did what I could.
She motions to the beaten up guards and the army men and some of the ones that are dying from their wounds. It's like, so should we have the slaves kill the wounded?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we re-summon them as part of our army?
Are you a necromancer?
No.
Then no.
Then what do you think, lawgiver?
That's fair. Well, you guys are all undead. Why don't
This
you
dynamic
be
is
friends
reminding
with
me,
them?
pee
And
I say that in Flame Tongue.
oh.
Okay, so the Legion starts going through and making the slaves get up on their feet and giving them spears and be execute them, and they start going through and executing the soldiers you intentionally bashing damaged down.
I want to make a speech while they're killing these people.
So you get up on top of the building.
Yes. You need to translate for me, please.
Oh my god, yeah, I'll translate. Oh man, I don't have very good charisma. How's that work, Devin?
It'll be fine.
Okay, good.
Just because I'm the one talking, and I'll do performance.
You'll do an interpretive dance.
No, she's not dancing. She's doing actual speech, because I have speech ones as well.
But dance cuts through all language barriers.
That is true.
And you have a language barrier problem. Let's want to sing a haunting aria of "Have the Slaves Kill the Wounded."
No, I'm gonna start dancing then. So,
I'm intrigued.
Just get him on a building. He's like, have the slaves kill the wounded. Gets on a building, just like.
Literally, they're giving the poor and disenfranchised weapons and making them murder their oppressors.
so
that's great. That's a whole thing about rising up and taking down your captors.
Oh, that's great!
Yeah.
17 performance.
Jesus H. Christ, what do you want from these people, Kevin?
I'm telling them that they are no longer slaves. They are free men under us. They will.
They are free men. They can choose to follow us.
That's not what he said.
That is the best.
That was the lead on to another sentence.
I'm just saying that one sentence right there is perfectly crystallized of this game. You fucking hypocrites.
Under us, they can achieve greatness. They can achieve true greatness under the banner of the solar deliberative.
There we go. Throwing that word around. You know that word. You know that word.
Strike
the
down
solar deliberative.
Strike down your oppressors.
Strike down your oppressors, and we will carry out a swath of vengeance across this nation.
Blood orgy, blood orgy.
It's great though, because you're actually just dancing. You're actually talking, aren't you?
Well, you're saying that, you're translating, but
Okay.
the dance is conveying the full emotional brunt. You're like,
Also, activating my backup dancer power, which
ghostly backup dancers made of essence show
which
up.
shows spiritual, great-looking former slaves. Their chains
Where-
shatter, and they
Their
strike
chains
down.
turning into armor and fine weapons and crowns and stuff.
Yeah, and they strike down these demonic-looking oppressors.
Oh my god, you people.
Oh,
You're the best.
I feel like I can grow to like this group.
So yeah, there's that.
You conquer this mining town, this horrible slum mining town, and get, once you start teaching these people to wash their hands and cure them of plague and diseases, you'll have like 20,000 fucking slaves that are just
going
gonna
to mining?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get the mining. It's just it's not gonna be.
Oh, we're definitely gonna make them mine to death.
Okay,
Not
good.
to death.
Good.
We'll increase
Good,
the
I'm
quality
glad.
of life and stuff.
I'm glad they keep mining.
We're gonna organize shit so that there's
That's
people,
good.
managing food and.
I'll help them with stuff. But we really need
So,
to
like-
fix the Nightman.
Remember, 40,000 people, 20,000 were slaves, and the other 20,000 weren't just soldiers. They were just people running this mining town. What do you do with them?
They're also joining us and shit.
They better join us. Do I need to do another dance?
You probably should do another dance just to put that point home about.
I will dance aggressively. I will break open their doors and dance aggressively towards them.
So the Vermilion Legion starts hauling citizens who were complacent in these human atrocities into the streets to see you dance about how you better fall in line or else we'll throw you in the freezing pit.
You're all equals now. Get used to it.
Jesus.
Accept equality or die.
Essentially.
Or banishment into the cold wastes.
Banishment into that pit where we keep the lepers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
All right. Brutality happens. What the hell were you guys coming to town for?
We wanted to know where the place to fix Nightman is.
Yeah, you were trying to find clues to the manse.
So yeah, we'll just ask people. I assume some of these people are trained doctors and shit, so they'll be.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's
And
professionals
also,
here.
this guy might know stuff because he's actually from the north.
Oh right, yeah.
And he's an explorer type. I don't know the in character, but he might actually know shit.
He has a
kind of
Grizzly Adams
also-
look to him.
He's also kind of always lounging on a surfboard made of essence.
I'm always lounging on a golden cloud. It's
I'm
not
just-
even
I'm
my
just-
cloud, but I'm always lounging on it. It's
Only-
hers.
The queen can make you drop you at any
Yeah.
time too. It's just
I just assume she won't. I mean, come on, man.
until you're over like an ice floe. It's no longer pure
So yeah, your army's gonna just get to work getting these people in line,
Okay.
and making sure stuff happens. Do you have anything specific you want to happen to this town?
I want it to be not a hellhole.
improved infrastructure.
Okay, well, this ghost army can only have people brutalize their oppressors and drag people out into the streets kicking and screaming to get the lesson from the new lords of the place. They can't really build infrastructure.
Well, I'm not asking the army to do it. They
Alright,
can,
we
they
have
can
the
just
Majestic for
try
it.
not to be scared. I mean,
Well,
try not to.
but the
scare
Majestic
people.
and you have other shit to deal with right now. So
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of the citizens.
Some
will
mongrel
build
can
some shit.
stay here and manage shit. No, he needs to fly our ship. Well, we don't have the ship. He can. Stay
Yeah, he might like it. He can just be like, you're the mayor of this city now.
for now, anyways. Just make sure people
wait, what
fall
about
back
Toriel?
into the whole slaving thing.
We have tutors by Claw here. She's a teacher.
she's around. You have essence sight. If you have your essence sight on, like the charm, there's like a ghostly outline of a imagine kind of like a goat / kind of like horned woman with like white hair in like white pale blue robes, and she has like horns coming out and kind of has almost like a goatish complexion, but that's like more Chinese dragon than goat. And she's just kind of lounging about ethereally around these guys, kind of doing her own thing.
Okay.
We just basically don't want them to fall back into people oppressing the people and all that shit. And we want to make sure
We're
these
the only
places-
oppressors around here.
We are not oppressors. We are liberators.
As long as they follow your
Liberals.
rules.
We are liberators. They legit don't even have to follow us. They can go do whatever they want.
Into the cold blizzard where there's nothing.
Well, it's not my fault. It's a blizzard up here.
Are they
Not my
mistaken
fault
for
if the
escaped
army
slaves?
uses them as archery practice.
Well, okay, so the Rosewhack comes back to you. Sea Duck? Seawolf?
Seawolf.
Seawolf. Well, there's a few people here who might know how to fix a skyship. I would place my bets on that one. And she points to the Majestic.
You can fix my skyship?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yes.
Like, without a doubt. Without even an issue.
Can we make some of the chambers bigger? Or at least have windows?
Windows are not a thing. If we put windows on it, it'll,
Shatter.
it won't keep up the structural integrity, and also it probably has a, essence, how the fuck do I describe a cloaking field, Devin?
An essence cloak.
It also most likely has an essence cloak, which means that when it's flying, no one will be able to see it. But
Wait,
if we put
Lawgiver,
windows
are
on-
you describing an Indomitable Conquest platform?
Yes.
That is not the configuration of this vessel.
Oh, darn. What is it?
I actually don't know.
It's not Realm?
No, we didn't even know it was there when we just died on the battlefield.
Oh.
The crevice showed up after our death. That wasn't a battlefield either. That's where they dumped our bodies after. The bull thought it was a damaged domain, and the essence was ravaging our bodies. So he would just dump realm soldiers there.
It had symbols that I thought I recognized.
Well,
And you're really good at occult now, so you can actually probably replicate these pretty well.
Yeah.
Like
You
have linguistics, and you have excellencies.
I take out a notepad
Calligraphy brush.
and I quickly scribble down a bunch of the symbols that
I'm not going to make you roll lore. Those are Autochthonian.
We need to go immediately.
oh, yes, actually.
Okie dokie.
You recognize those symbols. They're all over Nightman's internal organs.
I've dug around in those. I know where
Well, also, we were inside Metroplex.
I
So.
lost a watch in there.
Do you need one of these gears? I kept a few of the gears.
Oh, are they from the thing?
Yeah.
Those gears are from the War Strider, aren't they?
Yeah, still.
Different thing.
Nevertheless, I have gears.
I don't
I
necessarily
thought
need
they
them.
were neat and handy. I kept a few of them in my
You know,
pockets.
if there's a crushed ship around there, there might be other salvage.
Exactly. There might be an Autochthonian. There might be another one of his, He didn't call it a circle. He called it an assembly.
Yeah, so let's head there then. That
Yes,
I still
definitely.
look for windows on the ship.
That might not even be a ship in its own right. It might
Sand.
be an alchemical.
Interesting. Okay, so we head back there.
Yes, we should definitely head there. Oh,
Fuck this town.
first we'll fix this shit up before we leave. Also, we need to figure out if anyone does know any places we might be.
It sounds like
looking
you
for.
just got your lead.
Oh, that's the place. Oh,
No, it's not the place, but you're looking for Autochthonian stuff, and you literally stumble upon Autochthonian stuff.
awesome.
This sounds like a stronger lead than ask random people if they've seen some sort of weird first age manse that no one's ever seen.
Random
And
villagers.
1,000 and,
Yeah.
Pause.
the game?
Yeah.
Okay, brief pause. And we're back. So, Autochthonian skyship. How are you guys getting to it? It's south.
We're probably gonna sled again.
Oh. Can we do that?
We don't have the work mule.
We can just
We have
get my
undead.
army to
We have that
carry
massive
us.
colossus one of yours. So.
You could also summon a Gate and just
Oh, that's true. That will just take
Right.
2 nights.
2 nights.
Not
Yeah.
even 2 nights. I can summon.
Do you have
one
demon
too.
summoning?
Yeah. Or
So
no,
1 night.
I don't.
Do you have elemental summoning?
I don't have any summoning.
I have elemental and something.
Literally, the only thing I have is the mirror, like my control spell.
You might want to pick up more spells later on.
Yeah,
We'll
especially
look into
demon
it.
summoning, because Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
So yeah, I'll take those 2 nights to do.
Alright, you guys stay here in 2 nights. You, Majestic, with your just shit tons of crafting charms, can basically turn this shitty town and dig under into the ice and basically use all the different knowledge and essence manipulation you have to make underground ice burrows and use the stone from the line, like the sludge and the runoff, to make it into like stone stuff and set up heat and whatever. And basically, in the night, you can just sit down at the city, burn through essence like crazy, and have assistance. And there is no topside to this city anymore. It is all underground burrows.
And that makes a lot more sense. Excellent.
Also, from a distance, you can't tell there's a city there anymore. So
That's true.
Yeah.
Can you
Also,
the little automaton guy?
Huh?
My colossus of...
that is not an automaton. It is a ghost possessing an abstraction of what his real body is. It's not a war strider. It's a collection of shrapnel and gore and destroyed essence and corpus, which is what
okay.
ghosts use. That it is actualized as its body.
Okay.
So it's no longer a war strider. It's just garbage that the ghost
So
uses
he doesn't
for
need
form.
to be fixed.
It's a
No.
ghost.
Okay.
It
That's
just
cool
needs to
then.
respire its essence and
Okay.
rest.
Okay. That works then.
I didn't take any of my companions with me.
The perfect swan's over there. You gave it a little parka.
Oh, I did. I gave it a little perk. That's why it came with us, so I could get it. So I could design it in winter clothes, right?
I've already described to you the perfect swan,
Yes.
Ian. It's there.
It's wearing a parka.
It like
No,
spits
it goes,
ink at your feet. No, it's cold. It has a
Right.
cold.
Oh, little buddy.
Yeah.
I'll put like a little warm bowl underneath its face so it can like have the. Well, fair enough. Whatever. You're warm now. That's good. Just no. Wait. Then you'll freeze when you come out. You stupid swan.
Slap it.
No, I don't slap it.
Careful, if you get caught in its webs, it tears off your soul, and your soul remains in the...
Stop telling people my pets will steal their soul. It won't steal your soul. It doesn't even know how to do that.
Yet.
It's
Probably
just
ain't gonna go near it.
It's just my pet /
Okay.
workbench. It's fine. It's friendly.
Anyway, you also get inspiration for making this mine more efficient by eliminating the human factor. Given enough time with enough material and reagents here, you can build what are called Hands of the Mountain, which are essentially giant headless golems that can carry hundreds of tons and larger percentages of their own mass,
Yes.
like ants basically, and can just endlessly forever rip this mountain apart and have raw diamond and materials harvested.
If that's going to take more than 2 days, I can just start summoning
It won't make it'll.
walking puppeteers as well.
You can do it when you come back.
Yeah.
They'll probably be like artifact 3, which means it'll take you 3 minus your essence 1 week. Wait, no, 6 minus your essence 4 weeks instead of 4 months. But you can make 7 of them at a time, and then they will strip mine this place in a year because they'll just never stop working.
So why are the people going to live here still?
Because it's a safe place.
You move 20,000 people, 30,000 people to Wanmei,
Yeah, that's what we would do.
and then your city has 30,000 people.
Why don't we just establish another city up here?
Second
Rather than
capital.
moving them all...
Slamongrel starts coughing and hawks up a loogie onto a building. This place is shit, lawgiver.
That is true.
That would be why.
That is true. And we do
If
have
I had to
a lot of
live
space.
here, and after seeing what Wanmei's like, if I had to live here, I think I would cut off all your heads when you slept.
This place is great.
This place is horrible.
The snow, it's
Fair
nice. It's
I hate this
pretty.
place so much
Got the
that I
ice
hate
flowing in the
you
background.
for not destroying it in a past life.
It's so pretty.
That's true. Why didn't we bomb the north?
The-
It's of all the things we
The
could have bombed.
sun gleaming
I know
off the eyes.
one of Gaia's children is the dragon of air. You should have killed him, opened up his guts, and stuffed him.
Rainbow
Why don't we just
dancing
destroy
on
the
the
pole of the
horizon.
north?
I would
Let's
not. I
not
would
do
not be
that.
remiss about this place going into the wild.
No, come on,
Rivers
everyone.
of ice just flowing down.
In that case, we could just shape it later.
No. Let's not destroy a huge portion of creation. Let's just let it be. But yes, let's move these people south. They may die of heat, though. That would be a problem.
That's not a thing, lawgiver. You're making that up.
Especially
They're hardier
people.
here. People here are stronger.
No, they are hardier for the cold. You don't understand how warm it gets in the south.
They could travel through the east first, and then they slowly acclimate.
Slowly. I was just gonna
Or we could have them move during the season of air, so that they arrive when it's
Oh,
cooler.
there's also air. There's also air.
Sky ships, lawgiver.
No, bitch. Out of character. I'm trying to think of a way to say air conditioning that isn't technobabble.
Climate control
We also have climate control though, so they actually won't be too bad. when
or
they
weather
get there.
or weather master or whatever.
Okay.
What's wrong
All
with
right.
the homeland?
It's whole.
Your homeland shit, lawgiver. Oh.
So,
Oh.
Sounds like you're
Can
just
I medicine him?
a bit weak.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Get
medicine.
him some chicken soup.
Yeah, I'm gonna medicine him.
Oh man.
Okay. I was really
Let's-
afraid he was gonna sneeze all over me like the Countess did the one time, and I was like, not acceptable.
Your medicine and chicken soup help with this cold, and the herbs and drugs you take from the Killer Queen helps with the syphilis he picked up here.
the many, many drugs.
Guy, really?
Well, they were
I couldn't
slaves.
help
They're
it.
new and free, and,
I couldn't
Jesus
help it.
stuff.
I got bored.
So, yeah, let's head to that ship you found.
You know,
Anyway, so 2 days go by, and the Killer Queen, using sorcery, and you know sorcery, you're a sorcerer, you
Yes.
can manipulate reality. She opens up gates from Malpheus, and 2 beautiful, bejeweled wasps come out, the size of a large, strong horse, with its chitin is naturally shaped into a saddle and stuff. And they have gemmed eyes, and their wings are stained glass, and it's hard not to look at them. They're gorgeous.
And you complain about the perfect swan.
These are
that's
beautiful.
because, yeah.
These
So
things-
is the perfect swan!
These things have-
She is perfect.
These things have magical effects that make people love them. Like people seeing them are supernaturally attracted to them.
They're
Just 'cause
versions
so
of
gorgeous.
you.
So, wasp time.
We're flying on wasps.
Yes.
What should we do with the army?
They'll just stay here.
Okay, will Rose Black come with me? Or...
Yeah, I'll come with you. I'll just ride along as a spirit.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you could do that.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, let's do that.
All right. She sheds her corporeal form and becomes essence, and is just hanging around you all the time.
Oh,
Man, when I come back and like one of the storage closets in here is just gonna be like all webbing with the perfect swan, just like
in a ceiling somewhere in a damp area where the like you'll have like a damp pool and it'll come down from its web and start crawling towards you.
I love that guy. Perfect swan is great.
All right. So the newly almost complete circle travels south-ish. Eventually you hit that wall of blizzard. This is faster because the Agate can travel in a straight line and fly. Still takes a bit of time. You guys have some trouble with it, but yeah, eventually you come to this. From above you can see it. It's actual cylinder of storm, and it's clearly supernatural. And you just go up over top and down into it. And yeah, there's a from up top you can see that this hole with spider-like fissure legs, it's a crash site. Something crashed here at high speed and destroyed the ground. And the center of it is that mushroom thing. That sky ship.
Okay.
You can tell from you, Majestic, because your lore is amazing. You can tell that this crash site is a couple centuries old. Maybe like just shy of a millennia.
So what era does that put it in?
Shogunate.
Okay.
During the Shogunate era.
Okay, so we land. We
Yeah, you lie next to it, and yeah, there it is. It's a sky ship.
Excellent. Let us go inside.
Yeah.
Rose Black
Okay.
materializes beside you once you guys land.
Yeah.
And the demon wasps dematerialize because they're also spirits, so they...
Oh, good for them. They don't have to suffer in this cold.
Did the guards dig it out anymore while we were gone?
You guys did your best when you were all here, so it's pulled out and not sideways anymore, and it's basically on its even keel, and all the ice has been broken off.
Okay.
The ice was supernaturally tough just from the nature of the essence that's been pouring out of this thing. The essence was reinforcing the concept of air, making it stronger and harder and layered.
I have a question.
Ma?
What material is it made out of?
Primarily adamant, alloyed with orchalcum.
Adamant. Okay. So I have the name of all. I have the names of his assembly and what material they are. So, trying to put together who this was.
Yeah, basically, imagine it was made of pure, like, crystallized and layered adamant, with, like, basically carbon sheaths. And then over top, it basically has a protective shell of orchalcum to give it kind of a defense.
Okay, but it's not oroshalcum.
No, it looks like the structure is primarily adamant, which would help it basically, harmonize with essence ley lines in the sky and allow it basically to fly faster and more maneuverable.
Excellent. Perfectly calibrated, inauspicious, defect troubleshooter. That one's a mouthful. Let's just call it troubleshooter.
That sounds fair enough.
I just say these words and you're like, what?
And yeah, like there's essence coming off of it, and like parts of it are glowing on the inside. The bridges, view windows have been shattered at some parts, and it looks like it has a cannon that fires actual projectiles and not essence, and it's like been blown open. Like an impact happened at close range recently, within the last couple weeks.
That's my bad. I may have had to fight the Colossus guy before I exalted. It was not fun.
Fair enough. Let's go assess the damage.
All right, you crawl inside the hole he found that's underneath the structure that leads you into basically the port is left, so it'd be like the aft starboard cargo area.
The front right?
No, the back left.
Okay.
Or the back right.
Yeah, back
I have no idea ship directions.
That's great, buddy.
I do. I have sail.
Nice. This cargo area is full of cases. You recognize these cases as they're not artifacts, but they're a type of weapon design that basically means they're magazines. They're cartridges to load into projectile-based essence weapons, like behemoth slaying weapons.
Okay.
And like he shows you those canisters. Those canisters carry, and you've seen designs of this weapon in your enemy intelligence. Those chakras, they have a name. They're called Sun Fist chakrams. They're used for banishing behemoths and titans. They're basically the equivalent of oh god, what would the equivalent of in Earth be? I don't even know. They're not grenades. They're basically sabot rounds. A sabot round in Earth military terms is basically a machine gun round or like a grenade launcher round that fires essentially pockets of magma at you.
Oh shit.
So like it hits you and it burns through like it's hot phosphorus magma. Sabot rounds in pop culture were the weapons that the U.S. military used to kill Transformers in the live-action Transformers movies, and have been long since theorized to be the only thing that would actually really do it because it actually just scalds and burns away the material at high temperatures. This does the same thing, but it does egg to everything. Lots of egg. But they're artifacts in their own right. This thing uses that as ammunition.
Awesome. Is there any kind of control console?
Yeah, at the front of the ship.
I show you where it is.
But the back of the ship's where that heart
Highly
thing is.
damaged.
The heart? Oh, let me see the heart.
The heart is a bit damaged too. I may have hit it with.
Yeah, you go to, because the actual farthest aft room, right next to the cargo area, the room you entered, only had one way in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an essence reactor. It's like Metroplexes, but smaller.
So this is an alchemical.
Yup.
Okay.
Yeah, those like things are coming out and like striking against the bands and trying to energize it and
Is
like
that one still
bring it.
broken?
They're all broken.
No. Really broken from when I smacked
No, you
it with
fixed
the
it because you got debris out of it.
Oh. Oh,
Can
well, that's
I,
good.
It looks like it's trying to accrue enough essence to bring itself out of hibernation, but the heart is so damaged it's leaking essence everywhere. It's been doing it for a couple centuries.
Can I patch that up?
There's ample material around.
Is there still that Hearthstone, like that broken one on the top of the ridge?
Oh, do you show him that?
Yeah.
The Hearthstone? Yeah, there's a Hearthstone that's near shattering. If that thing actually breaks, it's going to detonate.
Is there a way to fix those?
No.
Is there a way to toss it somewhere away from us?
Does anyone have any elsewhere abilities? 'Cause I don't.
I have demons that can probably do that.
Well, you're like a god, eh? Pick this up and throw it into the water.
More like a demon that could create like a small portal or something. I'd rather not tell it to go die.
We want to shunt this elsewhere. I don't think any of us have that ability,
No.
though. Yeah.
But you just huck it like in a catapult.
Okay,
Or just
yeah.
take it to the demon world back with them or something.
I don't think they can do
That's
that.
not how it works.
Take this bomb and go bomb your own house.
Well, demons don't go back to Malpheus when they die.
Oh, they die. Right.
So, yeah, basically you set up some sort of like launching tube thing, and like you slowly put it under this thing and just launch it away. And it goes off, and it creates a fantastic cacophony of elemental,
Explosion.
yeah.
Does the storm stop when it leaves?
Yes.
I thought so. Okay. Excellent. That's one less thing to worry about. The
That's fair.
storm here.
How did it fire through the storm? Wouldn't it get picked up in the storm? No.
Also,
Okay.
the rock was making the storm.
That's fair.
I will go back inside the...
Just kind of crack your knuckles and start working on that heart.
Yes.
All right. I'm not going to ask you for an extended craft roll because we know you can pull off 200 successes fairly handedly. Tell me your stunt. Your inevitable stunt.
Well, there's lots of materials around, so that's good. It uses mostly adamant. So I'm going to, try to use that as the main material.
There's a lot of shredded parts and damage around here that you can use.
So I will use that. I'll use some of the ammunition, because I know it gets superheated. So I'll use that to basically, I'll rig something together as basically welding.
Oh yeah.
So I'll use the...
Also, you have your toolkit.
Oh, right. Right. I forgot I had my toolkit. Which is basically this, like, harness I'll put on. And it, like, lets me, like, hover. And, like, tools come out of my back with, like claws
awesome.
and stuff. And
Yeah, it also it creates like manufacturing stuff out of like hard essence.
Yeah.
Like hard holograms.
so...
But yeah, you can dismantle like the cases, like the weapon casings and stuff, and like all that stuff, and have actual material on hand.
Excellent.
So yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll. You're gonna pull this off, and after probably a solid day's worth of work, that heart basically ascends up into the ceiling and starts twisting around and descends down within like a larger cylinder. And the cylinder starts arms start snaking out and tubes, and it starts like tapping onto the heart and doing a self repair. All those little arms that would strike on it go back down and seal up, and that bowl shape starts spinning rapidly, and like actual lightning starts striking the heart, because those tapping hammers were basically emergency stuff. And it retracts up into the cylinder, and yeah, there's basically constant lightning arcing across it like it's a brain, and that this whole place starts to move and shudder. You're able to patch up all the glass around the heart room, and yeah, this place starts powering up.
I'm going to say, good morning, perfectly calibrated, inauspicious defect. I'm just saying your full name. I don't want to
Say
keep
the full
saying
name and don't be a dick.
Okay.
For fuck's sakes.
It's really long. I'm going to be like, good morning, perfectly calibrated, inauspicious defect troubleshooter.
All the screens start flicking on at once, and symbols start showing up everywhere. Basically records of injuries. One symbol keeps showing up over and over again, which basically, is the symbol that Metric used for avatar silo deployment.
So this is probably an avatar of the actual...
You hear footsteps coming from in the ship.
I see. I'm going to turn around towards that. I'm going to warn everyone.
That body that was in armor walks through the doors that are opening and comes into the room. Its arm has turned into a cylinder that has projected a adamant sword that is crackling with basically superheated essence.
I'm assuming it heard my good morning though. It probably.
It's walking into the room. So let's find out what it knew.
I'm holding my sides, not menacingly, but just kind of
Wow.
ready-ishly.
Crystal lightsaber essence cannon. And so it's large suit of now that the party's here, we can actually describe this thing is really made of a large suit of orichalcum armor with adamant systems, like adamant support structures on it, and composite materials. Symbols of Yushan and markings that are equivalent of stamps of behemoth slain are across the large bulging cylindrical shoulder pauldrons, which open up and adamant crystal reactors come out of it, arcing electricity off of them, generating a cape made out of woven red jade that has the symbol for the Shogunate Wild Hunt on the back of it. And yeah, that helmet visor is you can see the essence symbols going across it, like it's actually looking at you guys.
Shit.
This thing crashed during the Shogunate era.
Hi.
I wish we had that freezer with us.
The what?
The freezer. The Nightman freezer.
State your intent, lawgivers.
We came here to repair you and help another one of your assembly also be repaired.
Go on.
I'm afraid to tell him who we're friends with because he killed that guy.
I just did a scan of the astrological signs of creation. Time has passed.
A lot of time.
And it appears more than a few of you are back. So this is the reason we're having a conversation while you're inside my body.
We came inside to help repair you.
You had my scythe in your closet.
I had a shrine in my body that you have defiled, but let's be neutral about this.
That's fair.
Which one of my assembly are you assisting?
Unregulated righteous devil war machine. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
So I
You even though you're pretty sure they don't need to breathe as much as you guys do, you hear a sharp intake of breath through the filter baffles in the helmet. All right.
We have
Tell me more.
come to the north to find the VATS facility that we are aware is somewhere in the elemental pool of air, to help repair him. The years have not been kind.
This much time ago at VATS facility, his reactor should have failed by... Oh, you've been working on him. He has a doctor.
Yes.
I see.
You seem like you could also use a doctor.
I have my facility in Yushan, which it appears I need to get back to. I was hunting a creature over the north when I was shot down. It looks like a rescue team never came for me.
Creature?
A behemoth.
Oh, a rescue... Oh. Yeah. There are no others. There was no rescue team.
Would you happen to know where the VATS facility we are trying to locate is?
VATS facility in the north. Oh, you're looking for Shockwave's domain.
Apparently.
Have fun with her. I could set you in the right direction.
That would be much appreciated.
I've taken a sampling of your essence. You've been on a skyship recently. You have transportation.
Yes. Do you need assistance going back to Yushan?
I should be able to begin repairs to my superstructure. At the very least, I'll be able to use my Yushan gateway to touch base with the celestial bureaucracy and see what my new orders are. There are things that need to be dealt with here in creation. I am nothing if not an efficient troubleshooter. Wait a minute. You smell the Metroplex. What have you done to my assembly mate?
Oh, we've also repaired him and the damage that was done to him over the centuries.
You removed the restraining collar?
Yes. We've removed that.
Interesting.
He's now able to... We've also repaired so much damage that was done. He should be able to leave the location he's in now as soon as we move everything out of the way. He seems... Content. He recently deployed an avatar silo as well, which he explored the city he was under. It was a good time.
Overt moves for someone who once said that sometimes the most efficient action is taking no action.
He has said the same thing. He is willing to wait until we help the city move everything around him before he actually excavates himself.
Very well. And from like one of the screens, it opens up like an iris, and a small orb flies out that just goes in front of you guys and deposits one of those Dreamstone tutors into your hand.
Oh, thank you.
Those are coordinates for Shockwave's facility.
Excellent.
The experiments done there were not something we all worked on. It was Shockwave's domain.
Experiments.
Just electronic growling sound from the helmet. Things I have no time for. Some of us have duties to perform and structures to uphold.
We would very much appreciate any advice you might have on being able to use the VATS facility once we reach it.
Such things are works of the Great Maker. They are not within my purview.
I mean, you seem weary of us.
Lawgiver, I spent basically all my time after your downfall hunting your remnants and exterminating them, like the vermin they were under Yushan's bureaucracy and the Shogunate's wild hunt. Time has passed, and I am not so clouded by... I have the clarity, and she says clarity with a capital C, to see that situations might have changed.
Yes.
So, you will get out of my insides. I will go to Yushan and receive new orders. And neither of us will be intent on destroying each other today.
Anything you could tell us about flawless calculating shockwave?
She is a much less courteous woman than I when it comes to experiments she finds interesting or curious. Don't get under her scalpel.
Thank you.
Is there anything you want us to tell?
Get out.
Your Hearthstone has recently been destroyed, by the way. It
Have
had
fun
been...
with that.
No,
I'm
it isn't.
not sure if it had been yours.
No, it's installed in my Avatar Silo control area.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure if it was yours. Farewell. Alright, let us leave.
Yeah, like, the sound was... She had, like, almost harmonic voice, but it was also very tense and very, like, I don't know the situation, but I don't want you guys so close to my goddamn heart. So let's all just leave on equal footing.
Yeah.
Before we start rolling combat.
Feeling... Yeah, we should go. You want to kill us... what are we? A lawmaker. I know one you can kill.
I think she just wants to follow orders. We should leave now.
Okay.
Also, you don't speak the language we were just speaking.
Oh, no,
Also-
she was speaking that universal harmonic language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that energy sword, that crystal basically dissipates into essence, and the gauntlet part slides back onto her arm, revealing a mailed hand, and she goes back to the control room.
Okay.
Oh, I'll see.
Yeah. Let's get out.
Not all of the alchemicals are going to be happy to see you guys.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
I don't think the Nightman was happy to see
I'm kind of
us.
glad. I'm just kind of glad she didn't kill us. She seemed like she wanted to kill us.
I don't think any
think
of
we
them were
could've
ever
taken her.
happy.
I don't know. I think they're like really high essence. They're pretty powerful.
Three of us. We're right beside their heart. I think
True.
we could have done well.
Seal off the room, like remove all oxygen.
I can
Locks
go
the room,
without
it's like,
oxygen
we're locked
for
in.
quite a while.
Haha, we're in your heart room. We're going to destroy your essence tract. It's like, no, you're locked in here with me.
Literally.
I can go without oxygen for like days, I think, actually, with my survival.
How long can you go without your heart?
Probably a few seconds.
How long could she go without her heart? But no,
With
yeah.
the Avatar Silo? Pretty long.
Sure, this isn't even right. Okay.
By the way, for inspirational reference, I still have the picture of what she looks like. Oh, I do. It's on the webpage. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, nice.
Is she Samus?
Yeah, she's Samus Aran. The giant spherical shoulder pauldrons.
Yeah.
Her ship looks like her ship from Metroid, but the ship is actually her, and the human form is like an avatar she can deploy
Yeah.
because she's so big.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Because every Metroid mission starts with the ship landing, and Samus comes out and does her thing, and if she dies,
Yeah.
you respawn at the ship.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, this is what Anthony's character looks like in his armor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's that god they have hanging out with them.
Oh, okay.
And that's the last circle mate you guys have to meet next to Shockwave.
Sorry, who?
Ceaseless Proletarian March.
Oh, she's the one that made Flender.
No, she isn't.
Why do I have her listed under Flender then?
Because you thought she was Flender, because for
No,
some
but
reason...
didn't she make him for him? She
No.
made she made Flender for
No. Tok'fon made Flender for him.
Oh, okay.
It's a machine spirit, from a Tok'fon soul hierarchy, formatted to be a companion for Nightman.
Okay, I thought she made it for him.
Flender stayed with the Flying
So like his
Saucer.
entire I know Metroplex and the Aura Shop.
Solar Exalts have 5 casts, Alchemicals have 6, half for male, half for female.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, they're like all chicks. I was like, well, no, Metroplex is a chick, and the one that's dead is a dude, or Metroplex is a dude, and the one that's dead is a dude, and Nightman's a dude. So.
Yeah. The other 3 are women.
Just wondering if we could have traded for any of those the ammunition rounds.
I don't think she'd want to give us her ammo. Plus, oh.
Fair enough. I didn't steal
Plus, you
any
have
went
some,
back.
don't you? Oh no, you
No,
don't.
I put those back. I should never have put them back. I do have these, though, and I show you the 3 little bead thingies.
What are the bead things?
What are they?
Yeah, are they these things?
No, it's not a Dreamstone tutor.
What is it?
If you place it in the indent of your nose, the little spikes will go into your tear duct and actually give you eyeglasses.
I never asked for this. Alright, I'm not taking those.
Nope.
I mean, scavengers.
They're not for correcting vision, they're for enhancing vision.
Oh! That might actually be
Like
useful for me. Seeing as I'm a crafter.
Yeah.
Anyways, you should put this on.
One of these.
Stick it in your eyes.
So you take the bead and you put it to your nose?
No, not those. The Dreamstone tutor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here.
What?
Okay.
Why are you giving him the Dreamstone tutor?
Because it might be sabotage?
Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy shit, Nicole.
Well, sorry, but he's the one I know the least. So I'm going to very innocently suggest that he use this. I'm going to explain what it is, and it's really cool, so you should put it on. And it's like a whole thing.
Rose Black Giant just puts her hand out and pushes your hand away from him.
I love how you're like, why do you want him to do it? And you're just like, wow, Nicole.
Oh, for the love of me.
Me, damn it!
Just puts it on.
The Dreamstone Tutor? Yes, you just pull out the Dreamstone Tutor is a large kind of crystal bead, kind of like the little eyeglass thingy, but it has a series of moon silver and star metal wiring in it that actually goes over your eyebrow and just kind of screws in.
Oh, okay.
And as soon as Killer Queen puts it on, she clonks out on her cloud.
Oh, you're on your cloud. Okay.
General topographical maps. Like you're in a big white room, and there's a giant map on the ground that shows the north, and it just shows kind of areas based on old Shogunate era maps.
So I'm like a giant on this map.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna spend a while Godzilla-ing it.
Is there a Blessed Isle on it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend a while just like stomping on it. Yes. And once I've had my fill of that, once I'm like, there's the Empress. There she is. Then I tried to figure out where this facility is precisely on the map.
You have general directions to what's known as Shockwave's laboratory.
Okay, so gonna memorize that and just...
You don't have to memorize it. You just experienced it in a Dreamstone Tutor.
Oh, okay, so yeah. So I just know it. So I'll just mark it on the map once I take it
This
off.
happens super fast. This is how it works.
Yeah.
Dreamstone Tutors are tutors.
Oh, so they just teach... Right, yeah.
This
They're
is
not just libraries.
They're just not just library access. They're also like a way to represent learning something really fast, like learning facts.
Okay. There it is.
Excellent. Thank you.
And the Queen's like...
I'm just tickled pink at your reaction to that.
Jesus fucking Christ, Nicole.
And the Queen's just like, yeah.
Excellent.
So we're going there to
Yes.
fix your friend, apparently.
Yes, our friend is something called an alchemical, which is the same race of Exalt, the same type of Exalt as Troubleshooter that we had just been inside of.
He's a lot more personable.
Yes, and a lot smaller. He's just a human-sized. He's at the end of his ropes. We're going to fix him up in the VATS facility, which is one of the facilities that his kind can be repaired at.
They're temples to a titan. They're
They're
workshop temples.
They're temples to their creator, Topthon.
We should go there first before fetching him, just in case it is dangerous. I don't want to risk him being...
Sure.
Are they all as grumpy as that one was?
In my experience, yes. No, Metroplex was very friendly,
He was just
actually.
very boring.
Metroplex was fine.
Then I vote we
you
loot
did train
all
with
their
him
weapons
for a week.
first
Pardon?
before we
Pardon?
find them. I vote if we find them in a weakened condition like we found this one, we take away their weapons first before we heal
Then we
them.
would wake them up, and they would be aware that we've disarmed them, and that would go...
As you guys are talking, the vessel starts to levitate on like essence reactors, and like those large adamant crystal spires start coming out of the back, and like electricity starts to shock around the air around it as it seems to levitate on electricity. Like it's gliding on basically electrical wiring made out of essence. And this doesn't look like its main mode of flight. It looks like this is like an emergency mode, and a sphere of like a crackling sphere of electricity kind of just forms around it, so like a shield system, and it starts to lazily leave this valley.
Okay. I'm keeping my eye on it, just making sure that the guns don't start
Yeah.
pointing towards us.
She was unpleasant.
Yes.
Yep.
Although she didn't immediately go into attack, which is good.
We should leave
And
it
once
that
she
way
gets
more.
to Yushan, I'm fairly certain she'll find that her orders are no longer to kill us, and that will alleviate the problem.
Didn't we just run into a assassin from...
Yes, but I don't think that's the main ruling. Like, I don't think that's everybody in Yushan. I think that's just...
You never know. We should keep an eye out just
Well,
in case.
obviously we'll keep an eye out. Hopefully she doesn't come back to bite us, but...
Let's come back to us.
So yeah, let's head that
Okay.
way.
Heading over to repair your friend. Here we go.
All right. So, what's your immediate guys' plan? You're basically out here in the middle of nowhere, and you have to make your way back to camp where everyone's shit was.
Yeah, let's go back to camp first, and then...
Days of travel go by, and you're back at Diamond Hearth, which has fundamentally changed since you guys left.
Oh, joy.
Since we left?
Yeah,
Oh, 'cause
because
I-
you set
yeah.
stuff into motion.
Right?
So how's that?
It's good.
How's societally? How is it working?
It's working all right. Could probably use a little more fine-tuning from you.
Okay, I'm gonna spend my time while we're recovering doing that, kind of doing the get-along dance.
A lot of the... Yeah, a lot of the people that you're starting... The Countess was so... Had such a knack for setting up people to be, you know... faithful Unabomber worshippers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard to kind of follow that same stride she had, even though you're objectively better at it.
I'm
It's
not
just,
following that same kind of stride, though. I'm
Yeah.
doing my own thing. So.
Yeah, she had a real flair for this. So it's like they're not crazy fanatical like she would set them up to be, but you know they're like, yeah, let's set up shrines of worship. You know, our saviors.
Let's look at it this way.
They'll deliver us to the warm place.
I tried that down south, and it went okay. I want to try something slightly different, and see how that goes up here, with less fanaticism and more of a cult worship.
What? This is the beta test?
Yes. I'm gonna social engineer this shit. So I'm going for a more communistic approach with this one. Well, not necessarily well, actually, yeah. That's exactly what I'm going for, basically.
Elaborate.
You know, everyone's equal, everyone does their share, you know, you work for food, everyone has a designated job.
I'm going to...
What about the people in this town who were like nobles or rich people or whatever,
Oh, no.
and were, you know, have had things and, you know, food and status? What about them?
Do they have administrative abilities? Are they useful in any way?
Yeah, some of them no. Some of them were just rich, like they were like scholars or academics or whatever who were just doing their own thing. Here studying the diamonds or like the elemental pool of air, because this place is pretty close to the elemental pool of air.
And they won't be doing manual work, they'll be doing more of that, more planning, more architecture, more social
So
engineering.
I'm like, we're not here to do work, asshole.
That's too bad.
That's too bad.
Do I need to get out the stick?
Do you need to join the army of the dead?
No, I'm not going to threaten them with physical, but I am going to...
Do you beat one of them to death with a staff?
I don't
How
think she really beats people
defined
to
are
death.
they?
Pretty defiant. They're like, what the fuck is this? You know what? We're gonna, you know, like, it's like, what? Once they're like basically like, are you kidding me? We're dynasts. We're related to the, you know, to like so and so from house whatever. Like, we'll have a wild hunt here. You
So and so from
I
house
take out my-
whatever. Oh, go fuck yourself.
I take out my, like, long
They do the-
cigarette.
They do the Draco Malfoy, my father, shoot
Yeah,
shtick.
the queen kind of takes out her cigarette, her long cigarette. She walks over to one of them, seizes her by the hair, and drives it into her eye.
Oh my
and
god!
just slowly twists it around. It's like,
Jesus Christ, Kevin.
so, you see this? You see what happens? You see what you've made me do?
Oh, so we're 100% countessing this. You see what you made me do?
In ways.
Jesus H. Christ.
Hey, you dress for the job you want.
Oh my god.
I love it! I love it!
So-
You're falling into line. I love it.
I don't kill her, but I do gouge out that eye.
Jesus fucking Christ, your campaign.
Oh.
So much for everyone's equal.
Well, no,
They
she's-
are
Everyone's equal under us. Listen,
Oh, yeah.
everyone's equal, but some people are more equal than others.
There is no question
No,
about that.
they're all equal. They were
Under
trying
us.
to be they were trying to be more equal than others, and we just made them.
No, everyone's equal under us.
Under.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
The
That's-
message
that's
is
of
the
course.
message is received and the tone is set.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that happened.
I'll be working on building those little dudes for the mine.
Little dudes.
I'll probably clean this person's eye out.
Jesus Christ.
Just you. They have like cigarette and who knows what else ashes in their eyes now.
Give her a nice eye patch with my symbol on the.
Oh, I'm gonna do
Eternal
that.
Promise.
That is awesome. Oh, I love this.
There is enough material because you're so close to the wild here and whatnot. Not from wild shape or anything, just because you're close to the wild and there's weird stuff nearby. That you can spend the 4 weeks to manufacture those hands in the mountain.
Excellent.
Are you guys good with 4 weeks downtime?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while you're building, you can probably build like I think it's like 5 or 6 of them, and they'll basically be your permanent workforce here. Strip mining. How do you guys bond or hang out or information or talk or whatever? Like this is socializing time basically, getting to know each other better.
I think I'm gonna have a magical meeting room built.
Oh my
In
god!
one of the nicer ice rooms, we're gonna have like it carved out with proper furniture and stuff like that. And yeah, that's where we hang out. The queen's gonna supply that with a stash.
Of course, it had to be a magic meeting room.
We always have to have one. We had one on the ship.
So, scene swipe, you're all in a long rectangular room with a large meeting table. It's you three, Rose Black, Slum Mongrel, Tutors by Claw materializes because of course she does for the meeting room. Yeah, he comes down from his nest.
Oh yeah, there's a seat carved out for everyone except for the swan.
God fucking damn it.
So we're right back to business. This is nice.
This is fine. I'm okay with this.
She's got someone like one of the people just kind of like rubbing fire salt into her shoulders. It's like
I'm lounging, feet up on the table. I'm like, so what is the business we do? Because I'm new here.
Oh, we...
Are there point of orders here?
Sorry, what?
Rose Black. Are there point of orders? You know, things, subjects, like... God damn it. Like, topics to be covered in the meeting.
well, I
Because
suppose
we should definitely table killing the Bull of the North.
Oh
That
yeah,
could be
that'll
fun.
that'll
Out of,
work,
char-
actually.
out of character, kill Son Goku. Let's not be crazy here.
Well, look at it this way: if we march on him as is, we have no idea exactly the kind of firepower he has, the allies he has. We need to establish our dominance in the north. And we made a
I
good
just
start.
want to know what the timetable is or what the strategy is.
Aren't
I don't know if you've heard, but we are quite invested in the Bull of the North being crucified on his own sword.
Aren't you undying? Don't you have forever? I mean, what's a few more years?
You have forever. Would you like to not do any of the copious amount of intoxicants you've been doing in the last 4 hours I've been watching you?
Oh, honey.
Oh,
I'm a
sweet-
lawgiver.
Oh, sweet child.
I do what I want.
We, it is the plan to take out the Bull of the North now. We will, of course, need time, though. We can't go on, like the Queen just said, we can't march on him right now. We would just
Of
be
course.
wiped out, and it wouldn't do any good.
I'm just interested in knowing what the timetable is.
Well,
What day
We
is
don't have
today?
we don't have a solid timeline right now. Right now, we're trying to repair one of our allies, and also
Will this ally aid in killing the Bull of the North?
yes,
almost
actually.
certainly he's
What are his credentials?
the inventor of the Righteous Devil fighting martial arts style.
Okay, it looks like she's looking thoughtful for a moment. Like she's trying to remember something.
He was one of the. He's a member of the Wild Hunt. One of them.
Was he?
hunted. Yes. Oh, did you not?
No, I did not know that.
Oh, I'm dropping a bombshell. This is nice. Yeah, he was.
This is fine.
He hunted us down in the original... Not us specifically, I'm certain. Maybe. But no.
It makes sense the way he was talking. I just never... I thought he had stayed out of the usurpation.
I don't think he had much of a choice near the end. I mean, we were destroying most of what was left of civilization when we began to...
What's this person's name?
Unregulated Righteous Devil War Machine. Otherwise known as Nightman or various other names. Oh, otherwise known as the Devil of Chiaroscuro. Otherwise known as... I'll list off a couple other names.
I've heard of this. This was some sort of spirit or god that helped the shogunate hunt down the anathema of Lunar during the establishing of the shogunate deliberative.
He's not a spirit or anything, or a god. He's an exalt of Autochthon.
She's like blank stare. Like,
He is another type of exaltation.
mm-hmm.
He's, like the troubleshooter that we had just been inside of.
You mean the first stage golem?
That's not what that was.
But close enough. I'm sure once we revive him, he'll be able to explain properly.
He is an experienced member of the Wild Hunt. I imagine he'd be excellent at killing the lawgivers.
And I think with him at...
Very well. You've established his value.
I'm glad to have your approval.
How very wise of you to be glad of that.
I like this one.
She's not a sycophant, so you love her, of course.
Yes, actually. She's a go-getter. She knows what she wants. She's motivated.
The way you're saying it sounds like the type of things that they say in, like Barbie commercials or something. It's like, she's motivated. She's a go-getter. I'm picturing, like, Barbie in a little business suit. Like,
You say it in such a way that I imagine the Killer Queen saying it with just enormous shoulder pads.
Yeah, I was just
in
going
her
to say,
dress.
one of the 80s shoulder pads.
I'm imagining
90s
her,
shoulder
like, say
pads.
that about
Rose black.
Rose Black there, and then my guy's just sitting back like way too bored of this conversation, half asleep.
Okay, so after we fix the Wild Huntsman, then what?
We are going to conquer
Kill the
further
Bull of
cities.
the North?
we need to conquer further cities. We need to gain support. We need to...
What support?
Of other
Small villages.
northern cities, other places that have resources. Also, we need to...
What kind of resources?
What's that material? That material you mentioned before. The flying, lighter than air, you mentioned.
Sky
Is that
Steel
what
or something?
Sky Steel, yeah.
Oh, right. I'm going to mention that.
Also the Dragon Kings.
Also, we are looking for our Dragon King companions.
Dragon King?
They're reincarnated. They would know the weaknesses of Solars.
They probably aren't ones to talk
Dragon
on that
Kings?
issue, but... yes. They were gone long before your time.
Servants of the Solars.
Yes.
Powerful.
Like Terox, I'll list the...
Are you going to describe what they look like?
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, they're like wild mutants that hang out on the fringes, in the threshold and whatnot. I've seen them.
Around
They're
us.
not wild mutants, but okay. She just like is misinformed about so many different things, but it's like... That's
How
not
will the
what-
wild mutants help us kill the Bull of the North?
Around us, they're more intelligent, more powerful. They'll know weaknesses. They'll know strategies, specifically for dealing with Solars.
Precisely. Also, my specific companion that I'm... The main reason I'm caring about this, she's very good at garnering support from the masses. Additionally, we need to suss out what kind of support the Bull of the North has. We need to undermine it. We need to preferably pull away and get them to support us instead. And as I stated, my companion, my Dragon King companion, is excellent at that.
I can see the value you've established with her.
And that's basically all we need to do up here.
These two sound like they'd definitely be good at helping us kill the Bull of the North.
Huh? What? Yeah. Sounds great. Let's do that.
Yes.
Journey
excellent.
sounds good.
And if we
Fun.
can get this other alchemical on our side.
Oh yes, Shockwave.
She's been doing experiments. She might
I'm
be-
not sure what kind of experiments. It might be
That
Going
golem
within
sounded
without.
disdainful of
everything.
experiments.
It sounded disdainful of everything.
Yeah, that was a grumpy person. We should never have revived it.
Now I'm worried that it has to do with goblinization. I hope that's not any experiments that they've been
We
doing.
wouldn't know anything about that either.
We do.
Oh, character thing.
Oh, right, we do.
Oh, shit, no!
The claw.
You know about it in character. Mike
Yeah.
kind of explained it.
Exactly. I'm like, I hope it's nothing to do with that. That would be horrible.
Hmm.
And that does make sense why she would be so grossed out about it. Although it might have just been,
Literal
human
experiments.
experimentation.
Either way, she might give us an advantage. Provided...
She said that she's not as friendly as she was. And she was very unfriendly, so I'm not sure about that.
Maybe she just has a poor view of people. We won't know until we go there.
True. Okay. That
So
sounds
we need to
like
find another first stage golem.
They'll be in the
it's
same
in the
place.
VATS facility that we're going to go repair our friend at.
Okay.
So hardly a diversion.
No. It sounds like the steps to take.
And then we kill the bull in the north?
Yes, then
Yes,
the wheels will
after
be in
everything
motion.
we've put in place, yes.
Didn't you have a problem with your city since my lawgiver came back?
Very good point. I had forgotten about that. Oh,
So we should deal with that.
That'll be a 4-day trip. That won't even take...
true.
And then while we're there, we should
But
see
no,
some
we
of the
have to fix-
sites. I'd love to see the sites around your city. That'd be fun.
We have to fix
Get
the
new
damn ship.
places to go.
Mm.
Exciting adventures.
Yes. So, okay. First step: go to the VATS facility.
Roseback basically agrees with you.
Pardon?
With her, him, not you.
Yeah.
Agrees with us about.
No, with him, not you.
No, agrees with him about what? How the seeing the city would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly because you seem excited about it.
Yeah,
She has a defined intimacy of loyalty to you because you're spirit
that's
tied.
fair. Yeah.
We did make out the first time you met.
Yeah, it was terrible.
So go to the VATS facility, conquer any problems that are there, come back, bring Nightman to the VATS facility, fix him, fix the airship,
Mm-hmm.
go back down south, figure out where we stand with that whole issue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Then we need to come back up here, find the Tarok village, and all that.
So what day is today?
Whatever day it is.
Tuesday? Let's say come back here and we'll kill the bull of the north 3 years Wednesday.
We'll do it when we do it. Well, I have no idea how long this is all going to
3
take,
years sounds like a fair estimate, though. I mean,
considering everything. But
what did we do with 1 May within 2 years? A year?
Roseback kind of does grumbles, but that grumble kind of sounds like an echoing, like, faint grudge grumble, like... You know, because ghosts. And then she kind of looks at you. Sea dog, bulldog,
Sea dog.
sea wolf,
Sea wolf.
and she's like, I guess that's generous enough.
That's great.
She kind of just appraises you, and it's like, I guess 3 years is a pretty good fucking bargain, all things considered. Fine. At most 3 years.
3 years in a day? No. Wait, Tuesday? 3 years in a day. 3 years Wednesday.
we'll do it when we'll do it. So,
You'll do it when you do it. Maximum 3 years. Agreed.
And a day.
So, yeah.
Through the
We
extra.
have a time limit now, and then something will happen, I'm sure.
Oh my god, I love that jalapeno chips. What, Nicole?
nothing.
You looked longingly at the jalapeno chips.
No, I don't really.
I know, right? You don't even like that.
So, yeah.
Stop doing that.
We don't have any way of flying there, though, so we're going to have to do this on Agate.
Do what? Kill the bull of the north?
No.
Fly to the VATS facility.
To bring back the wild huntsman.
Yes.
Very good.
Boy, boy. Alright.
I can't believe I never brought that up.
What?
That he was part of a wild
yeah.
hunt.
Yes, there are tales of him in the Shogunate era, working with Immaculate Shikare.
Exactly, there's
Do I know that
tales.
name?
It's a term.
Okay.
It means basically demon exorcists.
So I didn't tell a deep dark secret.
You totally did.
Let's go.
Okay, off to the vats.
Vats facility.
Vats facility.
Are there any further grumblings amongst the populace?
No.
Okay. No sacrifices
Good,
before
good.
we leave.
Man, we need the Countess to come back, because she'll make that one person who gouged their eye out, she'll make them, like, the most loyal follower.
My new head priest up here.
Right?
Should we take the army with us to the vats facility?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
Good.
I think you should keep some here just to protect the people.
Okay. We'll
Rose
take...
Black's like,
No?
don't listen to them. That's a bad idea.
I don't know. There's so many of them. I guess they move pretty
No,
quickly.
there's actually not that many of them. There's like...
100?
Oh, okay.
There's so many of them.
100 well-trained, pissed off, angry, not shogunate, but dynast, like a legion of dynast soldiers.
Yeah. We could spare 25 or so behind.
No, that's a terrible idea. We should go in full force and march upon this temple.
Right, we'll disarm some of the...
Why are we even leaving resources to police that? This is a city that's a mining town that one, and points to the Majestic, just built golems for to strip mine this place. If every person was put to the sword here, the golems would continue to strip mine this place.
That's
Its value has been established. The value is not in the people.
Yeah, they're armed
How are we
regardless.
going to get everyone down south?
Let's worry about that after we...
Our ship only fits, like, 100 people at most. That's, like, jam-packed.
Yeah, we'll worry about that another day.
We'll just take them down below.
I'm picturing, like,
I still
ropes.
say we build a big city here, guys. This would be great. You could put a mountain over here.
This place really isn't
mountain
growing
over
on me.
there, and a bridge in between them. And balloons.
Balloons. So yeah, let's head for the vast facility.
So who's all going with you?
We'll take the full army.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're leaving Tutors by Claw here, and what... I don't know, like, what's his face? Slummongrel? He just kind of does his own thing. He's allowed to...
Slummongrel and Tutors by Claw look up from their end of the table. They're both licking tree frogs that Tutors by Claw went and grabbed and came back with. Oh, you and me, whatever?
You want to stay here?
Oh, okay.
Okay, have fun. You know, put an end to any uprisings, etc.
Oh, I don't think I'm available anymore, Lockever. This toad is awfully treey. He just kind of puts the frog down, starts staring directly behind you.
Fucking lightweights, what?
Like his pupils are super dilated.
Picturing, like, behind you, like, the
Ebon Dragon.
The Lich from
Adventure Time.
Just like...
What, voiced by Ron Perlman?
There's nothing behind me, sir.
No,
Oh, now you're actually paranoid about it.
Tutors by Claw is just kind of laughing and, does a line of coke on the table, laughing at him being a lightweight. You're ruining them.
I'm gonna
Ruining, huh?
give the swan a snack. And, like, a belly rub. And then we'll go.
I think it's messed up.
It is.
Okay. We march on the VATS facility.
Man, I guess those gifts can just be for us now. One for the Bull of the North. Or that can be the way to bribe his other allies with sweets.
The what?
Oh, we made presents for the Bull of the North
Ah.
to, like, be, like, ally. I can't
Yeah.
think of the words I'm thinking of right now.
So yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to pause for just a sec. There we go. So yeah, you think we're good for the day? We'll call it for next week where you try to find Shockwave's laboratory.
Exactly.
Sounds good.
All right, perfect. Well, this has been, I think, episode 10, and fade out to Queen music.